I have a scone. I have a scone. Sconely. In the Scone Zone, we got Mr. Scone's Wild Ride. As you might know, if you're here once I start stream, there's like a 5-ish minute period where I just kind of let it ride. I let people get in because I don't want to like start the app before people have the chance to respond to like the ping. So I'm gonna finish this scone. Ow. You're at the freaking beach? Why are you watching a TTRPG Wait. It is July. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, this is prime time summer weather. Why are you at the beach watching a TTRPG VTuber? You could do so many. You could go surfing if you're on the West Coast. You could go boogie boarding if you're on the East Coast. You could have a hot summer fling romance where you or someone close to you is like, oh, I need to like put on sunbathing oil or whatever people use, and then I can't reach the small of my back. If only someone else could do this for me, and then someone else comes up and does it for you. Boom. Romance. Boom. Quite literally hot. Like the temperature is actually increasing as a result of being in the sun. Like you could do all of these things. Why are you watching a stream of someone telling you, hey, this 1982 movie, which is so campy and so dumb and so not very good, is actually how you should run your RPGs? You swam out of the water onto the street. Oh my gosh. Oh. Listen, either you can swim in the water at the beach, or you can listen to me chomping a croissant. Not croissant, a scone. Those are two different things. You're doing it for the Botanic Gardens? What is wrong with you people? You're living such interesting lives. Okay. Scone down. I had to put my scone down for this. But like, I'm not done with my scone yet. You can still hear that I have scone in my mouth. There's someone who hits me up via my email and says, hey, I saw your channel and I made a game. I'm a TTRPG dev. I'm a Latam TTRPG dev, and I made this system that's all about like prehistorical stateless societies. And so you, as a TTRPG channel that covers more than just D&D, I would love if you could cover my thing, because so many TTRPG channels just focus on D&D or D&D likes. And so I was like, absolutely, hit me with your story. Like, who are you? Like, what is this? What are you doing? And then they hit me with their life story. And it's like 3 paragraphs of their life story. And they like lived a life where like they grew up in like Argentina, and then they moved over to the UK to make it as an actor. But like they couldn't make it as an actor because like the field was just so rough at the time. And then they tried moving to Japan, but then COVID hit. And then they ended up moving to Japan barely in like the 1-month window where immigration was allowed. And then they hid over to Japan. Now they're in Japan, but then cost of living goes up and their money goes down. So then they have to move out. So the only financially viable thing is return back to Latam and like return to Argentina. But then they have a business in the UK that a friend's taking over. And the entire time they're also making TTRPGs. They've been doing this for like 10 years now. And I'm like, whoa. First of all, I had a very busy month. I'm so sorry I've been so late to responding to you. Second of all, wow, you lived a way more interesting life than I have. And so like, this is just someone like reaches out to me. It's like, hey, I like your channel. You talk about more than just D&D. Would you be interested in like maybe covering my system? And my response is like, yeah, tell me a bit about yourself. And then I get like, boom, inferiority complex. Scolding and scold. There's no scolding going on. No one's paid me. Ow. Ow. I nearly dropped my scone. And our lives are more interesting by listening to your stream. I don't have a canned aw sound effect on my soundboard, so you're just gonna have to like take the Riz noise and assume that's a aww. Right? So like just pretend like I did an aww. But like there's a buy-in on audience and also performer. Like this is just how this works. Okay. Most coherent start to an arrow stream. And I say that as a joke. Last time we had a baboon chant in order to get my model to work, where I had the entire chat like screeching like baboons, and then that worked. So yeah, this is kind of the most coherent start to an arrow stream. If you don't know, I'm Arrow Rights. I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I am watching a fly around my room. You're just like, my mic is in the way. Otherwise, I would smack you. You're going to be so distracting. You're going to... I think I got it. I'm sorry. I have ADHD, in case you couldn't tell. Oh, I was introducing myself. Yeah. Arrow DHD, least ADHD VTuber. Hi, I'm Arrow Rights. I'm a VTuber. I talk TTRPGs. I talk writing. I talk storytelling. I talk a lot of different things, most of which don't make sense and have no coherency. If you don't know, here on YouTube, I make a Q&A chat. Ask your questions, and there is a non-zero chance they will be answered accurately. I have a Q&A channel where if you have something you want to ask me, whether it's about VTubing or TTRPGs or myself or just life in general, if you have any advice that you want me to give you advice on, or questions you want advice on, you know what I mean. Basically, if you have anything you want to bring up to me, but it's not relevant to what we're talking about right now, throw it in the Q&A channel. Also, we do the high wave. No, Gato. The reason we had the baboon chant last time was not because I just wanted y'all to make baboon noises. It was not because I just was like, I want to be really funny if I just had a chat full of actual primates. Like, no, it was the fact that my computer wasn't working. So we had to appease the machine spirit. And what better way to appease the machine spirit than induce a euphoric sense of superiority by leaning into our primal primitivistic mind state, where it feels as though it is so far beyond our comprehension that it can't help but function in a shepherd to its flock. Like, we appealed to the ego of the machine spirit, and it worked. I'll say it worked. Is what it did. Or maybe we intimidated it. Maybe it thought it was surrounded by actual baboons and did not want its face to be ripped off. I don't know. I don't know the mind of a machine. But also, if you say hello right now, if you say hi, whether you're a lurker or you're a VOD watcher or you're live right now in chat, I will respond to you. And we call this the high wave because the chat just fills with people saying hello, saying hi. But what I want you to do is, like, do you have a favorite movie? If you have a favorite movie, say hi. My favorite movie is X. Hi, my favorite movie is Y. Hello, Arrow. I've had a great day. My favorite movie is Z. Is my chat not moving? My chat is not moving for whatever reason. I'm going to go wash my hand after I smacked that fly, and I will be back in, well, like 10 seconds. All right, who timed it? Who timed it? Who found out that it was actually 10 seconds and that I'm not a liar? Who knows that I speak only in truths, never in lies? Who saw through the deception of the bit and who recognized that even though it did step away for just a moment, you should not start meowing? Anyway, hi B and Mizzle and Noita and oh my gosh. I should not have had a scone. My throat just died. And DP and Alza and Ryu and Ironon and Real Robot and Licorice and Bees and Heidi and Harmless and Overcharge and Kimduri and Presbyopia, Bees, Eltrian, Monty, Azu, Double Skull Dice, Gray, Knight, Dire Queen. I see a lot of familiar names, a couple of unfamiliar names. Skeleton. And in terms of movies, hey Draconic, hey Trey. I just got back from a job interview. They were too busy to interview me, so I filled out an application, but they will interview me Monday. Woo! The Alpha Legion fan, I speak only in truth. Okay, listen, if I speak primarily in truths, no one will know when I lie. Much in the same way that if I speak primarily in lies, no one will know if I tell the truth. So like, I can promise you this, my one truth for the day, or perhaps one of my many truths for the day, is that I'm one of those two extremes. I am either extremely honest and extremely forthright in order to lull you into a false sense of security so that my lies hit all the harder, or I am a deceptive agent, a serpent slithering its way through the minefield that is the web of discourse. And I am simply plucking at the strings that tie your fabric of reality together to see what unravels. And I will only put a pin in that and give you a morsel of truth in order to make you disbelieve that which is real. So it's like, it's one of the two. And like one is more interesting than the other, but I won't tell you which one because that's obviously the one I'm doing. Princess Mononoke is probably your favorite. I watched Princess Mononoke for actually literally like the first time 6 months ago. Maybe even like 4 months ago, actually. Because up until then, prior to then, I had seen Spirited Away. Why is this so baby? Let's go. I'd seen Spirited. Let's make this bigger. Meow. Away. And Howl's Moving Castle. And these are actually the only two Studio Ghibli films I'd seen. And both of these I have seen in the last 10 years. Also Pacific Rim because Big Robot makes you happy. Hey Sable. Hey Gato. Hey Logout. Hey Breakfast Bud. Rocky Horror. Okay. I'm a very bad gay. If you don't know, I'm queer. A lot of people know. A lot of people pick up very quickly that I'm queer. I don't like Rocky Horror. I don't like Rocky Horror. No shame to anyone who does. I think that the community surrounding it is actually a beautiful thing. And the fact that not only has it been going on so long, like my mother went to Rocky Horror many years ago. My siblings have gone to Rocky Horror back when I was too young to go. My friends have done Rocky Horror. I have done Rocky Horror, kind of. I'll explain a bit. I was at a club, or rather, I was at a metal show. Sorry. And does anyone remember my story about how when I was at the metal show and I was in a wall of death and I got thrown at someone? And like, I just bounced off of him and like, he did not move. And like, he was just a pillar of stone and stoicism and punk rock that I was too weak of this mortal coil in order to put it so much as a dent in his confidence. Like that guy was there with a friend. And that friend was telling me how like back in the 90s, he was like doing Rocky Horror. I can't remember who he played. I think he played the main guy with glasses. Like the guy, the husband. And so like I've met random people who are significantly older than me. These guys were like old punks, and he's just like casually mentioned, yeah, Brad, thank you. He's casually talking about like, yeah, back in the 90s, like I played Brad in Rocky Horror, and then he was actually talking about, and he was a little bit complaining and like shaking his fist, but also just kind of having an actual conversation about how, yeah, he's cishet. But by participating in Rocky Horror back in the 90s, which if you don't like, I think a lot of my audience doesn't have the context that the 90s, like the 2000s, but more so the 90s, like that was a really big inflection point in the US where public sentiment towards the queer community was on the rise, but it was in a really bad state. So like 70s AIDS crisis into the 80s, very bad time all around. But like Milk, like Harvey Milk over in San Francisco, that had already happened. Stonewall, that had already happened. There were queer politicians. This was someone more knowledgeable than me. Was this Don't Ask, Don't Tell? Was Don't Ask, Don't Tell in the US military? Was that 90s or was that later? But like there's rising sentiment of queer people, like the homosexuals. They can exist, just I don't want them by me. If you have seen any movie that's like a chick flick or a teen drama from the 2000s or the 90s, there's the gay best friend character of the female lead. It was just kind of assumed that there was like the gay best friend character. Gay people were being portrayed in media in tertiary roles, where oftentimes they were the butt of the joke because they were queer, but not always. A lot of times that was just a character trait assigned to them. And so this guy's talking to me and he's like, yeah, he's talking about how like, or I assume rather, he talked about it as if he was cishet. I don't know. By participating in Rocky Horror, he was like enmeshed in the queer community, which meant that he was subject to a lot of discrimination that queer people were subjected to. Because when you're queer, it's very easy for someone who is just an ally to be assumed to be queer, and for someone who is queer to be assumed to not be queer, depending on how they present themselves. And so he was subject to a lot of the same issues, and he went through a lot of the same stuff, and now he has like a bit of a bone to pick with these like 2020s queers, these young gays who are assuming that like no one can ever understand what they went through. What's Rocky Horror? So Rocky Horror, the Rocky Horror Picture Show, is I think from the 80s, and it's a show that is really bad, and it's really camp. And that's the point. The reason it's persisted is because there's been a community that has formed around it, calling it a cult classic. A community is formed around the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So oftentimes movie theaters will have like every Friday night, every Saturday night, every first Sunday night of the month, or like whatever their specific timing is, they will play Rocky Horror Picture Show at like midnight, and you'll get a bunch of people who have seen the same movie over and over and over, dozens, if not hundreds of times, showing up to be part of the community. Where anytime something happens on screen, there's like a 50% chance that there's a community thing you also are supposed to do. For instance, when Brad and his wife are caught out in the rain and they hide under their newspapers, everyone in the audience brings a newspaper and hides under it during like the rain scene, right? There's a point where I think everyone throws toilet paper at the screen or like popcorn at the screen because everyone hates Brad. No one likes Brad. The time warp, the is it time shuffle or time warp? I'm forgetting. It's been a couple years. It's been a couple years since I last saw Rocky Horror. It's the time warp, right? Yeah. When the time warp comes on, it's like a musical number in the show. Everyone stands up and does the time warp together because it's kind of like the electric slide, the Cupid shuffle. It's one of those songs where it tells you how to do the dance. That's the entire song. So it's a big community thing, and you generally go to Rocky Horror. A bunch of people are going to be dressed up as the characters. Lots of in-jokes, audience interaction, costume, language, exactly. And I have only ever been to Rocky Horror once, and that was not actually at or not official, but like at like a screening. That was with friends in someone's apartment, right? And I didn't like it for a number of reasons. One, because like I was just with some like my roommate's friends, so I knew some of these people I didn't know very well. So like the community, I wasn't really feeling the community vibe. I imagine if I watched it in a theater with like 20 other people, all of whom were dressed up and like enthusiastically had been doing this, I think it might have been more fun. I just didn't enjoy the movie. And then there were certain parts of it that made me uncomfortable, which I'm not going to get into here, but like there was, for instance, at one point, Dr. Frankfurter seduces both Brad and his wife at separate times, and it's made, I don't know, it's kind of ambiguous. I don't know. To me, it felt like it was coercive, and that made me very uncomfortable, right? It felt as though it was like weirdness going on with consent, and that was like, ugh. Which I was not prepared for in this fun, wacky, campy movie. It's just a jump to the left. Yes! And the time warp can be fun. I want to be here, but I also have a D&D session. Go to your D&D session. This VOD will be here when you're back. Unless I say something inappropriate and I have to nuke the VOD, which, if you've seen my content, I don't even say, like, the F word. Either F word, really. It does come out. Yeah, it comes out of nowhere, and it like, and then also obviously there's like Dr. Frankfurter's like weirdness towards Rocky, and the fact Rocky clearly is not like in a state where he can like make like have agency, and so like that's also really weird. Either, yeah. So there's the F word, like you get one for PG-13, the frick word, you know, like the frick. That word. And there's also the other one that's British people can use it, Americans can't, because it's a bad word for gay people. And I am of the opinion that if you're gay, if you're queer, there's not really much harm in you saying it. It's a reclaimed word at that point. Much like how other communities have other words that only they can say, and like that's not my place to infringe upon their language, right? So theoretically, I could say either F word, not on YouTube. TOS would bonk me, but Flamingo, shh, stop it. You are gay and European, and neither is disgrace. Oh, that would be so fun. Wait. Collab karaoke, or like a collab cover of gay or European. And I just get like, I don't know if I know any European content creators. I know a lot from the US, Canada, a couple from LATAM. I know one from C. Most of them are NA. Most of them are NA. Gay or European, but it's all arrow. Okay, well, I do have enough arrows that I could do that. I don't know. I don't think I know any from the UK, like personally. You were in England recently. It's crazy how much they say. Well, yeah, because when they say it for cigarette. The phrase smoke F word has a very different connotation in the UK and the US. In the UK, that means I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. In the US, that means I'm going to go shoot a gay person. So that's like a culture clash, which isn't really obvious unless you know the context of the word. Like it is perfectly acceptable, to my knowledge, to in the UK say, I'm going to go smoke an F word. Because that just means I'm going to go out, like, take smoke. Whereas in the US, if you say that, like, half of the country is going to be like, whoa, you can't say that. And the other half is going to be like, yes, do that. Because both are derived. Yeah. And that's why in World War II Italy, they had one on their flag. World War II Italy flag. What? Am I wrong? Well, there was one version that had it, I thought. Although I don't see it. Because, like, the whole thing of the bundle of sticks is actually core to that ideology. It is the idea of we are stronger together. Therefore, everyone else is our enemy and we must be one unified nation, one unified people kind of deal. It's the same kind of rhetoric that you hear all the time where it's like ape strong together. Crazy linguistic difference. Well, okay, so listen. The same, like, it's very similar, but just pronunciation. I can say I'm going over to the pawn shop. Brits, I win. Now, have I ever been to a pawn shop, like, to actually pawn stuff off? No. However, I can say that I want to, or that I can say I'm going to. You can't say that. To nick someone's sig is to also call him a bum. Oh. Are gonna have dozens of variants. Oh my. I'm the new Miku. Honestly, would be... Okay, so I'm not a singer. Despite being a VTuber, and like a lot of VTubers are based in idol culture, and then a lot of idol culture is about singing, but like not every VTuber is an idol culture, and even like traditionally idol culture oriented VTubers have shifted away from that in recent years. Blah 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 blah. Context. Disclaimer. It'd be really funny to just be like, yeah, I commissioned like Deco 27. Like I'm working with like Jamie P, and I'm just like having them do like a Miku cover with me. And like I'm not a singer, I'm not good at it, I suck. And then there's just Miku in the background going just like the passionate voice of the intense voice of Hatsune Miku. I'm not a Miku stan. I was telling my roommate about this earlier. I still don't get Miku. I ain't gonna front. I don't understand Miku. Not because I don't understand the music. Not because I don't understand Vocaloid. What I don't understand is like, I recognize that this is Miku's world. I am simply living in it. What I don't understand is, how did we get to the point where this became Miku's world? And now, to cut it off at the past, this is not me questioning the divinity of Miku. In fact, I would go so far as to say is that to openly and earnestly express your doubts and confusions about the divine would therefore strengthen your connection to it by reasserting your agency in your connection to it. This is a pilgrim's inquiry to the Church of Miku, not a blasphemer slandering your savior. However, I do just have to know why. Like, Miku is everywhere. Miku is not just like, oh, she's popular. Miku is like, I would not be surprised if a poll came out. It's like 20% of the population of Earth knew about Miku. Like, I think legitimately the percentage of people on the planet that know about Miku, even if they don't listen to her, even if they don't really know what a Vocaloid is, but like can recognize and name Miku, I would not be surprised if that was in the double digits of planet Earth, which is like insane to me. She created the world. She's Miss Worldwide. I mean, you are a VTuber and you did sing. Okay, I did sing a song. And I do want to sing another one. I think what I might do is I might go like 1 or 2 a year. Because again, I'm not a singing channel. I'm not a singer. I'm not a V singer. And also you're not here for me singing. However, it's very fun to just kind of like, I'm going to do a fun song. And so I might do that again this year. I don't know what. I have a couple different options, and I've talked about this before, and I've had some people give suggestions. First up would be Slipknot by Slipknot. Because this one, like, actually unironically just talks about Werewolf the Apocalypse. Payday's greatest VTuber. Listen, I would love to make Payday content. I have not played Payday 2 in like 3 years. Or 2 years at this point. I would love to just like load up Payday 2. These days, I feel awkward playing Payday 2 with Payday 3 out, but I've also heard very bad things about Payday 3. And I've heard Payday 2 is actually like having a bit of a resurgence right now. Like they finally updated the engine. Like all like the team that's working on Payday 2 to maintain it is like working hand in hand with the mods and like the community, and like apparently it's beautiful. I don't know. I would love to make some Payday content because I love Payday. I love Payday 2, I hyperfixated on it for a while, did The Secret, I did all that stuff, which is why Payday 3 saddened me so much. Hot take, Payday 2 is kind of meh? I don't think it's a hot take. I think Payday 2 is meh. However, I would also go so far as to say, like, Left 4 Dead 2 is meh. And like DRG is meh. And I know that like a lot of dwarves are about to come and like rock my stone. However, I would go so far as to say like these games are meh because they're most fun with friends. They are co-op shooters. They are the sort of thing where, oh, I'm playing solo DRG. I mean, it's fun. It's fine. Good time. Spent my half hour, 45 minutes enjoying myself. I get Bosco. That's nice. Left 4 Dead 2, I get to hear all the silly callouts. I get to run through the same map over and over. Payday 2, I get to try out new guns. But like, without friends or like mods, for instance, like, they lose their luster. And that's not, like, I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. Because Payday 2... Payday 2 with friends. Left 4 Dead 2 modded. DRG with randos. Like these are all things that's like, oh my gosh, what? And like, I would go so far as to say these avoid what I think a lot of modern friend slop does. I can play, I played Payday 2 mostly solo. I played Payday 2 mostly with AI. I played it a little bit with people. I played it a little bit with randos, but overall, I'm very, I don't know if you know this about me. I'm quite shy, actually. I get really nervous hopping online with randos. So even I started playing Helldivers recently. Like my friend who was showing me how to play had to convince me to start using SOS. Because in Helldivers 2, it is expected you are in a co-op game with 3 other people. Like the game is balanced around having a party of 4 Helldivers. And so if you're solo, or if you don't have a full party rather, you can do a special stratagem called SOS signal. And that is any other Helldiver who is loading up a game can, instead of doing quick start, or instead of doing their own game, can hop in yours, right? They have to match difficulty, but like I, as like a level 10, might have a level 130 join my game, right? I might have a level 2 join my game. It's entirely up to whoever joins. There's no like restriction on level or matchmaking. It's entirely difficulty, right? And so SOS signal is inviting other randos to hop in your game. And then afterwards, they don't get kicked. They join you on your ship and can like buy their cosmetics or buy their upgrades on your ship and then continue playing with you unless they leave or you kick them. And that's super like scary to me. But I've been trying my best, and I've been trying to do that because I recognize Helldivers isn't really a solo game, and so I've been trying to hop in a bunch of other people's SOSs, and I like, when I play solo, I'll drop an SOS, and it's really scary. Deep Rock Galactic was a game. I played it solo a little bit. I mostly just played it with friends. It took me like a year to actually start hopping on rando games. And then I found out that like randos in Deep Rock Galactic are generally pretty nice. Like Deep Rock Galactic famously has a wonderful community that is very nice to Greenbeards. I was not a Greenbeard at the point. I'd been playing quite a while, but I had like community-wise, I hadn't interacted with anyone. That actually is what led to the first long-form video on the channel. On this channel, if you go back to my videos, not my shorts, but my videos, and you scroll back all the way, or you sort by release date, and you go oldest first, the first video on this channel will be a Deep Rock Galactic video where I am talking about how I joined a lobby that had like client side or like server side mods that reduced or that removed the player cap, and also like 4x the spawn of the Termagants? Glyphids, thank you. And so the whole video was me basically just talking about that, showcasing it, and saying this felt like we were Votann fighting the Tyranids. Because if you play Deep Rock Galactic, you have 4 players. The 4 of you generally will stick together, and you will fight dozens of Glyphids at a time. You will fight giant Praetorians, you will fight the tiny little warriors, you will fight the little spitters that are on the ceiling, but like, I don't think you've ever seen Actually, I probably still have the footage. I actually probably still... Let me actually see if I still have the footage. Because one of my bad habits that I need to do this soon, because like storage space, I actually don't delete a lot of my old footage, just on the chance that I'll need it. So if I go... Gaming? No. Mainline videos? DRG? No. Capture? Oh, well, I don't know where it is. Solid chance I went off topic seeing that response. I'm going to guess I went off topic twice already this stream. I have yet to look at more than 2 answers to the question I asked of, what's your favorite movie? That's how off topic we are. Also, arrow shy. Yes, arrow shy is real. Helldivers and balance in the same sentence is crazy. Well, okay, so Helldivers, from my understanding, expects you to have 4 players. Recently, I've been playing against the bugs. I don't know what they're called. I've been playing against the bugs mostly. I played a little bit. I played like 3 matches where I joined an SOS on the automata. I have not fought the squids. I've only fought the automatons like 3 times. I've mostly fought the bugs. And fighting the bugs, there's this like modifier going on recently where it's like there's these like bug dragons. And I don't know if it's specific to Omicron, which is like where I've been playing the past couple times. Terminids, thank you. But there are like these giant flying bug dragons that spew forward like green fire as they do strafing passes. And you need like an entire team like setting up with like turrets and like anti-tank material rifles to like pierce this thing's armor. And then it's not even like a side objective. It's literally just a threat. I'm so sorry I didn't realize Rocky Horror would lead to a derail. No, so Breakfast. This stream is of consciousness, right? So this stream is simply a stream of consciousness of my unfiltered and just constant, just like brain dump. And that is what people show up for, I guess. I don't know. Like people show up and they're like, hey, I'm in the botanical gardens and I opened your stream. I'm at the beach and I want to open up your stream. And I'm like, why? I'm going to rant about Helldivers for 20 minutes. They can pop up on different planets and modifiers. I'm basic. I love Star Wars. I'm aware of how basic an answer that is these days. Well, okay, so you say Star Wars, like... Wait, did you say... Wait, Page Master. Page Master. Yes! This is what I thought it was! Oh my gosh! Okay. Wait, this is Macaulay Culkin? Oh my gosh. Page Master! I have not seen this movie in like 20 years. However, I've definitely thought about this movie more recently because this is a movie where it's one of those like Who Framed Roger Rabbit style mixture of like live footage with 2D animation. And so you have this kid, and I don't remember the context, but he goes in like this library and goes to like a bunch of different books. And between the books, he jumps from world to world, and like the different books have different personalities. Like, and like one of them is the horror book, and the horror book is like a super scaredy cat. And the pirate book is super adventurous. And I think she's fantasy, and she's like a very fairy godmother-esque character. And so it's all of these like different stories and books and whatever. And it's this kid like jumping around them. And I don't remember anything about the plot outside of the fact that like that's the premise. Page Master is my childhood fever dream. Okay, so I think someone else said Treasure Planet. I still don't remember anything about Treasure Planet. All I know about Treasure Planet is that every trans mask I know. Treasure Planet characters. Every Jim Hawkins. Every trans mask I know looks at Jim Hawkins and says, gosh, I wish he were me. Like more than one trans mask I've spoken with, and it's just like, I wish I looked like him. And like, I get it. I feel that. I can't relate, But I feel that. Treasure Planet had the cat. What do you mean it had the cat girl? What? Huh? Oh, it literally had the cat girl. Captain Amelia. Captain Amelia. Catwoman. See, Treasure Planet's one where like, this is one unironically, it's been like 20 years, right? Pagemaster, probably like 16, 17, 18, like pre-2010, definitely. But like, not that bad. Like, I have not seen Treasure Planet probably since like 2005, 2006, would be my guess. The cat girl captain and the dog professor get together. I mean, that's kind of cute. Who marries the dog scientist? You're saying that like it's a bad thing. Like, Okay, calling all furries in the community. Is there a stigma against like I don't know how to say this without being weird, like persona? Like dog plus cat equals bad? Do you get what I'm asking? Because I feel like furries are our best comparison for this, like, as a real life parallel. There's none. Interspecies sonas are pretty common. I assumed you were in love with Long John Silver. No. They love each other and it's cute. Exactly. This is not what I thought it'd be listening. Yeah. So Loot, the title is gonna happen. However, I have been distracted for 45 minutes. I don't know if we have furry discrimination. I'm not a furry, so I have to consult my council of eunuchs. And by council of eunuchs, they're all furries. Because if you're a furry, I'm sorry, like, I'm taking you to the vet. Like that's just how this works. And so I have a council of eunuchs, which are all of my furries that have been fixed. Arrow, we do have stuff for what Treasure Planet 2 is going to be. Ah, shame. The cat girls and dog boys fight all the time. Transmask also becoming Milo Thatch from... Oh my gosh, Milo Thatch from Atlantis. Okay, so my roommate is not a trans man, but is transmask, right? Like masculinized in transitioning, is non-binary. Brings up regularly both Milo Thatch as well as Jim Hawkins, and they're they're just twinks. I'm sorry, I've never said this to their face. These men are just twinks. They're good-natured, good-hearted twinks. And that's something where, like, if you want that, that's okay. But my other in Christ, you have not seen these movies in like 15 years. Just say you want to be a twink. Milo Thatch's boy failure. Yes, but Milo Thatch is like, from what I remember, he actually has like notable change on the people around him just by his sheer earnestness and curiosity. Like the rest of the team with the Atlantis crew outside of the expedition leader, doesn't he like make all of them like have a kind of change of heart? Wild thing to join stream too. Neko, do you want to be a twink? Is that what you are? It's a testament to Arrow's community that they mentioned furry stigma and nobody made an off-color joke. I mean, yeah, like I'm very proud of the community because like we can just talk about like, hey, is there discrimination between like fursonas in the furry community? And most people won't bat an eye and they'll just like give me a straight answer of like, yes, no. Because even though I am not a furry and this is not a furry space, this is a space where if you're a furry, cool. You know, like no one cares. Probably like a third of you are furries and that's okay. This isn't the space where like you're gonna be like talking about that all the time, but it's a space where you shouldn't feel the need to hide it. You really want to twink about it? Are you sure they haven't twunk about it? Yeah. Oh, real robot. I know what the freaking chart that is. We've talked about that before. I've had people give me the rundown of like the 1 through 5, or I think it's 0 through 5. The 0 through 5 like levels of being a furry, where like 4+ is unacceptable and is considered like inappropriate, and like 2 to 3 I think is considered furry, and like 0 and 1 are not furry. I think that's the establishment we had. Tabaxi are just bipedal cats that can eat anything. A true cat would never wear clothes. Have you ever tried to put clothing on a cat? I don't care how bipedal you are. I don't care how humanoid you are. A true cat would never allow you to put clothing on it, even itself. If it was actually just a bipedal humanoid cat, it would be naked. And that's why all of the hair is there. Also, I don't know who it is, but someone has just been spamming hearts for the past like 2 minutes. And I think that's so sweet. Like, I don't know. I don't really react to it because I'm focused on other things. I'm focused on like the Tabaxi or the conversation or the Jim Hawkins or whatever. But like when people do like the little heart reacts or the little like celebration reacts or the little like crying, laughing reacts, I think that's very sweet because that's just a non-verbal way of communicating emotion and intent. Yeah, I think that if you spam it, there's no cooldown. Oh, no, I know about Ajani Goldmane. I've played Magic. And I don't like Ajani Goldmane because I don't like playing against life gain cat spam white decks. Like I know who Ajani Goldmane. You told me to look him up because people are weirdo about him, aren't they? People are weirdo about Ajani Goldmane, aren't they? My cold read of this situation. That looks like, I mean, it does look like Battle Beast. It does look like Battle Beast. I mean, it's just a lion man, right? It's a white-haired lion man. Gay men furries. Liliana was bae. Well, yes, Liliana was bae. She's also like a sympathetic villain, right? Like, of course she's gonna be bae. Although, if we want to talk true baddies that I remember people actually being weirdo about. Can we just this, I'm trying to find one that like isn't like AI and it's like it is official art. This is official art. Can we talk about Elish Norn? You got it, Monty. This is bone and sinew. And people look at this and say, yeah, it hit. This is a megalomaniacal control freak who wants to bring order to the universe in a religious orthodoxy where she positions herself as the queen of all machines, the mother of all machines. And people look at this and go, yeah, it hit. The machine mommy. What the heck? Okay, so what you're looking at is that this is all porcelain, which I believe is bone. Like it's bone porcelain. Someone else can correct me. This is all wire and blood and flesh. The thing about the machine orthodoxy is that they like flensing people. They like removing their skin because like the Phyrexians. I'm very normal about the Phyrexians. In Magic the Gathering, the Phyrexians are basically the Borg / zombies. They have this thing called oil, Phyrexian oil, that if you like consume it or it touches you or like gets in your system, then it starts to infect you and you will start to grow mechanical components. Like your heart will turn into an engine and your throat will turn into an exhaust port, and then your brain will become like not a computer, it'll be like gears and whatever, and like you will turn into a zombie that produces more of this oil. And so suddenly it's a zombie virus, but it's like more like they want to assimilate the entire multiverse. And something I found very odd, I've read a couple of the short stories. Not all, not many of them, but I've read a couple of the short stories. Phyrexians have significantly more autonomy than I expected. And I'm specifically pointing to Atraxa and Ixel. Ixel. Basically, Atraxa was an angel. She got corrupted by Phyresis and got like manually converted, manually completed which is the term for phyresis, for the term for turning into a Phyrexian, by Elish Norn, the one I just pictured, and 3 of her other 4 compatriots, 1 for each color of magic. And so she got turned into basically she's the voice of the Praetors. She is the right-hand man, or woman in this case, of the leadership of Phyrexia. She is like, I guess she's kind of like the Darth Vader to the Emperor that is the Praetors. So she's like the dragon, right? To speak in narrative terms. And Atraxa, because no one likes doing work themselves, subcontracts this out to Ixhel, which is her own creation. So Praetors complete Angel Atraxa becomes Atraxa. Atraxa makes Ixhel. Ixhel makes... his name escapes me. Basically, Ixhel makes another guy. And basically, it's this chain of them making each other. And there's a story where Ixhel, in first person, she is a zombie. She's a part of the Borg. She has like been assimilated. She has been completed. And she expresses how like she's talking to like individuals that are less completed, individuals that have more fleshy components, individuals that like they still have a heart and lungs and throat and brain, but all of their limbs have turned into metal kind of deal. And they express a desire to live. When Phyrexian sentiment, much in being like the Borg or being zombies, is like, if it would be more efficient for Phyrexia if your parts were repurposed, it is expected you will walk into a furnace to be melted down and slag to make more machines. And Ixhel found like multiple dudes, multiple creatures that like wanted to live. And she found that so odd. And so she has to kill a guy who's like, basically his whole thing is he made contracts with these individuals that are kind of fleshling, these aspirants that are partially completed but not entirely. And he was basically saying like, hey, serve me under Phyrexia, and I will allow you to keep your fleshy components. I will protect you and your fleshy components. And so a bunch of people were coming to this guy, and he was basically forming his own faction within Phyrexia. And so Ixhel had to go kill him. Ixhel kills him. And then she gets this weird feeling where she wants to make something. And so she takes him, his corpse, and makes a new entity. And Atraxa is disgusted by this, like, ugh, gross, destroy it. And Ixhel refuses to destroy it and instead, like, sends him off, right? Sends him off to go do his own thing. New commander just dropped, the Festering Hive or whatever, right? And so I'm so surprised by this because what they set up is they set up like a hive mind. They set up like the Borg, they set up the zombies, and then Atraxa kind of has her own desires and her own like biases and expresses like a cold sort of affection towards Ixhel as her creation, and then is disgusted with what Ixhel made, despite also being loyal to Phyrexia. And then Ixhel is like, feels odd thing, like feels emotions, has autonomy, makes decisions that go against her creator. And so it's like, I mean, it might get weaker from the top down, but that wouldn't make sense because then like Elish Norn, who is the leader of all of Phyrexia, would not have the ego that could be exploited to be defeated. Right? Elish Norn is your classic megalomaniacal like villain who like wants to control the entire multiverse, bring everyone under the perfection of completion kind of deal. And she is basically just like, if Elish Norn as a character was not completed, I do not think that would have any impact on who she was, what she did, or anything like that. If instead of completion, it was Elish Norn as she exists, same character, same motivations, same actions, but instead of completion, she has mind control, then I don't think anything would change. Elish Norn functionally is not completed. Like, yes, she is literally like made of porcelain and cables and whatever, but like mentally, she's like a person, right? She has autonomy and desires and flaws and whatever. And so I found it really weird that the Phyrexians pretty continuously are purported to be like mindless automata, and the lower level ones often are. So you'd almost think it was like a Necron thing, where in 40k, the Necrons have this thing with biotransference where the lower level peons, like the citizens, like the warriors and all of them, they have their minds completely erased. They are just robots. They're just like, they walk forward, they shoot you, they obey orders. Then the nobles, the nobility, they retained their consciousness, but to limited extents. And so like they might be this, like they might have consciousness and autonomy, but they might be really hyper focused on one aspect of their life from before biotransference. The only thing that got retained from their previous life was them wanting to archive stuff, was them wanting to see the future, was them wanting to master like stormbending or whatever. And then Zarek, the Silent King, retained his full consciousness, did not lose anything because he's at the top. And so you would think it would be something like that, but like even down to like the creation of the leadership still had autonomy. And then someone else brought up Urabrask, where I'm not going to bring up Urabrask because that's not really relevant here. Like, I mean, it is kind of relevant. So Urabrask was the red praetor. And in Magic the Gathering, red is the color of passion and individuality and like spirit, essence, instinct. And so Urabrask, by being a Phyrexian, wants to complete everyone. But Urabrask, being red aligned, values independence. And so he is actually occupies a very interesting niche of, he is a part of the orphan crushing machine, but likes it when orphans grow up. So he has this like weird double think of, I want to put the orphans in the orphan crushing machine, but only if they accept it. And so he does this weird thing where even though there are like uncompleted non-Phyrexians on the same plane, on the same planet, Urabrask, despite being able to just like wipe them out easily, by valuing and respecting their autonomy and independence, he just kind of like says, leave them be. He ignores them. He says, oh, I know that there's a bunch of Mirren rebels like over the ledge, like in that cave over there. Leave them be. If they don't come out here, we don't go in there. Because he respects their autonomy as individuals by being red aligned, despite also being like, no, they will come around. Eventually they will want to join Phyrexia. And then he ends up betraying the other praetors. And from what I didn't follow the storyline. I didn't follow the storyline. I was playing during the time, like on Arena. So I was like getting cards and whatever, but I didn't follow the storyline. I've heard that the wrapping up of the Phyrexian saga was like a huge flop. I heard that it was really a letdown. They did pull them apart, but like Legos, and they did what's the card? It's not I'm thinking Anguished Unmaking, but that's Sorin Unmaking, not Atraxa. What's her name? What's the angel? Avacyn. There's a literal like black magic card, which is like, it's 2 black, 4 neutral, and you exile a creature and proliferate. I know this because I play Proliferate with a black splash, and I considered including that card, and it's just not good. It is just not good enough. Anyway, if you want art of him, here's Urabrask. I'm trying to find the card, but they literally like made a card where it's like killing Urabrask, and it's like shows him being like torn apart limb by limb. No, so not Elspeth, it was Avacyn. Urabrask was set up to do cool stuff, but no. Like honestly, okay, call me crazy. Also, someone said old Phyrexians were all extensions of the Yawgmoth in Mirrodin besieged because Mirrodins were naturally already partially metal. They reacted weird, and the new Phyrexians are independent. Yeah, so I'm talking independent of that. Old Phyrexians were almost always black aligned because old Phyrexians were just like metal zombies, right? Old Phyrexians were metal zombies under Yawgmoth. Yawgmoth got like defeated, banished, whatever. And then from Mirrodin, Karn brought back oil accidentally. Introduced oil to Mirrodin. The new Phyrexians spread. Under the 5 suns, they each were not corrupted, but they were like grown under a different color of the sun. So that's why Urabrask got red mana, is because he was under the red sun. Even though he was Phyrexian, he was influenced by red mana, and therefore Valley didn't defend, this kind of deal. These are all just zombies. I'm saying how, like, in stories of the new Phyrexian invasion of the multiverse, I read a story where it was who's the 2 zombie people? The 2 big zombie people from Innistrad? It's Gisela, the Ghoul Caller, and her brother, who's the Stitcher. And I read a short story where it was them putting aside their differences to fight off the Phyrexian invasion. And the Phyrexians were just described as zombies. They were mindless. They felt no fear. They had no tactics. They just surged forward. Giza and Geralf, thank you. Giza and Geralf. I hate the automatic completion within minutes. It takes a lot of horror out of it. Yeah, I prefer when it's a slow build-up. And I think, like, Vraska had that, where Vraska was, like, stabbed, and then she got completed very quickly, and then she, like, completes Jace. And then what I really don't like, what I really, really, really don't like, is they had the whole thing of, like, oh, Jace, and Ajani, and Elspeth, and Nissa, and I don't remember the white aligned character's name, but like they're all completed. Ooh, this is so scary. And then like of the 5 of them, like, or like of like the 6 completed planeswalkers, like 3 of the 6 of them got uncompleted. The Shadows over Innistrad and Eldritch Moon Creeping Horror is good MTG. I mean, honestly, Innistrad just kind of hits. Innistrad, I think, is allowed to go crazy. And so it does, because Innistrad has had like werewolves, vampires, zombies. It had all of the classic like horror movie monsters that are classic to a fantasy setting, but it also had Eldritch Moon. What the frick? Tentacle. Emrakul and the Eldrazi, which was like Cthulhu horror. And so Innistrad is allowed to go stupid with it. It was like in Galactica when everyone is a sleeper agent. Innistrad was made top-down where flavor was the most important thing first and foremost. Yeah, so the thing with Innistrad is that Innistrad as a plane sucks. And that's the charm of it. Like nothing is good in Innistrad. And so every like story revolving around it sucks. In like the best way, like not in a low quality way, but in a like a 40k way, right? It's a downer. And that is something that in Magic is rare. Because much like in something like 40k, in Magic, oftentimes, not entirely, because obviously the game has been going on for like 35 years at this point, and also like different writers take over. But ultimately, Magic does the same thing that a lot of long-running series do, which is status quo is king. They're never going to take Jace out of circulation, because Jace is the face of blue. And I would say probably the single most popular Planeswalker. I know Chandra's up there, and I know Teferi is pushed a lot, but I like, to me, when I think Planeswalkers, I think Jace, right? And I don't even say that as someone like that owns any Jace copies, or someone that like played against a Jace and got scarred by it. Like Jace just feels to me like the poster child of Planeswalkers for Magic. So like, of course, they're never going to remove Jace. But in Innistrad, like, they killed Avacyn. Avacyn had like multiple different arcs. Sorin has been able to be explored in multiple different ways. And I think Sorin is kind of like, yeah, he's cool, but do we really need like 7 different Sorins, all of which do very similar things to one another? Because when you're a vampire, all you're allowed to do is life gain, destroy creatures, create vampires. I think like one of his like creates food tokens. One of his like takes over the enemy turn. But like mostly it's just destroy creatures, life gain, create vampires. You'd argue Jace is the mascot of MTG itself. I wasn't gonna go that far because I didn't know if that was the case. But like when I think, oh, name one Magic character, I would name Jace. I definitely think Chandra's up there. I think Chandra literally has more planeswalkers, like more cards depicting her than Jace does. And I've heard that Teferi, the blue white like time bending dude, he has been like pushed recently, is what I'm aware of. Oh, Chandra's the backup. That seems more like Nico Bolas. I'd say Nico Bolas is like, okay, name a villain from MTG. I would say Nico Bolas. I'd say Phyrexians as a whole. Emrakul with the Eldrazi. Like maybe the Slivers, but no, like if you have to think about it, definitely not. Like I would say in terms of like the big threat to Magic, Nico Bolas, Phyrexians, and Eldrazi would be my three. Tezzeret? Who's Tezzeret? Like obviously it sounds familiar. Tezzeret. Yeah, so I definitely have like seen this character before. I don't know who this is. Like I don't know who Tezzeret is. He works under Bolas for most of his story. Got it. Yeah, I actually don't know much about Nico Bolas. All I know is that Nico Bolas sucks. Tezzeret is Starscream. Oh my gosh. Jace is insufferable because he was a light Yagami, Levels of Pride, and all according to Kaikaku. Yeah, so I mostly know him from the OP cards in game. The issue with Jace is that, yeah, like light Yagami, a lot of his wow, he's so cool comes down to, okay, so I don't know how to write a convincing illusion, so I'm just gonna write a contrivance and say it was an illusion that Jace cooked up and like entered his mind palace before this fight, and he's actually so smart that he could plan for all of this and knew how to do exactly what your illusion was, and it doesn't matter that you have anti-illusion magic, it's because his illusion magic is so different and so cool that it can overcome your anti-illusion magic. Like that feels like what Jace does. And again, I don't know Jace that well. What the frick? Why do I hear massive banging noises outside? I'm gonna make sure I'm sorry, I've been traumatized. I'm worried my car is getting towed. Okay, good news. My car is not getting towed. For those of you who don't know, like a week after moving here, like within a week of moving to this place, my car got towed and I had to pay like $800 to get it back. And so I have been like, listen, my cortisol levels never been more mid. Like they've never gone down to like zero, because every time I park anywhere, I'm worried I'm gonna get towed again. Yeah, I had to pay $800 to get my car back. Nico Bolas, or in Portuguese, Nico Balls. I don't know how to write smart people, so I will make everyone around them buffoons. So I maintain I'm not a fan of how Light is written in Death Note, because in Death Note, Light just says something will happen and then it happens. Or more drastically, I'm so sorry about my handwriting, or worse, something happens and then he goes, all according to plan. That's poor writing. I am of the opinion that if you have a plan in action, the audience should be able to guess what it is. Now, it doesn't need to be likely. It doesn't need to be signposted. It doesn't need to be explained. But the audience should have a chance If they are actually clever, if they actually know like the rules of the world or whatever, if they were paying attention, they should be able to know what will happen. And Light doesn't do that. However, Death Note gets a pass from me, because all of this is with the context that L does literally the exact same thing. And like, yes, that just means that the mangaka probably doesn't know how to write smart people. At least not to the extent of like Light and L smart people. Like, I'm not going to say that they're dumb or anything, but like, they don't know how to write like a super genius level intelligence, which, to be fair, who does? The fact that Light and L, two sides of the same conflict, both do the all according to plan. I actually accounted for this. Now, when I do this, this person's going to react exactly how I want them to. And then they do. Like, when both sides are doing that, it's not cheating. Because both sides are cheating. Both sides have plot armor. Both sides have, oh, if I say it, it will happen. It's playground fighting rules, where I have super armor. Well, actually, I have super armor piercing weapon, and then actually I have a shield that blocks super armor piercing weapons, and like just back and forth, and like it cancels each other out, and it becomes fun again. Yeah, they're both stupid in the same direction, so they both know what will happen next. Exactly, and so it's not unfun to watch. What would be very unfun to watch is what a lot of shows do, where they have a Light Yagami. They have a character who, all according to Kaikaku. Kaikaku means plan. And then they don't have any opposition that's actually like worthwhile. They don't have any trials or tribulations to overcome. So it's just a author or mangaka or comic or whatever creating a character that's basically a self-insert fantasy. Look at how smart I am. Right? Writers who act like it's the emotional journey that matters, not the mystery. Like, maybe, but no. You're writing a mystery and said, how did this happen? Give me a satisfying setup and end. I don't know if I agree with that entirely, because I do think that there is a time and place for how did this happen? But I definitely think that a mystery is not it. I feel as though if you enter, it's about expectations, right? It's about expectations. If I set up a story with, oh my gosh, someone shot Pig Knight. Pig Knight, I want you to like go, and like pretend that you got shot. If I go, someone shot Pig Knight. Sorry, stream delay. Let my paid actor come along. Pig Knight. Pig Knight, I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you. Pig Knight, not yes, that's the opposite reaction. I've been abandoned. I've been left behind. I've been left behind by the one I thought I could trust. Fine, I'll try this with someone else. Chimera. Chimera. Oh no, look out, Chimera. Someone's gonna shoot you. And now we wait for stream delay. See, thank you. So now Chimera, oh no, someone shot Chimera. If the story doesn't go through and address who shot Chimera, you're going to say, wow, this story sucks. However, if during the course of the game, if during the course of the movie, the actual premise is like, how are we going to heist this bank? And then at the end of the second act, right before the heist is about to activate, Yixris, look out! Who shot Yixris? That's something where no one really... Like, Yixris's killer being found is less important to the story because it's at the 2/3 part. It's a beat within the story. It is not a larger component of the actual mystery. Yeah, so like Yixris just didn't show up. What happened to Yixris? Who killed Yixris? We don't know. And so that's like less important to the story than the emotional weight of like, can we heist this bank? Because the expectations you set up is this is a heist, not a mystery about Yixris. Whereas with Chimera, this is a mystery about Chimera. We want to know who killed Chimera. And similarly, if while we're investigating Chimera, Alza, look out! Right behind you, Alza! No, you're a community artist! No! Alza. If during the time of Chimera being dead and we're investigating Chimera, Alza also dies, we want to know what happened to Alza. Because the same question is translatable across characters. But with heisting this bank, we don't care about Yggdrasil as we care about the bank, right? We don't have the investment of, can we solve this mystery, to the same extent that we have, can we heist this bank? Meanwhile, if we have, can we figure out who killed Chimera, we probably have a similar investment of, can we figure out who killed Alza? Really, Alza? Really? You're gonna go out on delete my search history of all things? Try not to get murdered in an arrow chat challenge impossible. Listen, this is supposed to be the safe chat. For those of you who don't know, over on Twitch, which I stream on Saturdays, I have a command. I have a channel point redeem where you, as a viewer, can spend 1 channel point and you get like 10 every 10 minutes to ban a random chatter, and a little gunshot goes out. And this might be like Till, it might be Lag, it might be Monty, it might be you, it might be me, it might be the auto mod bot that we have. Like, it's just completely random. And so you can also take someone out back and like signal someone out and take them out back and like, oh no, they self-terminated by 3 shots to the back of the head. How sad. Like, you could do that because over there, you're a mafia. In YouTube chat, you're a cult. And apparently I am the idol of adoration for this cult. So I guess it only makes sense that you would sacrifice yourselves in my name. Speaking of cult and sacrifice, hey, let's finally talk Conan the Barbarian. Because a core part of Conan the Barbarian, 1982, is that the main villains are cultists. It is a D&D style, like, death cult. Hey, I'm back. Why is there a bunch of dead guys and why does one look like me? I think in Slime Reincarnation, the guy literally dies and says the wipe is a hard drive. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm ready. How do I run a game like a real barbarian would? Huzzah! The chart from movies to Conan can be completed. Yes! So, Conan Barbarian. I recently watched this for the first time. I actually had an awesome time. I was not expecting to enjoy it nearly as much as I did. It was a fantastic movie. That's such an excellent transition. Thank you. Oh man, and the way it nails the way cult functions around cult leaders. Yes! So okay. Who here has not seen Conan the Barbarian? Who here knows nothing about Conan the Barbarian? Who here is very confused why I, Arrow Writes, in the year of our Lord, 2026, would bring up a movie from 1982? It's pure 80s fantasy cheese. It's so campy. It's so good. Know the name and that's it. I've seen clips of Arnold and that's it. Me, I forgot about it. I've only seen it once. I haven't seen it. Okay, so. It's sword and sorcery. Conan the Barbarian is a D&D story. Let me explain. In Conan the Barbarian, it starts off with Conan as a young child in a village. What do you know? The village gets raided, gets attacked, and the leader of this like raiding party has this really weird helmet, and it looks like it is 2 snakes that are like trying to smooch one another, right? So like these are snakes and they're like pointed towards each other. And like Conan's father dies and like he kills his mom. And then like Conan and all the other children of the village are taken into indentured servitude. And I didn't know this until I looked it up after the fact. I didn't know this until I like literally last night in looking up like Conan the Barbarian poster. They get taken to something called the Wheel of Pain. I don't know why. And I only learned by looking it up after the fact that it is a grain mill. And I want to show you this. Conan the Barbarian, Wheel of Pain. Oh my gosh, this is so little. It's so little! My gosh. This is a GIF, so I can't post that. This is also little. All of these are so little. This is poorly... Why can I not find a single good image of it? Okay. Here we go. So, what they do, they have the children. They stand here. And they push the wheel in a circle. How long? I'm going to ask you an honest question. So Conan, all the other kids, they're taken here. They push this around. They spin this giant grain mill around. It's not explained in the story. It's not explained in the movie what this is, why they're doing it, for what purpose. How long is Conan doing this for? And I learned this by reading the wiki last night. All of the kids are basically taken here. They do this grain mill, and then they're bought by other individuals to go off and like be indentured servants. And so over time, like more of them leave and are gone and are taken away. And so this is basically just like something for them to do while they're while they're waiting to be bought. And Conan is the last one bought. And Conan, Pig Knight got it in 20 years. He goes 20 years of doing non-stop every single day, all day, every day, spinning this grain wheel round and round. And that is the canonical explanation as to why he looks like this. That is canonically, like literally spinning around 20 years non-stop is the canonical explanation as to how Conan the Barbarian looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like one push man, exactly. Like, and I can't communicate how ridiculous that is. Outside of the logistical concerns, why wasn't he bought earlier? Why were they doing this? After he's bought, the mill gets shut down. The Wheel of Pain gets shut down. Why didn't they just add more, like, children? If they had more children to add. Why was he there 20 years? How did he get this strong? What were they feeding him? What steroids did they give him? Was it in the eggs? Like what the frick? It doesn't show the irrigation canals just off screen and him eating like 3K calories a day. That's what I'm saying is like, I can respect the fact that like pushing that wheel, particularly once it's like, it's just him or just him and one other person. Like at that point, that is probably a full body workout that if you're doing for maybe, call it 10 minutes a day for like 6 months, yeah, you'd get so jacked. Like you get so jacked from that, but only if you're eating properly, only if you're resting properly, only if you're treated properly. And so like, that's wild to me. Anyway, after that, he's bought by a dude, put in a gladiator pit. He spends an indeterminate amount of time in gladiator pits, gets better at combat, killing people, fighting, all of that stuff. So that's like his training montage. And then he's sold again, or sorry, yes, no, I think that he's still owned by the same guy. The same guy brings him out east and has him train under Eastern sword masters, who also teach him how to like read and write. They teach him what philosophy is. Basically they educate him. They educate him not just in the blade, but also in like actual education. This is like canonically, this is the first time he shebangs a woman, and it is with an audience of like 20 people all watching, and it's really weird. And so he learns a whole bunch of stuff until his master frees him. And like in the dead of the night, like releases his shackles and like, hey, run off, go be free. And then Conan runs off, is chased by wolves, falls down into like this cave. And in the cave is like the burial mound of this hero that was talked about or presumably of this hero that was talked about in the prologue of the movie. And steel is constantly talked about as this like mythical thing, as this big thing. Like Conan's father's sword was steel. That's why their village was raided. And he finds a steel sword and he knocks off the rust and he takes this sword and now he kills a bunch of wolves. And then he like finds a friend and goes off and like does a bunch of adventures. So that's like the premise of Conan the Barbarian. It is classic, like, oh, that's all backstory stuff, and then they actually start the adventure. The Riddle of Iron, yes. It's implied that the dude that buys him is the same red-haired kid that chained him to the wheel. Huh. Weird. To be honest, to get in that shape, he didn't have a bad life. If he didn't eat food, I'm assuming he wasn't fed like 2 whole chickens a day. Suddenly reminded Robert E. Howard, the Conan author, of all people, felt the need to take H.P. Lovecraft aside and tell him to tone down their face. Which, like, the Conan series was written in the 30s. Like, and this was a movie from the 80s. Stuff like Orientalism, stuff like the exoticization of, oh, this warrior savage, this noble savage from the north brought down and studied under the Eastern sword masters in the way of a more disciplined like code of conduct. That's all kind of, I don't like the term product of its time, but it's definitely like, it feels very 30s. But the fact that like the author's just like, listen, Lovecraft, bro, chill. The shadow over Innsmouth was a metaphor for finding out you. No, it was I thought it was like 1/8 Welsh, because he found out he was very like partially Welsh, and he was I'm a monster. Yeah. Lovecraft was exceptionally bigoted even for his time, and like other contemporary people, like in the same way that like Woodrow Wilson, like one of the presidents of the United States, was like notably discriminatory and bigoted for his time, was like crazy. Conan studied glorious Nippon steel. Oh my gosh. It has to actually be folded 100 times. And that makes it so much stronger. No, they had lower quality steel. That's why they folded so many times. Like, swords are swords. You silly. Anyway, so the big thrust of Conan, is that Conan Seodai? Seodai? What's his name? Subotai. I actually didn't hear his name in the movie, and then they kept referring to him, but I could never understand his name. And then he had a love interest, Valeria. And I'm gonna show you the poster of this movie. I'm gonna show you the poster of Conan the Barbarian. And I want to point something out. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. I want to point out something about the poster of this movie. This is classic 80s action movie poster. He is named Conan the Barbarian. What is his main role? So he has Subotai, he has Valeria, and he is Conan the Barbarian. What is his main role in the party? You just call him Sub. Oh my gosh. Conan T Barbarian. The T stands for the. Yeah, no, Subotai was an absolute ride or die homie. See, Licorice gets it. He's a thief. Like, Conan, and I knew this going into the movie, even though he's called Conan the Barbarian, even though he looks like a classic barbarian, he acts more like a thief. And so, despite the fact he's a capable swordsman, Valeria is closer to like the fighter, right? Subotai is their archer, and Conan is a thief. And so their first mission together, and it's actually how they meet Valeria, because Conan is like with Subotai, they're going around, they're asking people, hey, do you know like the symbol of the two snakes, like looking at each other, going around asking questions to a bunch of different villages, and then it's revealed that, oh, cropping up around, there are these towers under Thule Doom. And this is a snake cult that has arisen. And it's bigger than all the other snake cults. And they're just like causing problems for everyone. So they go to basically investigate this tower. And their first mission as a party, where they meet Valeria and Valeria like joins up with them, it's a heist. And this is probably my favorite scene from the movie, like my favorite sequence from the movie. The heist of the Tower of the Snake is so fun, and it's actually really tense, because what it is that they heist into the area, and they actually so let me Tower of the Snake. So it looks like this, right? Not ominous at all. They climb up the side of it, go up top, and from there's a hole on the top with ropes that go down the entire thing on the inside. And like level by level, they descend, and then they see a bunch of cultists, all with candles and like in robes, chanting, like going out to do a ritual. And so Conan and Subutai continue down, whereas Valeria like jumps one of the cultists and takes her place. And so Conan and Subutai go down, and they see like a bunch of bones, they see a bunch of dead bodies, and then they hit the bottom. And at the very bottom, there is this statue that has this glowing red gem called the Eye of the Serpent on it. And wrapped around it is a very lifelike snake statue. And so they go forward, and they're like taking treasures or whatever. There's treasures down there. Like, oh, like literally like one floor above them with an open floor is the ritual that they're like hidden underneath. And so they're like silent as they're moving around. Like Conan grabs the Eye of the Serpent, and then it turns out that the giant lifelike snake statue was actually just a giant snake. And so they fight this giant snake, and you can see like up here, like on this ledge up here, the ritual is happening. There's like the leader of the cult and a bunch of cultists and like a sacrifice that's about to like cast herself down. They are all up here, like 10 feet above them, like 3 meters above them. And so they are silently fighting this snake, trying to kill it. And it's like, it's cutting between them fighting it and like Valeria following the ritual and the ritual actually going on. And the entire thing just has like this Gregorian chant over it. The entire thing just has this entire sequence where the fight is happening, the ritual's happening, but there's no dialogue. There's no like fight sounds even. It's just the sound of like him like stabbing the sword up through the jaw of the snake into its mouth to like shut its mouth. And then Subutai is firing arrows at it to try and like pin it to the wall. And then he chops off its head. And then like it's a silent fight after they like take the Eye of the Serpent. And the big thing is that down here, they find an amulet that has the same symbol. That kind of like inverse Omega symbol that has like the two snake heads like trying to smooch each other. And so he's like, this is it. This is the snake cult. This is like the ones that killed my family. And then like the sacrifice jumps down into the snake pit, presumably to let the snake eat her. She like breaks her leg and she's like, ow! And then everyone looks down because they expected the snake to just eat her. And then they see the snake is dead, decapitated. And then it's like, blah, 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 blah. And then they start trying to fight them. And then the big bad Thule Doom, the guy that had the snake helmet before, is like, kill them, catch them, kind of deal. And so boom. None of this was Conan saying, I want to take on the snake cult because they are the ones that killed my parents. Like, yes, he was investigating. But the tower was ultimately just like a thing in the world. Oh, yeah, I thought it was a subordinate, but then someone's called him Thule Doom. It was a subordinate, and they're like, kill him, blah, 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 blah. And so the tower was just kind of a thing in the world. And by Conan pursuing his backstory, he investigated an aspect of the world. And so the GM incorporated that into Conan's backstory, or rather the backstory into that. So like the snake cults are kind of generic. And this one tower is belonging to a snake cult. And Conan thought, wait a second, what if this is related to the snake cult that killed my parents? It might not be, but I'm going to check it out anyway. I'm going to thief it because I'm a thief. And so even though he's a barbarian, he goes off and does thief stuff, checks it out. The GM says, yeah, it is related. And so this is something I want to impress upon you. Despite the fact that, yes, this is literally like a screenplay. Yes, this is literally like written. This is not collaborative or whatever. This is a great example of how you can do collaborative storytelling very well. Conan was self-directed. Conan said, I want to do X. I want to find the snake cult that killed my parents. I want revenge on the guy that killed my parents. And so he investigates. He's not given a lead on what he wanted, but he pursues it. In part because he thinks it might lead to information on that, but also because as a player, Arnold, the player of Conan, recognizes that his backstory will come. And so he goes along with what he is given. And by doing so, he finds more information on his backstory. It is not a situation where the first quest that happens is that you find information on the cult that killed your parents. They are allowed to investigate, wander, have adventures that nevertheless tie in to what they're looking for. You feel like Arnold would love D&D? I mean, probably. Okay, but if they didn't go to the tower, the cult and the snake pit would have hidden under the tavern. The trick is you got to put the set piece wherever the players go and make a person. Exactly, and that's what I'm getting at. And the thing with this entire movie is a couple of things actually. First off, the quiet scenes. Some of my favorite scenes were actually the really quiet scenes. The first camp with Conan and Subotai. So Conan killed the wolves. He's going out. He's looking around. Finds this dude chained to a wall, chained to a stone. And he's just like, who are you? And the man goes, I am Subotai, of the something clan. Archer and thief. And, but I possess honor. And then Conan goes, what are you doing here? And Subotai goes, dinner for wolves. And so Conan frees him, and then like they go off together. And then the next scene is them in a campfire. What is the conversation they have at the campfire? They just met. They don't know anything about each other. They know each other's names, and that's about it. What is the conversation they talk about? My god could beat your god in a fight. Conan is describing how his god Crom, the god of like steel and warriors that like is like patron of his village or whatever, is like the strongest of all of the strong, and like how he resides atop the top of a mountain that no man can climb. And then Subotai is like, well, my god is the entire sky. And I don't know about you, but the sky, last time I checked, the sky is above the mountains, and so clearly my god is above yours. And then they're like bantering about like which god could beat each other in a fight, right? Conan is a cleric of Crom and a thug rogue multiclass. I wouldn't say he's a cleric of Crom, because the closest he does is he prays to Crom before the final fight and literally says, I've never prayed to you before. I would say he's closer to a paladin, if anything. But I do think that he's more like a barbarian rogue multiclass, which is a valid multiclass in 5e. That sounds so funny. Yeah, it is funny. And that's why, like, legitimately, that was really surprising. Because Subotai, I just met you. Please tell me more about yourself. Well, back when I was a boy, my father taught me archery, and that's my only connection to him after he was slain by bandits back when I was but a wee lad, and then I was put into indentured servitude. And then Conan's like, I was also put in indentured servitude. We can trauma bond now. Oh my gosh. Like, that's a way to do it. And that's what I think most people do. But think about your character for a second. What interests your character in a TTRPG? Your Lancer character, your D&D character, your Drawsteel character, your Wild Sea character. What interests them? And what of your character's interests aligns with an interest of the other character you're talking to? Is it theology? My god could beat your god in a fight. My god is kinder than your god. Blah, 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 blah. Is it shipbuilding? Oh, well, back when I was a pirate. Oh, you were a pirate? I was a privateer. Oh, so you were a sellout. Well, no, I acted with honor while you were lawless. And then boom, banter back and forth, you have connection. The big thing here is they had connections that they immediately explored that was authentic to the characters. It wasn't, I like fighting. I like, I like eating like unseasoned like meat because we're out on the road and we're barbarians, so that's all we get to eat. It was things that were important to the characters, but both of them found it important, right? Not the kind of shipbuilding I thought. I mean, it would be funny to have two characters talk about shipbuilding, where one of them is talking about being a shipwright, and one of them is talking about like being pro-ship. You need to pray for help. Weak, you'll be hindered instead. That's hilarious. Fantasy theology beef is one of my favorite types of character comedy, second only to magic methodology rivalries. Fey touch sugar baby, out of touch elitist nerd. He spent a day casting buffs before the fight, peak 3.5 energy. No, literally. And that's something else I want to talk about. So the quiet moments. You have Subutai and Conan. That's the big one that comes to mind. That's where I was like, wow, this is like actually really good, because that's all they talk about. It's like a 45-second scene, or maybe like a minute and a half long scene of them just arguing about their gods. And there's like 30 seconds of silence before and after it. The movie is very quiet. Something that like I've heard legitimately as a critique that I didn't really get until I like watched this movie, and I was like, oh yeah, like I've seen this before in other like 80s and 90s and or more 80s and 70s movies. Silence. Just not saying anything. Just quiet. And it was definitely odd at some point, but it's definitely like a circumstance where silence can say a lot. And this isn't really TTRPG advice. This is more so like screenwriting advice. This is more like writing advice. You don't need dialogue all the time. Now, a lot of time dialogue helps, but I like the movie was funny enough that I enjoyed the movie without lots of dialogue. Subutai was charming enough. I liked Subutai. I didn't really care about Valeria. Honestly, Conan was pretty boring. Like, he had a couple moments, but generally speaking, for a main character, he was very like stoic action hero, doesn't say much, is super cool, and that doesn't really connect with me. Subutai got the most of the ability to actually like communicate and talk, and even then he just wasn't in the story that much. But like at one point, spoilers, Valeria dies. Conan falls in love with her. They have like a fling. They have a lover thing, and she dies, and he like puts her on a pyre, and Subutai's crying, and a guy who's with them, like the narrator of the story, who is like a wizard, he's like, why are you crying? And then Subutai says, he is Conan, he will not cry, so I will cry for him. And like that's such an interesting character beat, and that's such a nice reinforcement of the dynamic they have, right? The concept of Ma, I think it's written like that, is about letting silence be important. Yeah, Ma has been coming up a lot recently in film discourse, writing discourse. I've heard the term Ma thrown around like in the past like 2 years in particular a lot. Like obviously Kurosawa films, master of that. That was like one of the core tenets of a Kurosawa film is Ma. But definitely like I feel as though a lot of modern media has lost that. Hey, Pipe Consola. I get it feeling odd for a high energy 80s action movie, but like gosh, so many shows and movies that beg for just a little bit of silence and space to breathe. And that's why I made like the fixed TTRPG role-playing video. The one about Kane. That's why I made that. It's basically exploring letting it breathe. And this was just such a good example of that. With just like, hey, my god could beat up your god. I'm gonna drink some water. I said some water, and I think I just drank like 200 milliliters. The maw from the Neolithic? Yes. I called it out at the time, but I didn't have maw in my vocabulary. Samurai Jack finale was in desperate need of it. Because particularly Samurai Jack, I never watched it. My understanding is it was very like Kurosawa inspired. It was very like silence, not saying much. I watched the 2003 Clone Wars by the same guy, same director, same writer maybe. Very similar, where it's like a lot of it was silence, and that was an instance where I actually didn't like it. That was an instance where I wasn't a huge fan of the 2003 series. I liked it, but I didn't like it that much because just the short form focus on silence and cool action sequences isn't really to my taste. Jendi Tartakovsky, thank you. Jack rarely talked. He was called Jack because he never gave his name. That's funny. Arrow, drink between your tangents. That's what I'm doing. So the reason I like the Conan one so much, and there was actually another scene where at the very end we were talking about preparation. I'll get to that in a moment. They're preparing for the big final fight, and they're like literally like sharpening like wood into spears that they can drive into the ground like spikes. Subutai and Conan are talking. And Conan brings up how like he misses back at his village, like the smell of the spring air and the feeling of grass under his hands, and he's just basically like reminiscing. And asks Subutai, like, do you have anything like that where you came from? And Subutai's like, no, like I don't really have that, and I don't think that's for us anymore. I don't think we are the sort of men that would have that. And so, that was the extended edition? I didn't realize. Nice. And so we didn't really have that. And I don't think I'll ever have that. We're just not the sort of men that have that. And then Conan basically is asking him like, hey, well, like, I can't remember. I think he was basically asking like, would you want anything different? Would you do like, would you prefer to leave now and not do this final fight? And then Subutai is like, well, if I left, I'd just come back and I'd have worse company. And then they share a laugh over that as they continue preparing. And it's just another moment where they're just like, I'm just thinking of how applicable that would be in a TTRPG game, particularly like a D&D game. We're on watch together, and instead of being like, so you hate elves and I'm an elf, that's crazy, and like the kind of awkward like stutter, like it is I think in large part the average D&D player not being very good at small talk, and so their character isn't good at small talk as a result, even if they're a very charismatic character. Skip the small talk. Don't do small talk in a TTRPG, because I don't care how the weather is in this fictional game. I care about how my god can beat up your god. I care about how you miss the way that the wind carried the sense of the grass back in your home village, and how, no, I don't have anything like that. Like, that's the kind of stuff that is interesting campfire talk, right? That's the kind of stuff that is, when it's like, oh, we have two people on watch, let's like have a little chat. That's the kind of stuff you can talk about. But one of the other things I want to talk about is the prep they do. Oh my gosh, they do so much prep in this movie. I loved it. Before the before the raid of the temple. Not the Tower of the Serpent, but like the raid of like the temple, where like properly like Doom is with his cult and his lieutenants are there. He had lieutenants. Doom had 2 lieutenants that were like recurring villains that like they showed up in the prologue. They had like special, like one had like a 2-handed axe, one had a giant hammer, and like they showed up consistently. They were like the right and left hand of Doom. I don't remember their names. I don't think they were given names, but like there was more than just one dude in the cult. the cult had like more members. Like the cult had Doom. It had the two guys that were his right and left hand that each showed up like 3 times. It had the one guy that was the leader of the Tower of the Serpent. It had the daughter of King Osric, who was like seduced by the cult and like joined it like basically as an FU dad. Like it had mini boss. Exactly. The cult had mini bosses. They didn't need names. They were lieutenants. This is a D&D fight. We have the big bad who's a caster. And so he needs bodyguards. And so he's like a, I don't know, let's say this was just for the sake of simplicity, level 5 party. We had a level 6 or like a CR 6 enchantment wizard. Like, ooh, he can charm you. He can cast illusion. He can turn himself into a snake, and he can alter his arrow into being a snake by saying seek. But he also had like 2 CR3 bodyguards. In addition to the many like CR like 1/4 guards, right? So the CR 1/4 guards, they're all just like, blah, like one hit and they're done. But then the bodyguards, they give Conan a run for his money. The bodyguards can effectively fight against the heroes, even if ultimately they're not a threat. But the enchantment wizard, he's fragile. He needs protection. So he can entrance you. He can escape by turning into a snake. He can shoot you from afar with a bow and arrow, right? Yeah, he could cast sticks to snakes. So he like, and this is just good TTRPG design. You have chaff, you have like elites, and then you have the main boss. If you know Lancer, grunt, elite, veteran, or grunt, normal, veteran, even. Like this is just like the sort of thing you can do. And it's just, I'm beyond shocked at how I knew like old head TTRPG nerds, particularly AD&D, OD&D 2nd edition, love Conan. I did not realize that Conan was actually like foundational to like pre-modern like 80s into the 90s D&D culture, right? Right? So like these are grunts, these are like elites, and this is not an ultra, but like this is a veteran. And that's why I'm using TTRPG terms, is to give different forms of reference. And I'm using a movie to highlight how this can be used narratively. And so like, remember, these guys don't have names, but they look like one of these guys had a mustache that, even though I didn't know his name, even though he didn't use a weapon in the first raid that I saw, although I think he did, he was present in the first scene of the movie. I saw his mustache, and then I saw him in the cult, and I'm like, oh, it's a mustache dude. And then I saw the main guy, who, with him, the big thing was his eyes. For me, I didn't recognize the face as well, but I recognized the eyes. Like, he had piercing eyes, and like a lot of attention was drawn to his eyes in that prologue. And then later on, you see his eyes again, and you're like, oh, it's the guy, it's the dude. And so like, recognizability makes you care. Even if you don't know their names, even if they didn't do anything like obviously the bodyguards participated in the raid that killed Conan's family, so he still hates them, but it's not like to the same extent as the leader. You love finding out why things are popular for a reason. Yes, I love it when like popular things are good. I know a lot of, and this is so silly. This is so silly. A lot of people wish popular things are bad, so that they can feel justified in not having liked it this whole time. I've certainly done that before. But I'm so excited whenever I find something popular that's good, and then suddenly I'm like, wow, awesome. Like, Conan is obviously the example that I'm talking about right now. But for instance, what's a recent thing I just started getting into, or that I just like learned about and that I'm not thinking of? There are 2 dudes in Who Am I? Me and my pals just call Fists and Legs actions speak louder than words? Yeah. Sturgeon's law, 90% of everything is bad. I still don't agree with that. Like, I've heard that before. I think that in the creative process, no. I think in the creative process, yes. Yes, 90% of everything should be trashed. A lot of my script writing for videos I make is writing a thing and then being like, changing it, rewriting it. I'll write a full script. I'll be like, and I'll delete a section and then I'll add a bit, and then I'll be like, well, no, like I liked the idea of the section I deleted. I just didn't word it properly. So then I rewrite it, and then I like Control Z, and then I go back to like get the original wording. I'm like, well, the original wording isn't that bad. And then I delete what I replaced it with. And I'm like, no, I deleted it for a reason. Like I see now, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm back and forth. And like, that's a lot of script writing because 90% of stuff is trash. 90% of stuff is bad stuff. Finished products is different. 90% of media produced is not bad. 90% of media produced is not trash. 90% of media produced is not to your taste. 90% of media produced is not something you personally will find interesting. But I would say probably discounting AI, right? Discounting like slop. Probably like 30, maybe 40% of media is going to be trash, is going to be bad, is going to be no good, because that's people who are doing cash grabs. That's people who are earnest but have no skill. Those are people who have no idea what they're doing and are throwing stuff together and didn't double check their work. That's people who are Nepo babies that only got in because of like a family name or something, and who are so powerful or so influential that no one is going to correct them, even though it would make for a better story or memoir or whatever. Like, that's all like, yeah, that's bad. But the vast majority of stuff is just going to be like, you know what? I'm not a big fan of it, but that's okay. It's actually pretty all right. Liking good things and being justified feels much better than being justified over not liking something. Honestly, like, it's so crazy to me. Like positivity is I mean, positivity and negativity are both infectious. And the more positive you are, the more you spread that to other people, the more you kind of herd mentality yourself against negativity. And the more negative you are, the more you spread that to other people, the more you kind of herd mentality yourself against positivity. And that's why positive people tend to be so positive all the time. Negative people tend to be so negative all the time. Yes, there is a matter of like internal locus of control. Yes, there is a matter of like their depression or their manic or their just having a good time in their life, or they're on a really rough time in their life. But a lot of times it's due to the support network they set up. If you are friends with people who are positive about things, you are more likely to be positive about things. If you're friends with people that are negative about things, you're probably more likely to be negative about things. And like, there are exceptions. For instance, I am someone who I try very hard to be positive to others. For instance, with this community, I try very hard to keep negativity off this channel. I will absolutely give my thoughts on something, even if they are negative, but usually I softball it. Usually I'm like, you know, I wasn't the biggest fan of this recent decision that this person made. Oh man, that newest video game, I don't think it was very good. When like in actuality, it was like a like borderline scam kind of deal. Like I tend to softball it because you're not here for negativity. I don't want to spread negativity like that. But also, I have been called a very negative person by people close to me. Because particularly towards myself and this channel and growth and success, I am very negative. I've been very open about how my concerns and my doubts and my insecurities regarding the channel and myself and growth with it. And like, I don't hide that, but I try not to make it anyone's problem, right? And so my friends will be like, you're the most negative person I've ever met. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, no, like when it comes to yourself and like your channel, you're the most negative person I've ever met. You can have the nicest thing happen to you and you will find a way to make it negative. And despite that, I try my best to hope next. I try my best to be positive. Literally, are you sad? Just be happy. And it's one of those things where I don't think you can force it. I think you have to be receptive to it. There are certainly times in my life where, like, I don't want to be sad, but I don't want to be happy, right? You know, like that's just how brain work. That is just sadness of the brain. And no, you're not gonna be happy. If you're resistant to being happy, you're not gonna be happy. If you are resistant to accepting or spreading positivity, you are not gonna be positive. That's how that works. Ego about enjoying something just for being popular is a hindrance. Enjoy it because you enjoy it. Well, so what I'm saying is that not enjoying something because it's popular, being happy that you enjoy something that is popular. So, for instance, if I like Pokemon because it's popular, tourist, poser, whatever you want to call me, that's the kind of vibe we're going for. If I enjoy Pokemon, and then I find out, oh my gosh, Pokemon is super popular, I'm so happy that this thing I love is super popular. I have other people I can play with, I can talk to, I can do whatever. That is different than saying I like it because it's popular. The same thing can be said about like Conan the Barbarian, Amazing Digital Circus, Dungeons and Dragons, The Office. Like I'm just listing random things that are fairly popular. Or, yeah, fairly popular, relatively speaking. You can't force yourself being happy, but you can encourage / influence yourself to be happy. You can. And a lot of it is habit formation. A lot of people, I think, recognize cognitively, but do not grok. They do not emotionally resonate with the fact that negativity is often a habit. If I say, hey, LARPer writes, no! If someone says, hey, I like your hair, and your first instinct is to downplay that compliment and say like, oh no, it's not that great. Why? Why? Genuinely. So, like, if someone says something nice about you and your first instinct is to downplay it, is say no. That's a habit that you've built up. And habits can be broken. Now, it's not easy. It's not fun. And oftentimes it's very uncomfortable. However, habit formation and habit breaking is possible. Whether it is negativity, whether it is going to the gym, whether it is alcoholism, whether it is anything, you can form or break the habit. And that's why you have to be intentional with your decisions for things that are not only addictive, but also things that are reinforcing, self-reinforcing. They have momentum to them. Negativity and positivity are both filled with momentum. They have inertia. If I am positive, when someone compliments me, I am much more likely to be positive the next time someone compliments me. And then I start thinking more positively about myself. And then that means that I have a better opinion of myself and more confidence, which can lead to ego and arrogance. And suddenly I can be a jerk because I'm so positive towards myself. In the same way, negativity, if you downplay and you constantly deny, pivot, remove, suddenly you're just a drain to be around. You're really like just not fun to be around because you make everyone else feel worse. And anytime anyone says something nice about you, you make it like as if they were insulting you. And so both of them can have intense extremes. The more you doubt your potential growth, the more girlfriend we get. Again, I'll say this. The 100K comment, for those of you who don't know, if we hit 100K subscribers by the end of the year, I made a joke that I would run Girlframe. If you don't know what Girlframe is, I made a video on it. I made a review. People are very interested in seeing me run Girlframe. I don't think we're going to hit 100K by the end of the year. A lot of people insist that we will. Which I can see my analytics. I understand that during June we had a massive spike of growth. I don't think that's going to keep up. A lot of people are like, oh wow, yeah, it's all like gravy from here. And my response to that is like, no, that's not how growth works. It goes up and then it goes down and it goes up and it goes down. And as long as the line is going up, that's what matters. As long as it's going up in a substantial way, sustainably, that's what's amazing, right? Don't be toxically positive, but also don't trauma it up. Exactly. Like, you need a healthy medium. And I would go so far as to say that I think that the healthy medium does need both positivity and negativity. Not even just to the extent of like, oh yeah, like you need to have a little bit of like negativity and make positivity better. Like, no, I think that you need to stay humble. I think that also you need to be able to relate to others that are going through negative stuff. I will say, the more positive my perception of myself and confidence I have, the less I find myself relating to people I once related to who have intense struggles. And honestly, like my tolerance for that has diminished over time, which is something that I don't like. I want to have tolerance for the people in my life who are going through tough circumstances, because I went through tough circumstances. And what I needed at that time was patience. I needed someone who would just kind of like, if I was unable to meet with them, they would be like, yeah, sure, that's fine, no worries. And as I'm more confident with myself, I have found myself getting less patient with that in others. And when I'm more negative with myself, I find myself more patient because I can relate to it better. And that's just a simple matter of empathy, where if you've experienced something, it's easier to put yourself in the shoes of someone else. Arrogance, right? No. I was doing registration for a convention and realized I was getting grumpy because I was talking nonsense about this arrogant dentist, but then decided to adopt the mindset of Blunton vibes. And you got praised for being super positive. My hair is insanely messy. I only get hair compliments when I'm not wanting to be perceived. Honestly, like overwhelmingly more than anything else, the thing I get complimented on is my hair. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, you can see my hair right now. Like I like it, but it's not crazy. It's not insane or nothing. So I'm always a bit surprised when people compliment it. I think my understanding, my perception is it is just something where it's easy to compliment. If I say like, hey, I like your hair. Your hair's lovely. I love your hair. I love what you did with your hair. That's a very easy compliment you could say to anyone. But saying like, oh wow, I love your necklace. Oh my gosh, where'd you get those earrings? I love your nails. What'd you do with them? Like those are all specific to the person. So my assumption is that's a little bit of, I don't have much else to compliment. You can't see my replica's hair. That true? I must have nice hair. Nope. Ever watch Excalibur? Which Excalibur? This one? I haven't seen this one. Oh, also, one last thing on Conan. Like, yes, there's obviously more to talk about because if you're new here, I'm a yapper. I talk for like 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours at a time, and I will just keep going. I need to be stopped, is what this is. With Conan, the prep that they do. Oh my gosh, the prep that they do. When they're assaulting the temple, not when they're infiltrating the tower. They paint themselves in like war paint. And I was confused. I'm like, why are they doing this? It was camouflage. They were like camouflaging themselves to break their silhouette on the rock walls behind them. And they were sneaking it because Conan is a thief. They were a party of rogues. And they all snuck into this tower. They all snuck in, crept inside, camouflaged, and then they like interrupted this like weird cult loving session. And then in like the final battle at the burial mound, they spend like an entire day. They spend like 6, 8, 10 minutes of the movie just prepping for this battle. They're setting weapons in different locations that they can grab later. They are putting bows and arrows around, axes. They are sharpening spears and driving them into the ground to make cavalry spikes to prevent cavalry from entering specific areas. They are staying within like these stone monoliths so that Conan is here. And there's spikes here. And there's spikes here. So that they can only attack from one angle. This is so cool. Like more D&D fights need this. More Lancer fights need this. More TTRPG games need this. Where you just have a prep session. Or not even prep session, but like an hour of real time where it's just prepping. Same cis guy, but I got those Mexican genetics, so I got them healthy hair. When I go to bars, drunk girls love my hair. Honestly, everyone has always loved my hair. I don't know what it is. Like even when I was a kid, like I have distinct memories of back when I was in like middle school. I literally got cornered by a group of people who were all just petting my head and like touching my hair. And I was like deeply uncomfortable, but like I was literally in a corner surrounded by people just touching my hair. And like now as I've gotten older, now people are like, oh my gosh, your hair is so lovely. Which I have split ends. I need to like trim my hair. I have not cut my hair since pre-COVID. A thief? So that's how he got the steals. That's good. That's insanely uncomfy. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't a fan. I didn't do prep. I do flashback, Blades in the Dark style. Oh, nice. I mean, so, okay. I like flashbacks. I like flashbacks, and I've started doing them more after running City of Mist. I don't allow them in every game, and I need to allow them more. Like I feel like Kane would be a very good like flashback thing. But flashbacks are a really good way of doing prep. But I do think like a dedicated like, yeah, we're gonna spend an hour of the game prepping. We did that in my vampire game. In the vampire game I'm playing with my siblings and my roommate. We had a prep session where the entire session basically is, hey, we're going on a heist. What are you doing to prep? And so like it's at this like manor that is like having an auction going on. So like I, as the Ventru, I got us like official tickets to just enter through the front entrance. I got a VIP pass for me. Someone else did reconnaissance of the building, found external entrances that they could sneak into the basement with. Like someone else did investigation on the kindred presence there and found that it had ties to like Clan the Giovanni family under Clan Hakata. And so like we had different like methodologies of scouting this place out, getting information. And like we didn't need like tools or anything. We had tools. We had money. We had like one of us was a cat burglar or a jewel thief, so like a burglar. So we had the stuff to actually break in. So we were doing more like information gathering. Which since pre-COVID, yeah. I have not cut my hair since pre-COVID. Literally 1 hour to power and guide one silent sniper shot through a wall to keep stealth, and everyone was ecstatic when it worked. Oh my gosh. Me and my friends had the best session of our 40k campaign, and the highlight was just seeing how far we can keep stealth to the point that the last hour everyone was trying to help in a wallbang shot. My players did that in my last Kane campaign. They prepared talismans and formed a strat based on previous encounters with the Sin. That's awesome. I started playing D&D in full dungeon delving only adventures, so prepping before jumping in action seems pretty standard to me. Yeah, and I have for years now. Like actually for years now. And now really I want to do this. I want to run a 3.5 game. That is a dungeon crawl. Which, in case you couldn't tell, I suppose like you should not be surprised that I loved Conan so much. What is one of the longest running series on this channel? I love dungeons. I love mega dungeons. Or not mega dungeons, but like I love dungeons. I love dungeon delving. I love dungeon crawl. I grew up like my introduction to D&D was dungeon crawls. I talk about this all the time. my introduction to Dungeons and Dragons, like proper D&D, like playing D&D, was the 3.5 black box basic rules. Contained 16 painted miniatures, easy to set up and play. It was the basic rules. You had the 4 3.5 generic characters. You had the fighter, the human fighter, the dwarf cleric, the halfling rogue, and the I thought he was a half-elf wizard. I think he's a elf wizard. I think he's a half-elf sorcerer. You start with this one too. Elf sorcerer, thank you. So this is my introduction, and then I played what I thought I played 5e, but I think I played like one session of 4e, because this was like 2011-ish, 2012, and 5e only came out in like 2014. So it must have been like 4e, because after 3.5, my father ran a one-shot for my sibling and me. And it was of a different system, but it was still D&D. And also another game that introduced me to it, Dragon Shard. This was one of my 2 favorite games growing up, Dragon Shard and Star Wars Battlefront 2 Classic. These were my 2 favorite games growing up. It was constantly back and forth, and I've decided blanketly these are my 2 favorite games growing up. I'm not comparing them, because like one is a third-person shooter, which apparently is also a first-person shooter. I always thought it was just a third-person shooter, so being able to play it in first person is wild to me. And one is an RTS with RPG elements. 2 very different games, but Dragon Shard, half of the game is in dungeons. And yes, it is a RTS, but it's an RTS with role-playing elements. It is an RTS that is more... I mean, it's a D&D property, so it is more akin to dungeon delving than it is to like army warfare, but it still had army warfare elements. The intro dungeon crawl was slapped. Nice. Darn, that must have been some long here if it hasn't been cut in 6+ years. Yeah. Like, my hair, I don't know if you can see this. My hair goes down to my butt. like I have hair that hits my booty. Battlefront 2 still slaps on my Xbox. Okay, story about Battlefront 2. Growing up, I did not have an Xbox. I did not have a PlayStation. I was a Nintendo household. We had the N64, with the GameCube, with the Wii. We didn't have the Wii U. We eventually got a Switch. I didn't have either of these. So how did I play Battlefront 2? At a friend's house. He had I think it was PS2. Had Battlefront. Was it Battlefront 1? I also had a different friend who, like, this was in like kindergarten or like or was it kindergarten? No. It was early. It was like young. Not quite kindergarten young, but it was like young, where I played Battlefront 1 at his place. It was a separate friend, but my best friend growing up had Battlefront 2, I'm pretty sure. And I would want to play it, and I would suggest playing it, and he'd be like, no, I don't want to. And like, I don't know, he was a very like, I want to do what I want to do kind of guy. Not the nicest person. So like, we kind of just did what he wanted to do when we were at his house. And so I didn't play it that much, but I loved it. And then I found it on Steam, and I was like, whoa. And then, separate from this, I found Empire at War on Steam, which I played on my grandmother's computer. I have family, like, out of state, and at my grandmother's house, like, I think this was for my cousins who lived, like, nearby. She had Empire at War, and I didn't know what the game was. All I knew was that it was a Star Wars, like, RPG, or Star Wars RTS that had, like, squads that you could build and then move around. And then I found it on Steam. I'm like, I recognize this game. I want to play it. And so I got it. Could you play as a Jedi? If yes, 2. If no, 1. Yes, you could play as a Jedi. The issue is the UI The UI, I think, on the Steam port is different. Because the thing I remember, one of the things I remember is loading up the game, and the intro sequence would have this like screen, and then it would have like like all the buttons you can press, and in the background it was playing clips from the movies, like overlaid in the background. The "now hear this" voice line in the Imperial hangar. Oh, the "now hear this." Yes. I got Jedi Knight Academy for $1 on Steam sale, and it took me back to my piglethood when I played that game so much. So I got Jedi Knight Academy 2, I think, and I played for 15 minutes back in like 2016 when I picked it up. I got stuck on a puzzle, or I didn't know where to go. I didn't know who the characters were, and then I didn't pick it up, and I haven't played it since. Game is finished. I am here now. How are we feeling, Arrow Nation? I feel like we're feeling pretty good. Wii U, more like PU. I grew up reading a bunch of the fighting fantasy series, choose your own adventure type books. Very classic fantasy. Ooh. Okay. I have talked to Conan, and I talked about most of what I wanted to say. Like, yes, obviously there's actually, real quick, a Tree of Woe. I want to talk about real quick, right before we go into the next thing. Tree of Woe. At one point, Conan gets discovered as he's infiltrating the cult, and then Doom confronts him and talks to him, and is genuinely kind of funny. So, for instance, like, he talks about the Tower of the Serpent and how Conan stole the eye, as like, you killed that snake. You killed the snake. And then he references one of his lieutenants as like, he raised that snake since it was born. He cared for it, and you killed it. And he's like trying to make Conan feel bad that this giant snake that like virgins would be sacrificed to, he killed it. And like Doom is like genuinely just like, how dare you? And then like he also demonstrates that like the cult is like obsessed with him, and like he asks one woman to like jump off a cliff, and she does it without question, and like it's all a death cult, and like reinforces that. And then he has a conversation with Conan, and he's just like, oh, like Conan's like, you killed my father, you slaughtered my tribe, my family. And then Doom's just like, ah, yes, I was a bit rambunctious in my youth. And he's just like, he doesn't feel bad. He doesn't feel justified. He's just like, ah, yes, I was a bit obsessed with finding steel at that point. Come to me. Yeah, like that guy sucks. They share a difference in their ideology, and Doom says, hey, your idea of the riddle of steel is wrong. Yeah. The vibes are sublime today. Yay. Yeah, so I don't know. I am shocked at how funny the movie was. Also, I did not hear it. What is the best thing in life? What was it, like to crush your enemies? Like Conan the Barbarian, the best thing in life. To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. That is the meaning of life. That is the best thing in life. Yeah. So I like the guy before him. He's just like, to feel the wind in your hair as you're riding across the steppes on nothing but a horse. Wrong! Well, Conan, what is the best in life? To crush your enemies, drive your enemies before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. I don't know. I liked it. Like that was something where I wasn't expecting it. I will say I watched it with other people, and so I was like probably one of the only people there who hadn't seen it before. And so like he says that, and people are like, yeah, and I'm like, oh cool, yay. My take on that is, in the context, the scene is tragic and shows how beaten down Conan's worldview is. Oh yeah, 100%. Like Conan is a weapon at this point. Like at this point, Conan has no feeling or agency or interest except for the certainty of steel. And it's only once he actually leaves and is freed that he develops a relationship with Valeria, and he develops a friendship with Subotai, and he starts like, I mean, in at least the movie I saw, he was still pretty consistently just like, oh, he is just a dude that goes around killing and sleeping around and like drinking, which is your classic D&D character. Conan is Guts? No. Guts is much more in his own head. Like, yes, they're both child soldiers. Technically, I guess Conan technically isn't, but like he basically is. Guts is way more in his own head, even in like the Black Swordsman arc. Even in like the Black Swordsman arc, where I think everyone agrees that Miura it's Miura, right? Didn't really have a firm understanding of Guts' character. He still had like notable internal movement. He still was an entity within himself. Conan a lot of the times feels like he's not, at least in the movie I saw. And I still enjoyed it despite that. But I definitely feel like Conan as a character is one of the weaker aspects of the movie because the movie didn't care about it. This was an 80s action movie. Most 80s action movies didn't have compelling protagonists. Yeah, Conan gets to enjoy intimacy. Guts is traumatized by it. That is also another big thing. That is actually a very big thing. And intimacy in multiple regards, not just in like physical intimacy, but also in emotional intimacy. And also like being able to be with someone you care for, where like Guts with Casca is traumatized post-eclipse and like physically can't look at Guts. Whereas Conan is more so. My assumption is that every single book, every single movie, every single comic, he meets a new like baddie, they hit it off, they become lovers, and then she dies horribly, and then he's like, okay, and then moves on because action hero. Okay, to be fair, given the universe he lives in, his mindset is optimal for the world. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. Like I'm not gonna disagree with you there. Don't ignore the fact that I'm looking up Italian flags. That was to see if there was the what's it called? The bundle of sticks on it. So what we're gonna do? We talked Conan. I got most of my thoughts on Conan out of the way. Man, I really enjoyed Conan the Barbarian. I'm gonna take the Pokédex accurate dual type by Professor Bondsley. I was linked this by a friend that I was on call with yesterday. And they're like, hey, I got everyone on the server to take this test. I want you to take it. You don't have to take it now though. It's like 50 questions. So what this is, I'm going to drop this in chat. This is a test that it's like 50 questions and it will give you either a monotype or a dual type for Pokemon. So hello and welcome to the Pokemon personality types. This test built on data compiled from every Pokemon's entry in every known region's Pokédex, 10,000 plus entries. Oh my gosh, including the Paldean Pokédex, yes really, oh my gosh, which were then used to discern and distill the true nature of the Pokemon types. This test is 50 questions, all of which involve scenarios that require some imagination on the part of the test taker. Variability based on how the test taker interprets the details of each question is expected and accounted for. Good to know. If you come across a question that you feel doesn't have any answers that represent you, please let me know in the comments for future revisions. Happy learning. I definitely read all that and I'm ready. I'm going to take this. If you want to take it along, by all means, hop in. I dropped a link. I can drop it again in the future if someone asks, or you can just copy paste it for other chatters. I don't know what to expect here. So I'm going to go like this because I can't actually full screen this. Is this good? Can you see this? It's kind of breaking. I don't know why. I can't full screen this. The air quality is really bad. Oh, the sun is red outside and I really can't breathe. The wildfire smoke isn't. Oh, I'm sorry about that. You got normal? Oh my gosh. So I've just moved and all my stuff is still in boxes in my new bedroom. Really hit me deep, ain't ya? I moved a year ago and there's still boxes. How does the thoughts of unpacking and arranging your stuff most likely make you feel? Excited? No. Neutral? Anxious? Yeah. Wistful? Tired? Yeah. I don't have much stuff. Anxious. I mean, it's going to take so much work to get everything where it needs to be. Tired. I'm going to see how long. I'd say anxious. No, it's not an anxiety thing. It's literally just like an exhaustion thing. It's like, I'm just too tired. I'm too tired to do it. I'm sorry. You find a box marked free on the side of the road, full of unrelated pieces of wood, metal, plastic. Which best describes your most likely reaction? I mean, I'd look through it. See if there's anything interesting. I grab the entire box and take it home. I pick out a few things that look useful or sturdy. I pick out a few things that look interesting or oddly shaped. Things that look interesting. I take things. If I didn't already have so much stuff at home, I wouldn't take anything because I just look through it and see if it's, I mean, a little bit that. It's clearly trash. I wouldn't consider it trash, but I wouldn't take it since I don't do anything related. I probably wouldn't take it because I have too much stuff at home. I ain't gonna like, if I found random pieces of wood, metal, and plastic, what would I do with it? Nothing. I don't have anything to construct right now. I'm not a sculptor. Like, one of my roommates has done sculptures before, but isn't doing sculptures now, so I wouldn't take it. A friend invites you out to an event in a place that you never even heard of before. Which of the following would most likely make you want to go with them? If there's a lot of people, if there's going to be other friends there, if the event looks lively, if the event looks chill, if the event looks busy, if I can get intoxicated, if the place looks totally different, if I thought that going would make my friend happy, if I thought that going would make my friend think I was cool or fun, I'd just be happy if my friend invited me. It'd be easier to answer what wouldn't make me want to go. I honestly doubt I would say yes. Honestly, like, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be so for real right now. It depends on the friend. But like, it depends on the friend. I have certain friends who, if they hit me up and they're like, hey, do you want to go to this thing? I would be like, sure. What is that thing? And I have other people who I know who I'm like, I think that it would be fun, but I don't know if I can do that, you know? So I was going to do it in the background, but I was instantly reminded that I can't listen, read, and think all at the same time. You're so valid for that. I can't either. I'd just be happy a friend invited me. It'd be easier to answer like a lot of things wouldn't make me want to go. But for instance, if someone asked me like, hey, do you want to go out to a bar? I don't drink. But if it's a friend that I want to chat with, sure, I'll go to a bar. I'll get some water. They'll get a drink and we can chat. If I have a friend that wants to go out clubbing, I've recently found that I really enjoy going out clubbing, so I would enjoy that. If someone wants to go to a sports game, like a baseball game, a football game, a basketball game, I would be like, well, who's this friend? I don't care about a lot of sports. I'm not super into basketball. So if like a random friend who I'm not super close to is like, hey, do you want to go to a basketball game together? I probably wouldn't say yes. But if a friend I'm really close to or haven't spoken with in a long time is like, hey, do you want to go to a basketball game? I have a second ticket. I'd be like, sure. I'm going to say, what wouldn't make me want to go? You suspect that a favorite habit of yours is having a bad effect on your body. How are you most likely to react? Depends on the habit, depends on the effect on my body. For instance, content has had a negative impact on my body. I sit at my computer and I edit for hours on end in a day staring at a screen. And I didn't stop doing the habit. I started taking efforts to mitigate the damage that it does to my body. For instance, I started doing 20-20-20, which I don't do. I haven't done it for the past hour and 40 minutes, but I try to be better about it. Every 20 minutes, take 20 seconds to stare at something 20 feet away. That helps reduce strain on your eyes. That helps like recenter your eyes. That helps you like avoid nearsightedness. I don't really get up and stretch during streams. However, I certainly will like go on walks, jogs, runs after stream. I try to stay physically active. I do free weights at my house because I want to ensure that I'm staying physically active, even if I spend a lot of my time indoors. So I stopped doing it immediately. I try to do it less. I try to incorporate other habits that might lessen the negative impact. Yeah. I mean, the issue is I don't really do anything that is like, I don't smoke, right? So going out on walks will mitigate the impact of like smoking or vaping or whatever, but it won't stop it and it won't mitigate it to a significant extent, right? Yeah, I try to incorporate other habits that might lessen the negative impact. I don't drink soda. No, I have drunk soda. I used to drink a lot of soda. And one time we went to a bar nearby that was having like a magic night. And I went and they had like craft sodas that they made. But one, I don't want to buy it. I can't afford that. Like I can't afford like $7 for a soda kind of deal. And also just, I'm not a big fan of sodas anymore. I am someone who like, at this point in my life, because I've gone so long without drinking soda, because I've reduced my sugar intake so much, I need like water to like chase soda because it's so syrupy. The way I think about it is the physical impact worth the trade-off for my mental health impact? That's a very good way of doing it. However, for instance, for me, I have to also think, what will have the channel grow? Not just because, oh, big number makes brain happier, but also because like I get money from this, right? The channel is one of my biggest sources of income at this point. It's not at the point where I can like just only do the channel, but it is something where like, if I just stopped doing the channel, I would lose a lot of money. And like that's an ugly truth, or that's not very PR truth, but it's the truth, right? And so I want to be honest about that. So I can't just be like, oh yeah, I just stop the channel because like I'm worried about eye strain. I try to do things to prevent eye strain. Yeah, soda's so gross to me. But like I tried a Sprite like 2 months ago and it was fine, but it was just so like sickly sweet. And I'm like, yeah, like I used to enjoy like Sprite and Fanta and Coke and Dr. Pepper and all that. I just can't drink them now. I just don't drink that. I mostly drink water and I drink juice. Do I like the effects of habit? No. Do I like getting paid more? Well, so, okay. The habit of content, I've had more positive, you bet fairy / dark pharaoh. I don't see myself as fairy. I talked about this before. People have actually made me Pokemon teams where people have assigned me primarily steel, dark, ghost, poison, and I think maybe fire. But the big ones were steel, dark, ghost, poison. Even sweetened iced tea is too sweet for me. Okay, southern sweet tea, sun tea, that's too sweet for me. Anywhere else, like tea with sugar in it, that's fine. That's fine for me. Like even iced tea. Similarly, I tried a 0 sugar Sprite once when I was figuratively pre-diabetic and immediately swore off that sugared variant. Like, holy moly, I was missing out. I avoid 0 sugar like the plague because I have gone my entire life being told the replacements for sugar in those things are like way worse for your body, you know? Oh, I just can't drink sugary soda. I have to drink diet soda these days. Sugary soda just makes me feel sick. Honestly, I just don't even drink diet soda. Because, like, what is soda giving me? The flavor? I mean, yeah, I can get that from other things. So I generally, like, my big vice is, like, juice. I have cranberry juice. Oh my gosh. At Costco, I get 2 gallons, like 2 1-gallons of cranberry juice for, like, 4 cents an ounce. That is, like, what? 2 1.5 liters? Right? That's like a good value. And then at the Asian Mart nearby, there is, okay, back to MS Paint. If I do you, aloe pomegranate juice. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I'm going to post a picture if I find it. It's like this. I have been rocking this. It's like aloe vera pomegranate juice where it has like chunks of aloe vera like gelatin like in it, but it's flavored like pomegranate, and it's like, this is what, 1.5 liters, and it's like $3 at the Asian Mart. And so it's like just this weird like pomegranate juice that has these like gelatin bits in it, like the aloe vera, and it's so good. I don't know if it's healthy. I just know it's good and it's cheap. And it's really good. And so one of my vices recently has been anytime I want something sweet, I'll have a little bit of juice. And sometimes it's like a medium amount of juice, but like generally speaking, it's a little bit of juice and like a mouthful of juice. And what that means is that if I want something sweet 6 times in the day, I have a cup of juice in the morning. I have 6 like mouthfuls of juice throughout the day. Like, I don't drink soda. I don't have like cakes every day or something. I'll have like a cookie in a day. But generally I'm not like sugar maxing. But I get a lot of my sugar from like juice. And that's something where like I recognize this, and this is kind of like a different version of the same question from before of like, oh, if you have something like negative impacting you, what do you do? I try to mitigate it. Because like I keep trying to like shift what I do with like just snacking or like juice or like having something sweet, which like juice is better than candy, but not by much. An important appliance in your home stops working. Which following best describes my initial response. Look up how to fix it. I look up how to fix it. I bet I know how to fix it. No. I gather the stuff to fix it. No. I try to figure out what's wrong out of my own hand from the internet. Yeah. I throw it out and get a new one. No. I get my frustration out by breaking it more. No. Ask a neighbor for that one's also up there. I quietly allow someone I live with to discover it's broken and let them handle it. No. I pay someone to fix it. No. Accept that it's broken and see how long I can make do without it. That one's pretty accurate. I think I look it up. Like the dishwasher didn't work, so I looked up how to fix it. I need a favor of someone, but you know they've already got a lot on their plate. What are you most likely to do? Swing it by them without pressure. If it's a favor I need from them, swing it by them without pressure, because like I have lived enough life to have learned that the people who can handle themselves and who I would be asking favors of can tell me to wait. And if it's actually not that big a deal, they can spend the 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes to do it while they have a lot on their plate. So yeah, just ask them if they don't want to, say no. Ask them and let them know how much it would mean to me. Ask them and let them know it's okay if they say no. Ask them and offer them something in return. Don't ask for anything. I think probably, I mean, like, it's between 1 and 3. Like, hey, I know you got a lot on your plate, but could you blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I guess I would kind of phrase it in like that. Ask them, but just let them know it's okay if they say no. There's a Pokemon fan game called Pokemon Reborn with a test in it, and it gave me fighting, flying. Which following would you most likely use as the best evidence to show that you have a healthy lifestyle? My positivity and confidence. Strong muscles and general athleticism, maybe a little bit. Like, I have been admiring my physical form much more recently. Oh my gosh, I was out the other night and I'm dancing and there's a mirror and I see myself in the mirror and like straight up, I look at myself in the mirror and not only am I like, oh, hello, you look great, but also my thighs are huge. Like I was not expecting to see myself because I was like wearing shorts and so like my legs were mostly exposed and my thighs, like, which are all muscle, like it's mostly muscle, they were like much larger than I thought. I did not realize, maybe it was the mirror, maybe it was something like that, but like seeing my thighs from a side profile angle, I'm like, wow, that's like 3 times the width of my arms, like 2 times the width of my arms. And I was so like just not expecting that. And my buddy, back when I first started working out, like years ago at this point, when he got me on a routine, he's like, yeah, we need to get your thighs to the point where they're like 3 times the size of your arms. I'm like, really? And he's like, yes. Thick thighs save lives. Did I actually pull a cat from Red Dwarf? I'm unfamiliar. Obligatory thick thighs save lives. Well, yeah. But the thing is that I have a fairly low BMI. I have a fairly low like body fat percentage. So it's mostly just musculature, and it's from me walking, jogging, running. Honestly, at this point, the squats might be, because I do weighted squats, and I only do it at home. I only do it with like free weights, but like I'll do like 30 squats with like 20-pound weight a day, And I've been doing that for months. So I think that may have improved it. My buddy is a saint. What? so for context, this is the same buddy who, when I was going out and I told him about some of my stories going out, he sat me down and he's like, hey, listen, this was all platonic, right? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, no, it wasn't. You were being platonic. The people you were talking to thought you were hitting on them. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yes, they were probably intoxicated. Their inhibitions are lowered and they're in an environment where people are hooking up. You thought you were being platonic. You need to be careful. And I'm like, really? Okay. And then he like sat me down and had like the hoe talk with me, even though I'm not trying to be a hoe, even though I'm just there to like dance and have a good time. He is a hoe. He is an F-boy. And so he like took me under his F-boy wing and like was explaining to me like how that operates. And then I'm like, oh, this is like out of my wheelhouse. And he's like, I know it's out of your wheelhouse. And that's why I'm telling you, buddy. No, not arrow hose. So like he was like telling me all of his secrets to help me avoid doing that. like he was telling me about the birds and the bees, like so I could avoid birding and or being. But yes, he's also the same one who's like, listen, you gotta have like thighs that are like 3 times the size of your, like looking, like it's kind of crazy. Like I didn't realize this, but like looking down right now, like my thighs are kind of cracked. I guess Arrow gets something like Ghost Normal. Poison / Dark would definitely not fit their personality, even if it might fit their look. See, if I was Ghost Normal, I think I would just be null to everything. Unless I'm mistaken, Ghost and Normal are just like complete opposites, intentionally so. The puppy girl guy? Yes. This is also the guy that was talking to a puppy girl, and I had to explain to him what a puppy girl is and like the difference between that and a furry. This is my best friend. This is my best friend. I love him so much. So my strong muscles and general athleticism, balanced diet, no. Sustainable sleep schedule, no. Attractive physical appearance, My consistent mental, no, let's just skip past that one. My lack of addictive behaviors. I mean, yeah, kinda. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't consume substances of that regard. I don't consider myself to be addicted to just about anything. Although I think probably like content creation, I would say is something where like I get really like in my own head about that. So that is a little bit of an addictive thing. My low body fat percentage. I mean, I do have a very low body fat percentage. My ability to maintain relationships. I have gotten much better about that. I really struggled with that for the longest time. And I still struggle with it now, but I've been trying to make an effort to reach out to folks more. And there are multiple people in my life who I think had I not made an effort to like once every like 3 weeks, shoot them a message and be like, yo, what's good? Like, when are you free to call in the next like week or two? We probably would have drifted. But now like talking to this person like once a month, once every other month, I've kind of like maintained a friendship with them. So I'm more proud of that than I think that my ability dictates. Wait, there's a difference? I have research to do. I had no idea. What? I have a new theory that Arrow is a VTuber, not because they don't think they look good, but because if their audience ever saw them IRL, we would combust and that would make them uncomfortable. I maintain I'm a VTuber because I'm unattractive. Chimera hit enter early, point and laugh. I think flying poison or poison ghost. My good hygiene, yeah. My lack of doctor visits. I've actually been going to the doctor way more recently because of HRT. Like since I started HRT, I've had to go more recently. And then with the ADHD diagnosis, I went again. So I've actually gone more times in the past like a couple years than I have most other times. I don't think I would be able to demonstrate this. I guess. So like my confidence and my newfound positivity, I would say. My creation, like my ability to create consistently, even though like, I'm not going to lie, burnout is real. I've felt it sometimes. But I've talked about this before. Content creation is so weird for me. It's one of those things where like it is so draining, it is so exhausting, but it's so rewarding. And so it's one of those things like I have multiple times now, like many times now, before a stream been like, I can't do stream today. I'll go to bed and be like, I am so tired. I'm going to like, I just want to skip stream tomorrow. But many content creators I admire adhere to their schedules. Many content creators who I look up to, many VTubers who I respect, go out of their way to adhere to their schedule and like give their audience the best they can. So that inspires me to do the same. And then as soon as I hit live, like you can't shut me up. I've been talking nonstop for the last 3 hours. And like today was a day where like, yeah, I woke up at a reasonable time. I was ready to hop on. I just had like a scone that I was eating. But generally speaking, there have been days where I'm like, I'm so not ready for this. And then I have a great stream. I thought you were a VTuber because of privacy, to be unidentifiable to the public. So the real reason I'm a VTuber, the actual like real like no shot reason I'm a VTuber is because I hyperfixated on VTubers in like the couple months leading up to me like starting the channel. And then because I hyperfixated on them, and I've always wanted to be a content creator, I've always wanted to be a YouTuber, I was like, well, this is perfect. I'm at the point now where I've wanted to be a YouTuber for so long, and with VTubing, I'm currently hyperfixating on it. I got so into it. I learned how to be a VTuber. I made my own Vroid model. I learned how to like get tracking software and all of that, and then I just went for it. The fact that being a VTuber gives me privacy is very important to me. And that's why I've continued being a VTuber. Despite the fact that I think at this point, if I like did a face reveal and I just like stopped being a VTuber and I just like continue, like I quote unquote like broke immersion and I just like made normal videos where I recorded my face, I think I actually would probably grow more because a lot of people click off when they see VTuber. A lot of people don't like the VTubing thing. But also I like connecting communities. I like the fact that a lot of people have been like, hey, you're the first VTuber I've ever watched. You're the only VTuber I've ever watched. Because those people now, when they see a different VTuber, are less inclined to say ill VTuber. Because, oh yeah, I've seen Arrow. Arrow is like weird, but like Arrow is a VTuber. So if you're a VTuber, maybe you're cool. And then they check them out, and then maybe the VTuber is lame or they don't care about them. And they're like, well, this content creator I bounced on. They don't think VTubers I bounced on. Because when you have no frame of reference for the group, it's very easy to dismiss the group out of hand. Right? And then also, yeah, like I'm just not attractive enough to be an IRL streamer. Like I'm just not the kind of person to show off, and I get embarrassed. Which I've gotten closer to the point of like showing off more of myself. Like I've shown off my hands. Arrow hands is real. I'm gonna say my lack of addictive behaviors. It's very late, the grocery store is closed, and you just realize that you're hungry. The only food you have is some leftovers from a meal that you didn't like much to begin with. What are you most likely to do? I mean, I'd screw with the leftovers. Like, oh no, I made stir fry that ended up being way too sweet. I'm gonna add some rice vinegar. I'm gonna add some chili oil. I'm gonna mix it in. I'm gonna see how that works. I'm gonna make it a bit spicier, so it's a sweet and spicy kind of deal. Oh no, I made noodles that were super like peanut flavored, and all I can taste is peanut on it. I'm gonna add in something to cut the peanut that pairs with it. Maybe I don't have a cucumber that I wanted to pick up from the store, but maybe I do have carrots that I can add. Like I think I would add to it. I think I would add something to it and try to change it. Eat and go to sleep. Don't eat anything. Don't eat anything and stay awake until the grocery store opens. Spice up, yeah, with whatever seasonings I have. Yeah, I would absolutely spice it up. Arrow, my thighs are huge, right? No. So anytime I talk about anything positive about myself, everyone never lets me live it down. And I'm just like, oh, come on. Like, I'm not that great. Arrow hands is fake, actually. That's the only body part that Arrow doesn't have, so use a complicated puppet. True. Arrow replica build writes, listen, just because I'm built like Elster don't mean nothing. You found out someone you don't like has stopped going to a place that you both normally go to, specifically because they're afraid of running into you. Which of the following best describes your most likely feeling? Coward. Like, okay. I have people who I've not gone along with. More often, these people don't get along with me. But I do have some people who I've been like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them. Someone I don't like. It takes a lot for me not to like someone. And there are very few people that I would like actively say I dislike. I'm operating off the assumption of like, I just don't get along with this person. If I don't get along with this person, I'm like, like whatever. I don't feel bad. I don't really care. So like, yeah, maybe I'd notice their absence, but I wouldn't really care. Successful? No. Amazing? Honestly, like, if it's someone like I truly, honestly dislike, amazing. But if it's just kind of like someone I don't care for, I wouldn't really care. You're trying to open a jar, even with gripper pads, it takes a lot of strength. How are you most likely to continue? Unironically, this happened to me recently. Like I had the whole like opening the pickle jar. Like I was literally trying to open a jar of pickles and it was not opening. I ran it under hot water and it worked. Like just straight up. Keep going while I've got the momentum. I mean, yeah, I would continue. I thought this was asking for specific items that you would do, but yeah, momentum. Or running it under hot water. Yeah. I'd do that one. I would do that one. You're working on something important when you get a text from a friend who wants to hang out right now. Brick, I have this happen all the time. I regularly, I'll be editing something and I'm like, okay, I need this video done tomorrow. And a friend will just like call me or a friend will text me and they're like, hey, you want to chat? And overwhelmingly, I'm like, sure. And then on call, I'll mention I'm doing something important. And then I will usually just suffer and I will usually just stay up late and do it because I value my friends. And as much as I prioritize content over everything else, particularly if it's a friend that like I haven't spoken with in a while, I don't know when's the next time I'll get the opportunity. And I'm really difficult with scheduling. Like I've been having to schedule in advance calls with people recently. Arrow, no, we'll not let you be negative about yourself. We will jump at the opportunity to compliment you. After this quiz, you should do that Pokemon Mystery Dungeon character quiz to see what Pokemon you'd be in there. I got Charmander as a kid without cheating. I think I took one. And I got my partner would be Charmander. Which was really surprising because my favorite Pokemon is Charmander. That they're busy. I mean, honestly, like, depending on what it is, I'll be like, hey, are you free in 2 hours? So this one also works. But, I welcome them to hang out with me when I work. I can't do that. I'm into my work. Honestly, I'm into my work. I genuinely wouldn't notice the text. There have been times where people like hit me up and I don't notice. I don't have a phone. I don't make same day plans. Honestly, so I wouldn't just drop what I was doing and hang out with them. If they called me and they wanted to chat, I would be like, sure, we'll chat. I'd either tell them I'm busy or I wouldn't notice. Honestly, I get so in my work, sometimes I just don't notice. You sprained your ankle. It's pretty common, but what are you most likely to do? Not put pain on it. Rest for a bit, then stay off it as much as possible for a few days. Rest, ice, compression, elevation. Thumbs up. Race. Never do what I was doing with my sprained ankle again. Honestly, just kind of like rest off it for a bit. Would I do rice? No. Should I do rice? Yes. That is what you should do when you have a sprained ankle. Adrenaline. I don't notice it. I keep doing it. This is important. Okay. Honestly, it probably rest. Rest, ice, compression, elevation. So when you sprain your ankle, when you damage yourself, you should rest. You add ice to it to cool it down and like reduce swelling. You compress it with pressure, and then you elevate it so blood isn't rushing to it. Rice. If I can't be swine number, spoink, the game doesn't exist to me. Oh my gosh. You're a bug or fairy water? Wow. Friendship over capitalism? I mean, yes, But like the channel for me isn't capitalist. If the channel was capitalist, I would have way more members only content. I would push my Patreon. I would like do subs only stuff on Twitch. I would make it more capitalist. I try very hard to minimize that. I'm gonna say rest off it and then do what I was doing. Like, let's be real. I'm not the sort to take care of myself that well. What the frick? What the frick? Hello? You want to make someone a birthday card, but other than paper, you realize that you only have a few colored markers and some random stickers. I assume it's what do you do? Like I can't maximize this, which is the thing. So like some of the questions are weirdly formatted. I mean, I don't think about it and just start working with what I have. Like I just rock it. I just rock with what I have. You're doing an escape room with some friends. How are you most likely to be in the situation? I tend to have fun. In escape rooms, I like focusing on the puzzle, but also if I'm with a group, I'm not going to be the one that like cracks the whip on people. I think that that's just not like reading the room. Excited, casual, focused, competitive, bossy, stressed, prankish, inactive. I don't know. I'd say casual. Like I treat it seriously, or I guess I'm excited. Puzzles are fun. But like, it's just a game, you know? I'm someone who like, I'll get into it, or focused. I get focused on it. I'm not gonna like push people to do stuff, but like, yeah. You're having a heated argument with someone you're close to, and they brought up something that you know you're really sensitive about in a negative light. Ooh, that's toxic. Oh my gosh, I have Kane Yuri to tell you about. I forgot about that. And this time it's actual Kane Yuri. This time it's toxic, doomed Kane Yuri. This time it's the good stuff. I can't believe I forgot about that. Okay. You have 54% ice and the next ones are 24%. It asks you how to make the card most bussin'. Trying to process what they said to me. I stone face them and act like I'm not bothered. I cry. I let them know they crossed the line. I take a moment to collect myself. I mean, probably this one. Like I let them know they crossed the line. I bring up something they know they're sensitive about. I get physical with them. Ooh, kissing after they bring up something negative. I know that's not what they meant. Immediately walk away. I try to find out if they have good... Honestly, yeah. Hey, I know you're really sensitive about that time you schmoigled your schmork. How dare you bring up that time I schmoigled my schmork? We're talking about like my schmork now. And I want to make sure that you don't schmoigle your schmork. I don't want you to schmoigle my schmork like you schmoigled your schmork. And then I'm like, okay, fine, fair. Like that's something where, yeah, actually, like I would let them know they crossed the line, and then if they tell me like, hey, you crossed the line, I crossed the line because of X, I'd be like, okay, fair. Like, yeah. Although I think my first instinct would be I let them know they crossed the line. Take a moment to collect myself and calmly let them know. Yeah, I'm pretty non-reactive. Like there are very few times when I get like reactive like that, so I'd calmly respond to them. I've just woken up and it's a work or school day. What are you most likely to do within the first hour of being awake? Stay in bed. Like in my life, it takes me like over an hour once I'm in bed, eyes closed, to fall asleep. It takes me like an hour, like once I wake up, to actually get out of bed. Just basics. Basic plus some exercise. Spend a lot of time. Rush out the door. Do whatever assignments due today. Slowly lie in bed and think about what dream I had, and think about everything that's getting up is going to involve. Yeah. Lie awake in bed and think about what everything's getting up. I literally think to myself, okay, it's like 10. I stream at 11. So if I get out of bed in the next 15 minutes, that lets me brush my teeth, and I can like take my meds, breakfast, and then blah, blah, blah. And like, I just think through it, and like, yeah, absolutely. You're in the self-help section of the bookstore. What are you most likely looking for? I mean, the way to a different section of the bookstore, just out of the bookstore entirely. Like I certainly have things here that I would love to get more information on, like handling mental health issues. Fantastic. Maintaining relationships. Awesome. I'm not gonna look for a book in the self-help in the self-help section. The self-help section is a mixture of pseudoscience, self-help gurus, do-it-yourself bootstraps, entrepreneurs, and like one genuine like, oh yeah, I worked with scientists to find like scientifically viable means of increasing your dopamine reception, even if you have ADHD. And then like that's buried behind all the other ones because it doesn't sell as well, right? You express a strong opinion in a group conversation. It's immediately challenged by someone in the group. Nobody jumps to your defense. How are you most likely to react? I try to find common ground. I see like, I express a strong opinion and then I'm challenged by someone. And then I see like, well, how can I work with them so that this is not a conflict? Yeah, I see if there's actually any merit to them. I've got an audience to impress, sure. Yeah, like I challenge their belief to see if there's actually any merit to them. If I bring something up and someone challenges me, and then I point out like, hey, here's my reason for this, here's your reason for that, here's what doesn't make sense about what you said, and then they respond to me, I'm more likely to be receptive to them. And I've done this in the YouTube comments. Yeah, self-help books are just scams nowadays. Speaking of work in the morning, good night, everyone. Good night. Bargaining with yourself and planning as little time as possible to maximize bedtime. Well, so it's not to maximize bedtime. It's like actually difficult for me to get out of bed in the morning. Wow, that's toxic. Wait a minute. What quiz is this? This is this quiz. It's on itch. I challenge their belief. You're doing a task and you suddenly realize that it's much more time sensitive than you were expecting. How will this make you feel? A little stressed, but I know I can handle it. I mean, motivated. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm definitely the sort of person who's like, with a time crunch, that's like, I'm gonna get it done. Time crunches, deadlines definitely make me more motivated in order to get, I guess motivated, but because time crunch, I'm gonna cut myself. Like I absolutely, with a time crunch, I will have a lower bar of quality because I know I need to get it done. Like I've done that with videos. I've done that with stuff that I've done outside of content creation. Like it's the ugly truth. There's a lot of videos that I've done. There's a lot of videos I've made where I'm like, oh, I could have done like so much better on this, or even just like, I could have done slightly better on this if I had like one more hour to work on it. And most of the time, that's a self-imposed deadline, which you'd think doesn't make much sense. However, when I am the final arbiter of the entire channel, I need to be strict on my own deadlines because otherwise who will be? The audience has been, like the community has been very positive in being permissive with deadlines. Because ultimately, if you get a video at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., it doesn't really matter. Usually I don't miss a day. I don't think I've missed a day in like a year at this point. I'd rather be like that and get stuff done than be as perfectionist as I am. Honestly, I used to be perfectionist. And like academia kind of forced me to pivot from a perfectionist procrastinator to someone that is like, all right, well, I need to get this done. If it's not done or to the level of quality I wanted, that sucks, but it's done. Like, if you make something that is gold quality, but it never gets released, I would say that is worse than if you release something that is silver quality, right? I would say that not being able to get to the point where you finish the gold medal is worse than than getting the silver medal, right? C's, kids, I'm not even saying C's, I'm saying like B's, B pluses. A lot of people hyperfixate on wanting an A plus, and then they ignore the fact that, oh, they can get a B plus pretty easy, right? And I had to learn that. I had to like actually learn that over time. I'm throwing a party at my place. How are you the most likely to get people to show up? I mean, if I'm throwing a party at my place, it's probably just with friends. So like, this is not that bad. This is not that unrealistic. However, the issue is that if you do invite a bunch of people and they invite their friends, then suddenly it's a lot more people than you thought. mean, like, if I'm throwing a party, there's probably a special reason. I don't think my friends would want to miss it. I mean, they probably would. I mean, the issue is where I'm at right now. I don't know anyone who I'd invite. So like right now in my life, I'm not in a point where like I can throw parties at my place. Because a lot of my stuff is solo. I've been going out, I've been meeting people, I've been chatting with people, I've been trying to like make connections. But I don't have any people who I'm like, yeah, come over to my place to party. So, I don't know. I just, yeah. I don't know anyone who I'd invite right now. This quiz feels very extrovert coded. I mean, one of the answers is I don't like parties in general. I can't imagine wanting to throw a party at my house. If I wanted to throw a party, I don't know anyone who would invite. That's 3 quote unquote introvert answers right there. Like, yeah, obviously all of these are about like how if you would throw a party, but like one was about the bookstore. One of them was about the self-help section. I would argue that's more introvert coded than extrovert coded. And like introvert extrovert is stupid. It's not actually real. It is you have introverted, you have extroverted traits, parts of your life, not you are one or the other. But ultimately, like, I feel like it's a little bit survivorship bias. Invite my roommate. My roommates already live here. We did events for a while that always allowed +1s, and the final count was always consistently 75% of RSVPs. Apparently can't read and listen. Oh my gosh. So I don't have anyone who would invite. 2 of your friends are having personal conflict, and they want you to mediate to help find a solution. What trait of yours would most likely be the reason they asked you specifically? I mean, yeah, wisdom. Honestly, I'm very honest. Proximity, helpfulness. Like I think wisdom. A lot of my friends recognize that when it comes to decision making, I'm generally got a pretty good head on my shoulders. I don't know how many people would ask me to mediate issues for them, but I'm certainly the sort of person who I'm like, if 2 people I care about come to me, I will be both of their advocates simultaneously, even if that involves advocating for one at the expense of the other, because I'm giving both of them what they need in that instant. In that instance. Oh, I did this when I saw your Twitter. You're a mono water type? You're at a giant multi-stage music festival. Where are you most likely to be found? Like moshing. Like, let's be real. If I was at a giant multi-stage music festival, I'm in the nosebleed seats. I got like the cheapest tickets I could, and I'm like in the worst possible spots. In a giant crowd, feeding off the vibes from everyone else around me. In the crowd, will only get a better look. In a mosh pit. Somewhere on the edge of the crowd. Somewhere on the edge of the crowd so I can still talk to people. Way off in the distance. Anywhere else, because the amount of people stress me out. Anywhere else, mainly because the amount of noise stresses me out. I'm just not that into music. In a mosh pit. I love moshing. It's so much fun. Which of the following physically, emotionally intense jobs do you think would be the least likely to overwhelm you? Bouncer, firefighter, professional wrestler, stunt person, lumberjack, fulfillment call center worker, SWAT officer, nurse, bartender. I have significantly difficult, less intense jobs as is, so all of these options are equally undoable for me. I've never had a job. I feel like a professional wrestler, because a professional wrestler is an entertainer. Physical entertainment, physical comedy or action or drama, but entertainment nonetheless. And as you might have gathered, I love being an entertainer. A bouncer, I feel like I would run into the issue where I don't look that intimidating. I am not like 6'7", like 300 pounds muscle bound. And so like a lot of being a bouncer, along with being like a security guard, is just like having appearance. So I think professional wrestler. Arrow wrestles, yes. I give bartender energy. I mean, honestly, like, so a bartender, my issue with bartending is I don't know drinks, right? I would actually love to be a bartender. I don't drink though. So I can't be like, oh yeah, you should have like an old fashioned because you described that you wanted something smoky. You wanted something smoky and something that is very subtle. I'll get you an old fashioned. I don't know, like, or I guess being a bartender is more about like they hit you with a menu item and they're like, hey, can you do this, but like add some vermouth, right? I don't know how being a bartender is. I think it'd be really fun. I think that the least intensive for me would be professional wrestler though. Oh no, you belong to a subculture that just got a lot of negative mainstream media attention. Don't know what that's like. How would this most likely affect your relationship with that subculture? You would abandon it? No. Secretly engage with it? No. Quietly engage with it? No. Quietly engage with it? No. Or yeah, actually kind of. Yeah. I would still openly engage with it and assume that people in my life wouldn't think less of me. Proudly engage with it to invite opportunities. Proudly engage with it because it's an honor. You'd be full-throated 24/7 champion. Rethink my affiliation. Well, because my first thought was VTubing. Because a lot of people are anti-VTuber. Then I thought D&D and TTRPGs because like the satanic panic. And then I thought about being queer. And so each of those I do in different ways. I still quietly engage with it in my day-to-day. For all of those. Because I'm a very quiet person. Like the community kind of recognizes that I'm a very private person. I don't reveal a lot about myself. And that's true off stream as well. That's not just an on-stream thing. That's like a very, like even other content creators, even other friends that I've made, even other people that I talk to off stream, online, offline, consistently point out how like little they know about me. So I'm just the sort to like quietly share it with open-minded people. But also like as a VTuber, as a TTRPG channel, despite mainstream detractors, I proudly engage with it and invite opportunities for discourse and understanding, right? So it's one of those things where like, I'm a private person, so I'm just kind of quietly engaging with everything, but I feel like I'm the most likely to be like proudly engaged with it and invite opportunities for discourse. Like I'm the sort of person where I VTube to allow people that don't like VTubers to see me from my TTRPG content and kind of change their opinion on VTubers. Maybe a juice bar would be very funny. Okay, but a bartender who absolutely does not drink but has talked with so many people that they've built the knowledge from convos and not taste would be fun. That would be fun. And apparently, like, if you're like underage, you can still work at a bar. It's just you're not allowed to drink anything. So what they'll do is that, from my understanding, is that like if you're like 20 and working at a bar, they will have you take the drinks, swish it in your mouth, and then spit it out. Or I'm certain that if you don't drink for whatever reason and you work at a bar, they would have you do the same, where you drink everything, but you swish it around your mouth and you spit it out. So you don't actually drink it. You just kind of taste it. Hey, Ator. So I imagine I could probably do that too, but I don't have any bartending experience, so I don't know like what bar I would join. You're a student and you have a really big test coming up. How are you most likely to handle it? Depends on the subject. If it is maths, I'm going to just die. If it is any other subject, I'm going to study normally. Study a lot, try to get a perfect score, nah. Study a little, get a decent passing grade, nah. Study a little and look over someone else's answers, Don't study at all and trust that my existing knowledge. I mean, kinda, a little bit. Don't study at all, look over someone's stuff, no. Don't study at all and just see what happens, no. Find a way to take the test early, no. Or look at the test early. Probably rely on my existing knowledge for a good grade, but I do a quick... I mean, that's really what it is. I could probably rely on my existing knowledge for a good grade, but I do a quick refresher. Wait until the day before the test and study as hard as possible. Yeah, I just do a quick refresher. Can you repeat about spitting drinks? No. So it's my understanding is that if you're like underage, if you're like 20, and you're working in a bar, or if you have any sort of ability to not drink and you're working in a bar, they will have you swish a drink in your mouth and then spit it out. So you're not swallowing it, you're not drinking it, you're not like giving a 20-year-old like beer. However, they know what it tastes like. So if someone asks you, you can say, yeah, I've tasted this. It tastes like X. This one has Y. If you ask for my recommendation, I can say, honestly, I really liked Z, right? So Arrow plays Valhalla when... Is that the cyberpunk bartender game? A friend asks you for a favor that might actually take some effort on your part. What are you most likely to consider first before replying? What am I doing? And how much do I like this person? If I have the time, yes. if I have the energy, what they can do for me in return. If there's anyone else they could ask instead. There's a little to consider. I'm always happy to help out. There's a little to consider. I'm always willing to help out a friend, even if I'm groaning internally. There's a little to consider. I'm always happy to be helpful. If I have time. If I have time. That's the real killer, because like sometimes I just don't have time even for people I care about. I don't have work, school, or any pressing responsibilities, and it's a sunny and mild day outside. What are you most likely to do? Chill. I give myself like I generally have like 1, maybe 2 days a week where I get to just like not edit, and I get to not stream, and I get to just like relax. And like I have gone out and I've like read at a nearby park before, and that was really fun. I want to do that more. But generally just like timing wise, I will stay in and I will engage in like playing Helldivers or playing Marvel Rivals. I'll have some YouTube on. I'll do the stuff that I want to do normally that I can't. Yeah, I'll like open my window, but I'm probably not going to go out much. I'll do whatever I was planning to do that day. You're going to play RimWorld? Enjoy. I was on the camp of I don't study, but I am now being in the camp of constant studying. Yeah. Going outside and sitting in a park for an hour is such a... Honestly, I went out to a park. I lied down, put my jacket down like a blanket. I was on my jacket. I was reading a book, and I got a bit of sun from that a while ago. This is like 10 months ago at this point. It was like really soon after coming here. So I would love to do that after stream today, but I have a Malagas video to write and record. I mean, I probably make sure I go outside at some point. For instance, it's a lovely day where I am right now. So I generally go out on a walk or a jog or a run. I'll probably do that before the sun is gone. You're on a first date with someone who barely knows you and you have no friends in common. How did we go on a date then? Is it like a dating app? If your date asks, what secrets would you be willing to share about yourself? Not that I'm a VTuber. Probably knowledge about like what I write. Like, I don't consider it a secret that I'm a writer, but I don't share it openly. And so like, I'd probably tell them about like some of my interests, some of my hobbies. I would openly share my darkest secrets if they can't handle it. That just saves us time. Oh my gosh. I'd be open as possible without saying anything too controversial. Yeah, kind of. I wouldn't share anything unless I get the sense they would be into it. That's also fair. I would just share as little about myself as possible and just pivot to asking them. Okay, that one I do all the time. If you ask anyone who knows me, they will say that I'm really good at pivoting conversations away from me. Based on what they would like, make up stories, allude to having secrets, never go on a date. I'd say I wouldn't share anything unless I got the sense they would be into it. I would focus on what they're interested in and kind of, because as I've expressed, one of the ways to connect people is to talk about things that both of you are interested in. And so if I bring up offhandedly that I like writing and reading, and I also play TTRPGs, and then they go like, oh, okay, what have you been reading recently? I would mention like, oh, I've been reading the Murderbot Diaries, and then they're like, oh, I've heard about that. I'm like, really? Like, are you a big fan of sci-fi? And then they're like, no, well, I just kind of like, I have a friend who like kept talking about like this Murderbot thing, and then they gave me like a brief rundown, and then we start talking about Murderbot, right? So I wouldn't share anything unless I thought they were into it. I feel it's time for a change, and you're reorganizing everything in your bedroom, including the furniture. Which aspect of your life is this new layout most likely to support? I guess my productivity and workflow. I need a space for my content. I guess. How long until Arrow Dimensions can't defy? That's not gonna happen, buddy. We're not talking about Yuri, buddy, until we talk about Kane, buddy. Arrow dating sim is just a bunch of different kissers and different hats. You've taken an incontinental train to an unfamiliar city, and you realize that some wires cross, and you don't actually have anywhere to stay. What do you do? Yeah, like I would never travel by myself to an unfamiliar city. Not quite. I find a cheap motel. Yeah, I find a cheap motel. Like I don't have experience with hostels. I think hostels would be very fun, but I don't have any experience with them. I find a cheap motel, one that I could spend like $60 or less in a night. And like, yeah, it's not gonna be nice. Yeah, it might be kind of skeevy, but I just need a place to crash. What is my ultimate priority when working out? Sustainability. Sustainability. I mean, I guess out of all of these, it's a I want to feel healthier in general, because what it is that I work out not to bulk, not to cut, not to lose or gain weight, but because I want to build the healthy habit that for the next 10 years, if I make it that long, I will continue working out at the same level or greater. And so I want to be at the point where like I am just maintaining good habits, right? So I guess I want to feel healthier in general. Like, I guess I do want to feel more attractive. Like that is helping. But like working out has certainly made me feel more attractive. For instance, thighs. I want to feel stronger. I absolutely want to get stronger, but I feel like I want to be healthier. Wait, the train has incontinence? That's what I was thinking. You have an established friend group that gets together regularly, and unexpectedly, one of your friends brings a new person to the group. How are you most likely to feel about this? Friendly. I welcome the opportunity to have a new friend. Optimistic. These are very similar. Cautious. To determine if this person can hang. I'd say optimistic. My friends have good taste, so this person must be cool. Or I'd say friendly. I welcome the opportunity to have a new friend. If your neighbors were asked about what you're like, what sort of consensus would they most likely have? My neighbors, I barely interact with. They don't know me well. They would say they don't know me that well. Like, I've interacted with them. I try to be kind to them when I interact with them, but that's about it. Hey, sorry to be so off topic, but do you have a background in voice acting, Arrow? After perusing some of your content, I got the heavy impression that you have some kind of voiceover training. Nope. Everything I've done VA work has all been on the channel. So if you see, like, I've made like a couple dozen VAs at this point. I've voiced comics, I've voiced memes, I've voiced images, Tumblr posts, all that stuff. That's all just like I started on the channel. I have a background in TTRPGs, specifically Dungeons and Dragons, but also others, where I was the GM and I did voices, but also not crazily. So most of my voice acting is from the channel, goes into the channel, and I would love to hop on like other VA stuff. I just don't know where to start, and I don't have an agent. So I would love to like VA in video games or like an anime or whatever, but like I don't have the agent for that, and I don't have the time to pursue that stuff or the knowledge to pursue that stuff by myself. Who does that? Knock on doors until you find an empty house? I don't know. If I make it that long, are you secretly old? You got me. I'm secretly a hag. I'm secretly unk. I'm really angry and I'm all alone in my house. How are you most likely to handle this? Focus on something positive. Play a game that I enjoy. Watch a thing. Distract myself. Get out of the bad emotions. Yeah, playing something fun or relaxing to distract myself. Doing something creative. I'm not really in the mood to create when I'm angry. I want to like get it out of my system by like distracting myself. I also don't get really angry. I don't really get super angry all the time, but definitely I have gotten angry before, and I'll just like distract myself. I've suddenly decided to skip town and find myself somewhere new and low on funds. What do I feel would be my greatest asset in finding a new job? These two are quite the combination, ain't they? Yeah, I'd say none of these. I'd be in pretty big trouble if this happened. You're out with some friends and some jerk makes a vulgar remark about what you're wearing. How are you likely to respond? I would just ignore them. Get in a relationship with them for at least 3 months. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'd ignore them and focus on my friends. Like what? Why would I care? Your friend is moving to a new place in the same town, and you and buzz off. That's a B remark. However, if I say something casually mocking, sarcastic, or insulting to them, I'm kind of catty. I'm kind of catty like that. I should ignore them. It would be smart to ignore them. But like, oh, that's rich, coming from the guy in the floral overshirt. Man, he thinks that he's in Tahiti or something. Bzzz. Like, man, who wears sunglasses indoors? It's like 11 p.m., dog. I ask if his mother dressed him. However, he looks awful. I would hate to insult her like that. Like, I could tell them to buzz off. I think I have to tell them to buzz off. This is a bug. This is a bug answer. Yeah, coming from the guy with the $2 shoes and the $1 personality. Okay, I'd say something. I would rise to it. I'm sorry. I should ignore them. I would ignore them. I'm going to insult them. Truly, I do a leg cabadon to intimidate them. Well, yeah, that's what happens, and then the 3-month relationship. That's how that starts, actually. Your friend is moving to a new place in the same town, and you and your other friends have gone over to help out. What are you most likely to do? Staying in motion, finding biggest thing, rallying other friends, directing and organizing, helping out, but casually pocketing. What the frick? Working as little as possible. Inviting them to direct me. If I'm helping a friend move, I've moved. I hate moving. I love it when people are just like, hey, what do you want me to do? Hey, can you move that box outside? Sure, thank you. And then they come back and be like, all right, what next? And it's like, oh, the laundry hamper and like, I don't know, the sewing machine. Can you move those? Awesome, thank you. You've been sitting at a desk, working at the same thing for several hours, and only getting up periodically to use the bathroom. How do you feel, I assume? Productive. I must be making very good progress. Like, dude, sitting at your desk, working on the same thing for several hours, not even periodically getting up to use the bathroom. I will sit at my desk for like 6 hours straight, just editing a thing. And then I'll be like, oh, I need to like eat and use the bathroom and take care of myself. Oh, wow. And then that's how you know it's productivity. You're on a first date with someone at a karaoke dance night. I didn't know I was like that. What will you do to try and impress your date here? Dance really well with them. I would not have chosen this if you asked me like a year ago. I have learned that I really enjoy dancing. And I am not good at dancing. I am not skilled at dancing. I am passionate at dancing. I'm energetic at dancing. So I would just dance really well with them. Dance with other people to make them sweat a little. No. Have a nice conversation. Having a nice conversation would be very fun. Like I would want to chat with them, but I do think that if they're here to sing and dance, I would dance with them. I would meet them at what they want to do, so I would dance with them. I'm volunteering at a place with a lot of different tasks, but work is going unusually slow for your specific assignment to the point of being non-existent. I've done this before, actually. I've volunteered at a place that had a lot of different tasks, that nothing was happening, and yeah, I would probably chat with other volunteers. When I was volunteering, I worked at a Habitat for Humanity restore. It is Habitat for Humanity, the nonprofit that like builds homes for people that need homes. They have restores, which are furniture stores that only accept donations. They don't actually buy any furniture. And then they sell them, and all proceeds go to local Habitat for Humanities. I volunteered at one for a while. And when I had nothing to do, I was sometimes there with my friends, but also I was just there with other volunteers. I would just chat with other volunteers. I got to like get to know other volunteers, and I got to chat with them. So yeah, generally I would just chat with other volunteers. Hyperfixation feels really good. I would say that's hyperfocus. Hyperfixation is like when I get really into a topic, as opposed to a specific activity. I suspect that someone you live with has been stealing money from you, either cash or using your credit card. How are you most likely to handle it? I would confront them directly and ask them. I directly ask them if they've been taking my money. Like it's something where if they get offended, I wouldn't like accuse them. I would just ask them like, hey, like have you been using my money? Have you been using cash for me? Have you been using my credit card? Because I don't know what for, right? Maybe it's a good reason. And that doesn't, explanation is not justification. I'm a big believer of explanation is not justification, but explanation can soften the blow, right? Yeah, just ask them direct. You call in a favor from a friend and they do it, but then afterwards you learn that they really didn't want to. Regardless of how you respond, how this make you feel, I would feel really bad. I would feel really bad. Like, should I have been able to tell that they didn't want to do this? Like, I would feel like icky about doing that. Apparently you're a monotype normal or a double ice water. You're an all-you-can-eat buffet that's been paid for by someone else. What are you most likely to do? I just eat as much as natural. Like, yeah, I wouldn't make the most of it, gorge myself or anything. That's disgusting. I would just eat what's natural, and then I would probably go up for a little bit more a little bit later once I'm feeling less full. I've been sucked into a drawn-out argument with a family member, and they're not letting it go. What is the most likely the last thing you're doing before you just walk away from them? I think talking in a very measured, cold way. Like my last response before I'm just I'm done, is just talking to them like they're kind of silly. No one rage baits oh my gosh. I just kind of shut down any sort of reactivity, and I just very plainly and measuredly give them the lay of it. And if that doesn't work, I'm just okay, I'm done. I just walk away. Generally, that takes a while. I generally have a pretty high tolerance for that. You have an art form that you love. Wow, I do. But you feel it's too niche to be a viable career. Wow, I do. What would you most likely do with this art form? Master it. If I'm good enough, people will pay me. Master it if I love doing something that's worth exploring. Practice it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Drop it. Master it. If I enjoy doing something, it's worth exploring as fully as possible. The fact that this channel has become as financially viable as it is, even if it's not entirely financially viable, is a shock to me, right? Although I think practice, it would probably be more accurate. There's no telling what skills my future ideas will require of me. If I love something, I want to work on it, whether it's writing or editing or public performance or streaming. There's no telling what my future ideas will want. You're out with a friend in public and some jerk is directly harassing them. How are you most likely to react to this? I mean, it depends on what the harassment is. Is it someone trying to pick a fight with my friend? Because I will back up my friend. if it's a fight. Is it someone who's hitting on my friend and being creepy weirdo? Those are two different ways of harassment. Because if it's a creepy weirdo, I just grab my friend and walk away, telling them to ignore them. But if it's they're trying to fight my friend, I will walk up next to my friend and be all right, sugar, we're going down swinging. I'd probably just grab and walk away. There's no reason to escalate. You just moved to a new town and you don't really know anyone yet. How'd you most likely go about making new friends? I mean, I did this. I've done this recently. I would love to do meeting and events shared around shared interest or hobby, but meeting events of surrounding a cultural identity or subculture. I guess these are very similar, but I guess subculture would be more accurate, right? I've more so gone towards groups or organizations or institutions that have been about identity, whether it's being up the club and having fun time, or going to a community center. You're leaving the grocery store on a busy day. On your way out, you notice that an empty shopping cart is blocking an otherwise free parking spot. I don't think I'd notice something like this. I'm not a good person. I wouldn't move it out of the way. Not because I'm oh, it's not my problem, but because I'm just focused on my thing. I would love to say, oh, I push out of the way on a traffic island, but no. Oh, on the traffic island? No, not that. I move it into the corral. I don't think I'd like, I would see it. I wouldn't process it. I wouldn't think about it. I would just be focused on my groceries. Someone you live with is going through a bad breakup and you know about it because you can hear them in their room either having loud or angry phone calls or just yelling at nobody. It's hard to tell. What do? I mean, it depends on who. Like, one of my roommates I've known for years. A couple of my roommates I only know because like we moved in together. It really depends on who. I mean, I just confront them directly. I'd be like, yo, what's good? Like, are you okay? You want to talk about it? No? Okay, then quiet. Like, you have an idea for an ambitious project that was exciting a month ago, but now you're realizing you might have been off more than you can chew. What is most likely to happen? There have been projects that I've canned. There have been long form videos that I've scripted and recorded and then canned. But there have also been projects that I've just kind of put on the back burner. Like TTRPGs that I put on the back burner that I just came back to. Some Lancer frames. There's a Lancer module that I have that I never finished, but I have on the back burner. Character bases for D&D. I looked it over on stream and people were like, oh my gosh, so good. The Kane supplement, I'm basically taking a break on it to play Signalis because while it was fun to talk Kane every week, I was like, well, I'm kind of tired of working on it nonstop, just kind of having a stream where I say I'm going to work on Kane and then I don't, and then I'm too busy off stream. Tahiti, I got a gosh darn plan, Arthur. I put it on the back burner and I just work on it more casually. I think that's what it is. Are you a human or a Pokemon? Human Dex or Pokédex? So I am a normal or an electric normal. So my monotype is normal. My primary secondary is electric normal. Normal types are best defined by their appreciation for domestic life, and they tend to be easygoing, relaxed, affable, helpful, expressive, and adaptable. They're largely focused on survival and comfort, and often maintain a consistent routine to ensure that they get what they need. Normal types tend to specialize in one or two skills, and their methods are usually more geared towards enjoyment rather than efficiency. They're typically more comfortable with people than other types, and when they feel threatened or challenged, they're unlikely to hide their discomfort. Okay. Like that's... Oh, so there's multiple different ones. Got it. Fighting or steel. I did think that because of how direct I was, I'd probably get fighting or steel. Electric primaries are just as powerful and active as other electrics, but they're often even more energetic and much more scattered. They typically have a wide range of abilities and personalities and tactics, with even less interest in being precise, consistent, physically strong, or practical. Electric primaries can be completely different creatures on different days. While they often avoid conflict, they give little thought to politeness and may still lash out if they feel challenged. They even get more energy from their surroundings wherever they are, but they typically avoid closer, complicated relationships with those around them. Normal, my gosh, and fighting. And then steel fighting. Wow. So like across the board, normal, electric, fighting, steel in all of them. Normal secondaries are just as affable and friendly as other normal types, but they're primarily distinguished by their priorities and their social style. They typically have a higher drive to create, which can be strong enough to supersede the typical normal type need for consistency, practicality, and even survival. Normal secondaries also tend to be more actively helpful, but they're also more likely to reserve their generosity for their close friends and family. They know when to put up walls and to ensure they aren't exploited, but they're still generally comfortable around people and can be kind and friendly no matter the situation. So like what this is saying is that I am just impractical, inconsistent, and wide in ability, personality, and tactics. But I also am nice to people I like, but can also be nice to other people. Like, I'm not gonna lie. My friend told me this, and they were like, yeah, everyone who's taking this is like, whoa, this is crazy. This is like true to like who I am. This was made for me. And for me, I read this, I'm like, okay, so it's Myers-Briggs, right? I think anyone would get any of this. Right. So fighting monotype, be the best, if not absolute perfection, of a good routine. Steel monotype, by their hardiness and preference for using raw physical strength. They don't acknowledge the needs of their bodies and tend to have distant, dispassionate, and mechanical affect to a lot of their actions. Oh no. Pokédex results. Versatile body part. You have a favorite and unique body part that you found multiple uses for, such as claws to dig, climb, and cut, or use a flame attack, but also to communicate. Arceus gave you a gift and you're making the most of it. Cool-headed. You're either more clever than your average Pokemon, or you have some unique quality that allows you to stay calm under intense pressure. That's pretty accurate. You're so controlled that when field researchers see a Pokemon like you for the first time, they assume you already have a trainer. Competitive. Whether you feel competitive with those around you, or you're just always working to catch up with your ideal self, that's an important distinction. Ranking is important to Pokemon like you. It lets you know who you should treat with respect and who should be studying at your feet. Maybe. Do I have good stats? First ability, Own Tempo. You're prevented from being confused or from being affected by Intimidate. I like that. I hate confusion. Second ability, Technician. Your weaker moves will do more damage than they otherwise would. I don't know what that means. Hidden ability, Defiant. If any of my stats are lowered by my opponent, my attack stat will sharply rise. Okay, at least I seem to be a physical attacker. At least I seem to like have physical attack. I'm not like a special attacker. I mean, I guess that makes sense with normal type, but like, isn't electric special attack? Versatile thighs. Oh my gosh, my thighs are used both for running and for squishing watermelons. Oh my gosh. So can't click this? No. I mean, that was a fun little thing. Like obviously this isn't gonna be super accurate. And I'm not just saying that because I got like normal type. Like I don't care about normal type. I'm not like a normal type hating Andy. But like easygoing, adaptable, and helpful with concerns rarely going beyond survival and comfort. I disagree with that. I don't think I have concerns with survival and comfort, which like normal type says they have a strong drive to create, and this can supersede even the normal type focus on consistency, practicality, and survival. I think that's more accurate. I think the primary secondary actually is a bit more accurate than the normal type, right? Like I don't think the fighting type fits, the steel type doesn't fit. Like the mono type seems a bit too singular, which I guess makes sense. I don't know how I feel about the electric. Stoic, competitive, physically capable. They tend to self-isolate, enjoy the freedom to be resourceful. Their methods are intense and they may ignore their own physical comfort or physical limitations in pursuit of their goals. They're likely to attack if they feel that someone wants to fight. They mostly prefer to leave others alone and stick to their self-improvement. I mean, like, fighting primary, normal secondary, not that far off. I self-isolate. I like the freedom to do my own stuff. I will throw hands if someone wants to throw hands, but I like to just stick to my own self-improvement. But also, I have a drive to create, right? Oh man, Andy hates normal types. With him, it's on site. Technician's pretty good. Chip moves hit decently hard. So like, I guess if you want, there fan art of electric normal type arrow or fighting normal type arrow, like, oh my gosh, like 28.8 versus 28.7. Interesting. Results FAQ. I think getting only one result from personality is boring. It felt important to dig a little deeper. Plus, many people have pre-existing connections with specific Pokemon types, so I want to provide more opportunities. And that's cute. That's fair. So I can just mix and match my results? Yes, absolutely. I would prefer people read the description and go with what feels correct rather than be married to results with a big number. If this feels too open-ended, you can also use the Pokemon colors as a guide. The frame changes color based on the strongest association, and the stats bar... Oh. Back to results. So if I click Pokédex results. Oh, this doesn't actually change my stats. Huh, interesting. You're a big number pick? Oh my gosh. Come on, Arrow. The normal club that feels weirdly insulting. Also, normal. Are friendly, expressive, and intensive, but generally very easy to get to know. They're largely focused on maintaining comfort. I disagree. They're typically more perfectionist, competitive, emotionally charged. Disagree. They often a reflection of the world. I mean, so what this is that I think what happened is that if you're... I mean, someone said this feels very extrovert. I feel like if you chose more like sociable, extroverted, friendly, helpful ones, you would get more normal. I chose a bunch of answers, and I'm like, I'm not choosing the... I wouldn't be in this situation answer, so I assumed I would get normal. Yeah. I can't... Honestly, I expected a bunch of normal because in a quiz like this, I feel like there's going to be a lot of normal answers because if you choose reasonable answers, it's probably going to be normal. I'm a bit surprised about electric and fighting. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised that I so strongly got clustered with fighting, steel, normal, electric. I don't say even electric isn't that crazy. Electric is just the primary. Huh, interesting. Water monotype or ice fairy electric, ice water normal. Everything but normal is low, so I think you're normal, mono normal. And that's the thing is that like mono normal, I just disagree. Like they rarely go beyond survival and comfort. Don't agree with that. They specialize in 1 or 2 skills. I mean, like I have content creation, but content creation is like 7 skills in 1. And then I also write on top of that. And then I also do other things on top of that. They're much more happy around humans than other types, but if they feel threatened, they're unlikely to hide their discomfort. Like, sure, I'm unlikely to hide my discomfort, but like, is this quiz saying that like autistic people are normal? Fighting steel arrow, yeah. Yeah, I think the normal as a secondary feels more accurate. And like that's something where I wasn't expecting that, but I don't necessarily disagree. Like this feels pretty accurate. More so than they're more like than other steel types to ignore physical needs. They're often detached and disinterested with others, particularly humans, but still tend to form together groups. Like steel is just the Sigma male. You were just the Sigma male Pokemon. Anyway, that was fun. That was cute. Oh goodness gracious. If you want to take it yourself, here's the quiz. Gosh, I have Cane Yuri to talk about. I have questions to answer. And it's been 4 hours. I am going to step away for just a moment. Then I come back. Into Cane Yuri Pog. Give me a moment. You know, I got up, I stood up, I read chat, I saw someone say, prepare the meowing. And I think my faith in humanity lowered just a little bit. Just a little bit. Someone said, some brave soul in chat. Foolish, but brave. Opted to push for meowing. And if I scroll back up, yep, that's meows. See Licorice and Gato and Ryu and Bees. That motorcycle outside, that's zooming, that's revving its motor for no reason. That's because of you. That's your fault. I'm sorry. A kitty meowing made Arrow lose faith in humanity. You're not a kitty. You're a person. You're an adult human being. You have a job, presumably. Perhaps you're in school or higher education. And yet, you're meowing in a TTRPG VTuber's chat with the phrase Kane Yuri Pog on the screen. Sorry, give me one moment, please. Sorry, my roommate needed something urgently, and so I had to send it to them. And unfortunately, I did not have what they needed, but I had the best that they had access to. Yeah, so the budget has been going insane. We had 2 arrow explosions in like 5 minutes. Can someone lore dump for arrow meows? So the lore for arrow meows is randomly someone started meowing one time when I stepped away from my device. And so other people joined in because all of you are sheep that follows the biggest sheep. You are lemmings leaping from the cliff of dignity into the despairing pits of meowing cat people. And so now, because I called attention to it, people do it all the time. And now every time I step away, people start meowing. Of course I follow the big sheep. They's the big sheep. Don't be silly, Arrow. We're cats. Sheep don't meow. Oh, yeah, my mistake. Yeah. Sorry, kitten. My apologies, kitten. I did not want to call you a sheep, kitten. You're a clam, actually? Okay, well, we got clams, we got cats, we got, like, bees, we got pigs. Kane Yuri. Does anyone even remember what happened in Kane last? Who here has not been following my Kane game? If you don't know what's been going on in my Kane game, I'm so sorry. I'm not giving a summary. How can we be sure this isn't Arrow using reverse psychology? Okay. Let me make it very clear. I am on record. I said, like, my most popular clip over on Twitch is one where I just say, can my community please not be the most pathetic community out of all of my mutuals? Like, y'all are so bottom coded. It's ridiculous. And now I have brought up the counter to that is that generally speaking, the more bottom the streamer, the more top the chat. The more top the streamer, the more bottom the chat. Which does bode well for me. However, you are my representatives. You are the voice with which the world will hear me and my ideas. You are my will made manifest, not even my limbs, but each of you a finger, a digit, spreading out into the world and spreading my influence. And if they look at you and they say, what is with all of these cat people with guns meowing at each other and blowing each other's brains out? I don't even know. Which, in fairness, this is a separate circumstance than the puppy girl situation. I must say, Arrow Kisser's meowing is preferable to the puppy girls, and which is a shock. I'm a dog person. I did not expect that I would rather have my community meow than bark. However, I do have a strong contingent of puppy girls in my YouTube audience, and it's in the stream audience that it's mostly meowing. How are we bottom coded? Can a top not meow? No, a top cannot meow. A top cannot meow. A top cannot :3. A top certainly cannot greater than :3C. This is hieroglyphics to me. I do not understand what this is. We do purge the weak pretty regularly. Exactly. Just find more mutuals with more pathetic communities. I will say that I do have a couple mutuals who my community, like, y'all are definitely less pathetic than them. However, you're down there. I'm sorry. Just the earnestness with which I went, like, you're down there. Arrows just referenced the ancient runes of Scene Kid. Oh my gosh. It's not our bang bang bang. It's not ancient runes. People in my comments, people in my Discord, people in Twitch chat, in YouTube chat will regularly be like, I've had to have this explained to me. I did not know what these ancient texts meant. Although it does make me think about one person I know who would constantly do this. They would post this. They would post this little emoticon. I thought this one was always very funny. I can do all those things and still top. I top even though I do all those things and still maintain my energy. My aura prevents me from degrading to bottom. That's a bold bit of words. I shall top you. Is it clear I have no idea what top bottom dynamics? It's a cat putting its paw in front. No, see, I've heard it's putting its paw in front of its mouth. I also heard it was its tongue at one point. Beyblade's tough. You know, I know that's an angry person yelling. Okay. Kane Yuri Pog. I want all of you right now. Oh, I want to praise. I want you to praise in chat. Put your hands together. Close your eyes. Kane Yuri Pog. Boom. Kane Yuri Pog. Boom. I love Yuri and my Kane game. Pog. Boom. We have summoned Kane Yuri. It's been a month. It has been a long time coming. And we came back with the most toxic, the most doomed, the most Yuri we've had thus far. This last session, yesterday's session, had more Yuri in it than the first time Hattie and Raphael kissed. Amen, Pog. The Yuri gods granted unto us. Because of Crab Yuri Collective, because of the mommy short. Because of the mommy short, I think that's what gave us Crab Yuri. More Yuri than your body has room for. So, we begin the session. We're in a car. So, if you don't know, in Kane, it's a game that I'm running for fellow content creator Celerity Dust. It's a one-on-one game. We've been playing for like 10 months now. We've had a couple hiatuses over time. The last like month or so, we haven't had a game. Yesterday, we had our first session in a while. They play Hattie. And they have a series of NPCs they're working with. Right now, they're currently hunting down the perfect idol snake, which used to be one of the exos from their group called the Valentines, from their group at Site Epsilon. And they're currently on a hunt to take out Snake. And Snake, prior to the mission beginning, prior to the hunt beginning, had inducted into the cult 4 other members of the Valentines. Acme, Newton, Faust, and Watson. And in previous sessions, the Hattie and the rest of the Valentines found Acme, spoke with him, and Acme's like, oh yeah, Snake would love to get to meet all of you. Let me take you to him. And Acme has a car, despite being like a 17-year-old, despite being like a 16-year-old, because he ended up getting a car when joining, like Snake got him a car with cult powers. And so Acme's like, well, this can only fit 5 of us, and there's 7 of us total. There is Hattie. There is her girlfriend, Raphael. There's Raphael's girlfriend, Bond. Not really, but like Hattie is Polly, and Raph is very interested in Bond, and Bond is less interested in Raph. But it's like, it's been Yuri, right? It's been in the background. We also have Sister, who is like 12. She's younger than everyone, is like the little sister of them. We have Mix, who died and got brought back different and is distorted currently. And then we have Bridge. Bridge, who is not a part of the Valentines, not a part of Site Epsilon, is not a part of Kane at all, but is a rogue binder that is working with them because the rest of the crew, they promised Bridge to give her Snake's sin seed upon killing Snake. Because Bridge basically works with Under Heaven, works with random binders, sells them bits of grace that she scavenges from like executed sins and like drifters. And so she knows she's going to get a giant score if she sells them a sin seed. And over time, she's shown that she knows nothing about Kane. She doesn't know much about Under Heaven. And so they're explaining like how awful Under Heaven is to her. And she's like, oh, maybe I've been working with the bad guys. Speaking of Yuri, I'm planning a King Arthur Camelot campaign, and one other player made it their stated goal to seduce Guinevere away from both Arthur and Lancelot. I was so sure that the sub donation was to get Arrow to call Mama Rights and tell her that she was loved. No! So, this is our crew. Hattie, Raphael, Bond, Sister, Mix, Bridge, and Acme going to go see Snake. In the car, they ended up making a decision. They used Whisper to see the future, and they saw that the crew that stayed behind, because there wasn't enough for all of them, the crew that stayed behind was going to have to deal with the police, and the crew that went there would have to avoid Snake. And so the way they split it up is because Acme wants to go pick up Newton. Oh my gosh, all the Valentines are here. We should get the rest of like the Valentines that are with Snake. So Faust is back at the warehouse they're at. Watson is back at the warehouse they're at. And Newton and Acme were out. They're on training. Snake has them training for something. And so Acme drives back Hattie and Sister and Mix and Bridge. And they leave behind Raph and Bond. Raph and Bond are going to have to deal with the police as they wait on Acme to drive them to the warehouse, drop off the other crew, talk to Snake, drive back to pick them up, then also drive over to pick up Newton, and then drive back to the warehouse and drop all of them off. They're all in the car. 20-minute drive out of town. They leave the north part of town and they go on like this off dirt road that for whatever reason, like it's paved, it's like flattened, and it can fit like 2 semi-trucks going in opposite directions. But it's like a dirt road leading off to this warehouse. And it's kind of bumpy. The suspension is struggling. And I describe that Sister, who's sitting in the middle of the car, she's in the middle seat. She doesn't look well. And Sister was a part of that initial crew of Acme and Newton and Faust and Watson. And all of them, including Sister, got like brainwashed by Snake. And it was only because of her captive sin rancor, because of her bound sin rancor, that she managed to escape. And so she's traumatized by that. She doesn't trust Acme. She's terrified of Snake. She's like actually not doing well. And so I describe that she's not looking well. And then I roll risk. And I roll a 4. And I say that she looks like she's about to throw up. Because they're in a car with like poor suspension, and they're on a dirt road, and like Hattie's trying to figure out like, oh, is there anything I can get her to like distract her? And Mix in the back seat is just like, yo, Acme, stop the car. And he's like, why? And he's like, Sister's gonna throw up. And then he's like, wait, really? And then like he pulls over, and they pull over, stop the car. Mix takes out Sister, pulls her off to the side, and Hattie is looking for something to like ease Sister's stomach, looking in the console of the car, and in it finds like hand sanitizer and finds like some tissues and finds like an empty thing of Altoids, and so basically starts like taking the hand sanitizer, putting it in the Altoids, and trying to like make effectively like smelling salts to like calm an upset stomach. And is like working on that, as talking to Acme, and like Bridge is making snide comments, and Acme is just like, yo, is like she doing okay? And then Acme expresses that like, oh, she never got car sick before. And that's when my player realized that, oh, Sister isn't just car sick because this is a bumpy ride. Sister is getting car sick because she is incredibly like nervous. Sister is actively like having a physical reaction to her anxiety, because she is basically returning to the thing that traumatized her. And like she's expressed multiple times now how uncomfortable she is around Acme, and Acme is driving the car, and so she ends up throwing up outside. Mix is taking care of her, is like rubbing her back, like telling her like, oh, it's okay, like take care of that. Hattie takes the little like smelling salt thing, tells her to smell it. She's like, ew, it's gross, and like it's meant to like get her mind off of it, calm her stomach. Hattie smells it, it's like, that's horrible. Hands her some water, and Mix is like, okay, now put it in your mouth, swish it around, spit it out, blah blah blah. Like goes through all of the process, gets her to calm down. And then they're trying to get her to get back in the car, and Sister's like, I'm not going back in that car. Sister's like, mm-mm. And they're like, girl, we gotta get back in the car. And she's like, I don't want to. And there's a double conversation going on, where on the surface she's saying that she doesn't want to get in the car, and how like she doesn't want to get sick again. And then under the hood, on that like subtext, she doesn't want to see Snake. She doesn't want to go there. She does not want to continue on the path that this is going down. And they basically have to convince her, and like they end up like making a sister sandwich where like Hattie hugs Mix around Sister, so they kind of like squish her, and then she like nods into them and is like giving them both a hug, and like they're looking after their little sister, right? That's what this is. And then she like reluctantly gets back in the car, and like sister is not doing well. But it's only like a 5-minute drive, so they continue driving towards the warehouse. And once they reach the warehouse, they see that there's cameras outside, and there is the parking lot that they can park the car in. Acme doesn't even find a spot. He just pulls up in front of the main entrance, turns off the car, and they all get out to head inside. Hattie does some chicanery, and she manages to call in subtly that they are at the warehouse because they want Kane admin to know. And then they head inside, and in the car, actually, part of why sister threw up is because Hattie was talking to Acme and got distracted by talking to Acme before going over to help sister. And they're talking about his license, and he got a fake license. And Bridge made a comment that's like, oh yeah, careful, they're going to take away your provisionary license. And he's like, it's not provisionary license, it's a real like fake license. And then they're like, why would you get a real fake license? And they're like, yeah, he shows them. They learn that his name is Jeremy, and they start teasing him about his name being Jeremy. And he's like, well, I can't change what I was named. They're like, wait, that's your actual name? And he's like, yeah. And like, why would you put your actual name on a fake ID? And he's just like, because it's practice for when I get a real one. And then Hattie was like, oh, that's actually really sweet. Like didn't process that it's like something he's actually working towards, not just a momentary thing. Something else that happens in the car is that after sister is sick and there's driving, they're talking about Kane, and they're talking about armaments and weapons. And at one point, Hattie says, I take out my gun. And then like they hit a bump, and so the car jostles, and I make them roll risk, and I got a 6. And so I say, the gun does not discharge. However, it's about to smack sister in the face. How do you stop that? And so she barely, like, Hattie barely manages to get out of the way, and it smacks herself in the face and says, like, ow. And so, like, Bridge is like, whoa, I want to see that. And, like, takes the gun and, like, does grabby hands. And they're talking about the gun. And, Acme is looking over his shoulder at the gun while he's driving, and then Mix is like, eyes on the road, dude, and he looks back around and like swerves the car to avoid like going off the road because he wasn't looking at the road. And then like Mix shows her gun, and like Bridge wants to grab Mix's gun, and Mix is like, I for one am not giving my gun to a stranger, unlike some of the people in this car. And so it basically turns into like a nightmare road trip, which was very cute, right? You had people who were like the driver who was not paying attention to the road. You had people brandishing firearms in the car. You had the little sister that like just was sick and is now disassociating. Like it was all the horrible things of a road trip. So they get there, they park, calls it in. They head inside. Jeremy, Acme, talks to the receptionist and scans in a badge, leads them in. They make up a story about how like, oh, they're here on tour because this is still a warehouse. These are still random kids. You think that's cute? I think it was funny. It was endearing to the characters. You can't hunt Cthulhu witches unless you take your sister. Mom. Like that kind of deal. So it's endearing. It was sweet. It was a fun little like character moment where it made my player care more about Acme. It got to demonstrate the relationship between like Mix and sister a bit more. Bridge got to have some quips. Yeah, they're distracting sister from the immediate doom. And they end up reaching there. They head inside. They go to a break room. And it's like, it's a tiny little, it's a thing where it's just like dandelion yellow walls. There's a little sink here, a single bit of counter space that has a basket that has wilting flowers and once had like snacks in it that has since been removed, a little mini fridge. There's a table here that has like chairs for like 8. And then there's like a thing on the wall which is like all of the know your rights in the state of New York, like blah 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 blah, like all of those like mandatory notices that workplaces have to post. And then they're just sat there, and Acme's like, all right, I'm gonna go tell Snake and get this set up. And so they find in the fridge, there's like some waters. There's also some sparkling waters. But I described that they were like kind of like LaCroix, where they are like the essence of the smell of the taste of cranberry. The slight inclination that you once had the memory of a strawberry with like sparkling water. And then there's also a single orange Gatorade. And so like Hattie like pours out some of the cranberry and pours out some of the orange into 2 cups that are like plastic cups in here, hand them to Sister, and his sister's like, I don't want it. And Sister is expressing how like normally she likes Gatorade. Normally she'd be down for this, but she doesn't like orange Gatorade. And this is one of those instances where like, no, beggars can't be choosers, but like, have you ever been upset? And when anything is wrong when you're upset, it's so much worse. Like, for instance, when after she was sick earlier, she was saying, and like the conversation that Hattie walked up to is Mix was like comforting Sister about saying that they can get another one. And Sister's like, yeah, but it won't be the same. And then Mix is like, well, there will always be more donuts we can get. And Sister's like, yeah, but we might not all be together. Because if you remember last time, Acme in the break room had some donuts and he gave them some donuts. And Mix was like encouraging Sister to have some jelly donut. And so Sister tried some jelly donut and enjoyed the jelly donut and then threw it up. And so she felt bad. And now she's upset. She's scared. She's anxious. Rancor, her bounce in, has to stay outside because they don't want anyone who's grace sensitive to see Rancor. So she like feels unsafe. She feels exposed and like she is not okay. And so she's like, I don't want this orange Gatorade. Yeah, of course jelly donuts are mid. I'm horrified. There's a child with a gun with another child driving recklessly. Oh no, I hope Sister doesn't turn into a jelly donut by a Sid now. Yeah. So like she ends up not having the orange and Mix takes it, but she has the cranberry and she's like, this isn't very good. And then she has another drink from it. And she's like, bleh. And then takes another drink from it. And this is one of those things where like she's like saying it's not very good, but it's obviously good enough that she's gonna keep drinking it. Acme talks about like, hey, well, I can pick up some food while I'm out, but first I need to talk to Snake. He leaves, goes and talks to Snake. The rest of them are all talking. What are we gonna do? Like, we're here now. Do we just wait? Is the plan to just wait like an hour for Snake to head out, pick up Bond and Raph, pick up Newton, and then come back here, and then all of us confront Snake? Well, what if we confront Snake now? No, we shouldn't confront Snake now. We literally had like a vision of the future that told us that we would have to avoid talking to Snake, and then it's like, well, we know what's happening. It's like, well, what good does knowing it's gonna happen do if you're still gonna just do it anyway? And like they're arguing about what to do next. Acme comes back. All right, guys, I'm heading out. Did you find anything for food? They're kind of flat-footed because they weren't talking about that. And so someone goes, pizza. Can we get some pizza? Like definitely Italian. We love some pizza. And then they end up deciding like, yeah, sure, I'll pick up like a cheese pizza and a pepperoni pizza. Acme heads out. He's gone. They have like 40 minutes, an hour maybe, before confronting Snake with the others. They're talking. And they're kind of figuring out what to do. They're talking like, oh, well, could we scout around? I don't really know. Where would Snake be? We're not really sure. How did they get here? Well, maybe they like took a semi-truck. Like maybe they took like, how did they get Snake all the way from Altria in Pennsylvania up here to Thunderfeld in New York? And so like they're talking through all that. And then eventually, Hattie says, I want to talk to Snake. I want to talk to Snake. And Mix and Bridge don't hear this. They're busy talking about something else. And Sister's like, why? And then Mix is like, what? And then Sister says, why do you want to talk to Snake? And Mix is like, wait, who's talking to Snake? And then like it shifts to where attention's fully on Hattie, and Hattie just says like, I want to talk to him alone. I want to go to Snake and I want to get the lay of like what's happening, what went on here. And Hattie is expecting basically everyone to say no to that. And Mix's immediate response is, yeah, sure, I'll go with you. No, I want to go by myself. No, I want to talk to him too. And then Sister is like, no, I thought the point was to wait for everyone. Like, why would we want to talk to Snake? We knew that this is a bad idea. We were told via like looking forward that this was a bad idea. And then they're talking about that. They're arguing about it. They're trying to figure out what's going on. And then Hattie brings up like, well, how do we know that we're safe? If we talk to, kind of like ignoring Sister, how do we know if we're safe if we talk to Snake? And then Mix, remember, is distorted. She before was very people-oriented, was very just like, hey, I want to support you, whatever's best for you. Like, listen, none of us have the support network here. I want to be the support network for anyone I can. Now Mix is like Valentine's, the Valentine's first, Valentine's before anyone else, Valentine's first. Like, she has been acting different. And so her response is, well, we'll just know if they're acting different. And so Hattie like laughs at that, like, oh my gosh. And she's thinking about it. And Hattie reveals to the others, which she's talked about, but has not like confirmed explicitly, after this mission, I'm going Gamma. And this is a bomb drop on two characters. On Sister, she was like resigned this entire time. She was just like, you're going to talk to Snake, I'm going to lose you. Like you're going to be gone. This is what I'm scared of. This is what I don't want to happen. But I have no power here. I have no agency. Like, isn't really responding. And when Hattie says I'm going Gamma, to be like, that's not changing. So if I start saying that I'm not going Gamma, that's how you know Snake got me. Sister just says, I'm waiting outside with Rancor, and stands up and walks out of the room. And then Hattie's like, wait, no. And then Sister's just gone. Sister just literally leaves the building, goes to be with Rancor outside of the building. That's bomb drop 1. Sister leaves. And Mix is just like, Hattie, and Hattie is just like, go after Sister. Sister needs you. And then Mix goes, Hattie, and like kind of brain not working for that moment. And then Bridge goes, well, fine, I'm not going to leave her alone, and goes after her. Like, and then Hattie's like, what? And Bridge is like, I'm not going to leave a kid out there by herself, because Bridge is like a couple years older than them. Bridge is like 19, 20, as opposed to the rest of the cast who are like 16, 17. So Bridge, despite not being a part of the Valentines, still sees like a 12-year-old going off by herself, and it's like, I don't really know her, but I don't want bad things to happen to her, so I'm gonna go look after her, even though no one else trusts Bridge, right? Bridge is not trustworthy. Bridge is just like literally like, well, you two aren't gonna look after her, so I'm gonna go after her. So goes out. So it's just Mix and Hattie. Mix is just like, why? And this is where I, in real life, started gaslighting my player. No, not like false Hydra gaslighting, but like, I did my literal, actual best job to manipulate, gaslight, guilt trip, and like victim blame, effectively, in character. Mix towards Hattie. Mix starts by saying like, you're just gonna leave us, you're gonna leave Sister, you're gonna leave me, you're gonna leave Raph. And then Hattie's just like, I've wanted this for so long. Like, I've always wanted this. And then Mix is like, yeah, that's so selfish of you. How could you hurt us like this? How could you hurt me like this? And Hattie's just like, no, like, it will be okay. Like you can still go Gamma. And Mix says, yeah, I know I can, but I'm gonna stay with the Valentines because the Valentines need me. Are you really gonna leave behind Raph? And then Hattie says, no, Raph is coming with me. And Mix goes, Raph is gonna leave behind Bond? You've seen how they interact with each other. You know how Raph feels about her. Raph will do anything for you. But Raph will also do anything for Bond. And Bond can't go Gamma because Bond has a sin mark. are you going to leave behind Raph? And then Hattie starts explaining how, well, her plan was that she was going to bring Mix and Arthur and Raph all to Gamma with her, but then Arthur died, and then Mix goes, yes, but you don't need to separate us. Arthur's gone, but he died a Valentine. You can stay with everyone else. You can stay a Valentine. You can honor his memory by sticking with the rest of us. And then at one point, she's like, you're always gonna be a Valentine. And then Hattie's like, well, what about Kanan and Clapback? And then you hate them now. You said terrible things about them once you heard about them. And Mick says, yeah, because there's a difference between leaving the Valentines and being taken from the Valentines. Arthur was taken from the Valentines. He died. And I miss him. And everyone misses him. We all care for him. I miss Gage and I miss everyone. But Kanan and Clapback left the Valentines, which is what you're talking about doing. You're trying to hurt us and hurt the Valentines. Don't you want to be here for all the future XOs? Don't you want to be here to make life easier for all the future Valentines? And just like we had like a 30-minute like conversation where Mix was just hitting all of these different notes of like, you would hurt me if you did this. Wouldn't you be leaving behind Raph? Honor the memory of the Valentines. Think about all the Valentines going forward. Why would you do this? Like hitting all of these different angles. And it was like, my player told me after like 2 or 3 times is when they realized, oh, Mix is just grasping. Mix is just saying whatever they think Hattie wants to hear. And eventually, it basically comes down to Mix saying, like, Mix gets closer to her and like puts her hands on Hattie's face and like cups her jaw and like runs her thumbs across Hattie's cheeks. And it's just like, you don't have to leave us. You can just stay with the rest of the Valentines. Yeah, it's not going to be an easy life, but it's not going to be an easy life in Gamma either. Do you want to abandon all of us? Do you want to leave all of us behind where none of us will be able to even see you again? Do you want to live a life where you're just constantly running from your past? And like Hattie's like not really able to respond to that. And they're talking, and then Hattie, and then like she slides down one of her hands to Hattie's waist, one hand on like her hip, one hand on her chin, and Hattie like pulls away, and Mix doesn't let her pull away. And Mix like holds the grip on her chin and holds the grip on her hip and is like still talking to her about like why would you want to abandon us? Like there's a difference between being taken from us and leaving us. You're talking about leaving us. And it's like very like, oh, like, okay. And eventually, like one of the final things that gets brought up is eventually they're close like that, and Mix is looking at Hattie and like says something, I don't remember what it was, that makes Hattie like falter for a moment and makes her like genuinely kind of like see Mix's point of view, and she starts to pull away and Mix lets her pull away, and Mix basically just kind of like deflates a bit and just goes, oh well, I thought you cared for me how I cared for you. And Hattie's just like, what do you mean by that? And Mix just says, as a Valentine, as a friend. And at this point, Hattie's like, oh my God, I just open the door and I walk out. Because at this point, they're talking about going to find Snake. So like they're going to go find Snake. And then as she like opens the door and starts stepping out, Mix goes, or is something more? And Hattie, because remember, Hattie's poly. Hattie's in a relationship with Raph. And my player is poly, which is why like Hattie is, and they're exploring that. And they bring up the fact they're like, oh my gosh, I don't know how strong Hattie is. And I'm just like, well, in the car earlier, Raph was teasing you about Mix and said she'd be fine if you did something with Mix. And then my player's just like, that's how you get cheating in poly relationships. is because, yes, they had a conversation about vibes, but I did not explicitly ask Raph if this was okay. So this would not be okay. And then I'm like, yeah, and? And so as she's like going out the door, she's like, that's a conversation for after this hunt. And Mix goes, so make sure you don't leave until we have it, okay? And then they go off to go find Snake, and they end up going into the warehouse and they head off. But do you see why? Do you see why that was the most toxic doomed Yuri in the game thus far? Do you see why? I was like actually a hair's breadth from saying like Mix kisses you. I was like, okay, so why did I do this, right? Why did I do this? Distorted Mix is a crystallization of her desire to support the Valentines. What is most important to her? The Valentines. Not an individual Valentine, not an individual XO, the Valentines. And so any breach from that is a threat to the Valentines. Hattie said, I'm going to go Gamma after this, which means I'm going to leave Site Epsilon. I'm going to turn my back on the Valentines. And so Distorted Mix, which is not Mix. Mix, it is like her psychological id, her Jungian shadow, her subconscious given manifest form. She sees that as a threat. And a point of note that like my player picked up on, and we talked about it afterwards. The entire hunt, Distorted Mix has been kind of like coddling sister, has kind of been mothering sister, has kind of been like, not only am I older than you and I care for you in that way, but you're another Valentine, so I want to care for you as a Valentine. And so like, for instance, when she like was feeling sick earlier, it was Mix that was comforting her, who gave her the drink earlier, in a previous session, who gave her the donut, who's been looking after her. And then as soon as like, sister obviously needs someone, Hattie is the one more at risk of leaving the Valentines, so that is where Mix's full attention goes. And then Mix literally starts hitting every single angle she can think of in order to try and keep Hattie in the Valentines. It starts with stuff like guilt tripping. It starts with stuff like, why would you do this? Can't you see how much it would hurt the Valentines? It is appeals to legacy of, don't you want to be there for future Valentines? Don't you want to make life easier for future Valentines? Don't you want to be to them what Arthur was to you? It was made by appeals to relationships. Are you really going to leave behind Raph? Raph would do anything for you. I've seen it. But she also feels very strongly about Bond. Are you really going to tear Raph away from Bond? You say Raph is going to follow you. Is she really? Are you just going to leave her like that? It is like appeals to your relationship with the speaker. You would hurt me like this. I thought you cared about me the way I care about you. And I literally like asked my player this like a month ago at this point. I was like, hey, or probably like a month and a half ago at this point. I was like, hey, tension has increased with you and Mix. You have expressed passively as a player, you're kind of interested in like Hattie X Mix, but mostly it has been a found family sibling dynamic. And they're like, yeah, exactly. And I was just like, how would you feel if Mix, Distorted Mix, were to leverage your feelings and effectively, like the best term I can come up with is seduce Hattie into staying with the Valentines, i.e. leverage her confusing feelings into like hitting on her and or kissing her and or like entering a relationship with her to tie her to the Valentines. And my player said, oh, that would be awful. I love it. And so like I signposted this explicitly. I told my player what I was going to do. And like, obviously a month and a half is because we didn't have session for a month. But I told my player, like, this is my plan. Are you okay with this? And they said yes. And so I did it. And they were like, this was, oh my gosh, is amazing. Like, I don't think Hattie at this point recognizes that Distorted Mix is like a different person basically. And so is oddly enough more okay with it because it's not damaging the legacy of Mix. And now it's like a different person who's just kind of looks similar to her. So like Hattie might actually be on board with this. And like my player was expressing how like conflicting feelings Hattie had, because like they are two people who are very much like, they were friends, they were close platonically, they had a bit of like the sisterhood going on. They didn't like see each other as sisters. However, they had like a strong platonic bond that at times my player was like, I feel like Hattie would be kind of interested. Mix was never interested. Distorted Mix doesn't care. Distorted Mix will absolutely utilize that and leverage it in order to get you to stay in the Valentines. Yeah, so obviously, much like the False Hydra story, there was consent on the part of the player. There was consent on the part of, out of game, I checked with them to make sure they would be comfortable with that. Because, well, that's really messed up. Like you're saying, like it's thoroughly effed up. And so it's something that I would never spring that on someone without checking first. Because that's a very real thing to do. And like, I have known people in my life who, despite trying their best to be a good person, were desperate and or distraught enough to use similar tactics on people I've cared for or myself, is what I will say. Which is a very diplomatic way of saying, honey, I've been there. Don't even try it. Right? Like I've known people who have done this kind of stuff. And so I literally was like, I was like, think, like brain blast moment of like going back in my mind palace and going to like the jail room of where I house all the memories of people who have like mistreated myself or others. And I'm just like, I have need of your services. And then I just drew on like real manipulation tactics I've seen. Because Mix is willing to do anything to keep the Valentines together, is she even capable of real affection? I think she is. I think her affection towards Sister is real. I think she genuinely cares about Sister and like wants what's best for her and like was there for her and comforting her. You manipulative DM, yeah. You're actually absolutely gorging on this tea. Do you see why? Do you see why I said it's the most toxic doomed Yuri? And like, it didn't even involve a kiss. But it certainly involved seduction. Like my player did not react and they did not comment on it. So I don't know if they were like how they felt about it, but like walking up and getting close and then the hands on the jaw and on the thumbs on the cheek and then sliding a hand down to the hip and then not letting you back off. And then like at one point, oh my gosh, I forgot. I didn't mention, literally at one point, Hattie like hugs her after like and is like kind of like breaking down and being like, I always thought of Arthur as like the archetypal Valentine, and I want to be more like him. And like Mix is literally like holding her and like stroking her hair and going, shh, yeah, and you can be more like him by staying. And like literally like I felt so icky. Like I love playing villainous characters. And with Mix in particular, it's so sad because she started as the best of us. It's not even a corruption arc. It's like a body snatcher situation. Right? Why did I do this? First of all, because it was fun as heck. Then it was deliciously painful. Thank you. So like at one point she was literally like comforting her and like shushing her and like stroking her hair, and in the same breath was pushing her agenda. And that's just like, oh my gosh, it sucks. It was so much fun. So like there wasn't even a kiss, but it was certainly like the hallmarks of seduction. And that's why at a certain point I shiver in a good way or shiver in a bad way. I nearly had Mix kiss Hattie. And I mentioned that to my player afterwards because we were chatting about it. And I was like, I felt like that would have been too much. And then my player was like, yeah, it would have showed her hand too much. And not in the sense of it would have been like too uncomfy, Because obviously, yes, like if you kiss someone without their consent, that is not okay. And particularly if you are manipulating someone and you kiss them in order to get them to agree with you, that is also not okay. But I felt as though Mix got what she wanted. She quote unquote confessed and like literally stopped Hattie at the door. Hattie, like with the door open, walking out, turned around and was like, that's a conversation for after the hunt. And Mix goes, yeah, so you have to stay until we have it. Hook. The hook is in, and now Mix just has to slowly reel it in over time. Just make sure that Hattie doesn't get away. And it's messed up. It's awful. It's terrible. It's I hate it. And that's why it's so interesting to me. Which Disco Elysium skill did you roll to create this horror positive? My first thought is drama. My second thought is electrochemistry. Although I suppose suggestion is probably the real answer. Because like drama is lying, is acting, which I don't think is quite, like it's a little bit the case. I think it's mostly suggestion. What does she want to hear? What does Hattie need to hear? What would make Hattie do what you want? Empathy, a little bit, knowing what the other person wants. Electrochemistry. Understanding how she feels to your touch and how she's reacting and the kind of like the increasing of her pulse and the sharpness of her breath and like is this getting to her in that way? I would say probably mostly suggestion with a secondary in electrochemistry and drama. After this, they head into the main warehouse. And it's a big giant warehouse that they enter from like here. There's a bunch of shelving units. It's a pharmaceutical warehouse. So it's filled with like shelving units. Off to the right is where a bunch of loading bays for like semi-trucks are. And they head in, and above them, from where they entered, is multiple other floors. They see a second floor, they see a third floor, both of which have full wall windows looking down onto the office space. And they head in, and there's like a cherry picker here that's leading like one person up to the top of this shelf. And then they notice that there's no Sin in here. Snake isn't in here. Snake is huge. They've established by this point that talking to Acme got the license in Pennsylvania. They drove a semi-truck up here to transport Snake. So Snake is big enough that they need a semi-truck. And then my player surmised that the reason why they've set up in this warehouse is because this is a network of semi-trucks where Snake could go theoretically anywhere. Scary. I mentioned that they're looking around, they don't see anything, and then they notice the floor is like just pinkish. This pinkish red, like this brick red. And there's no concrete. There's no yellow painting markers of like where loading docks will be and like keep stuff out of this area to allow the semi to back in. There's no areas of like don't park here. There's none of that on the floor. It's just solid pink. And then Hattie kneels down, runs her hand along it and describes it smooth. And has a little bit of give to it. It feels like scale. And she's like, we need to go. And Mix is like, yes, we need to go. Now you remember what I said about Snake? Yeah. And so they get up, they go. And they hear, hey, what are you doing? And they turn around. And a man who is standing with only his like shoulders, his head, and his hands above the floor. It's as if he sunk 4 feet into the floor. His model is glitching out. And he's just non-reactive to the fact that they are on it or that he's below it or anything. And so they give up a story where they're talking to the boss. Jeremy brought them in. And then they realize that up in one of the windows on the second floor is Foss in a suit. One of their fellow XOs is in a suit talking to someone in an office. And like they're pointing to him, and they're like the office worker gestures to him, says like, hey, yeah, if you want to find him, head down there on the right, take the first left, and then it'll be the elevator. And they're like, thank you. And they're like, we need to go. We think we're in the palace. This is probably the palace. And then they're like, yes, but we need to talk to Snake. It's like, yes, I really wish we could just talk to Snake. And then they hear behind them, well, then go ahead and speak with me. And then Hattie whips around and there's nothing there. It's like, Snake? Yes. Looks down. It's coming from the floor. And then she's like, Snake, you left your Game Boy back at the site. And then Snake goes, well, I hope that you brought it with you. It's been awfully boring here. And Hattie's just like, And then I describe that one eye opens on the floor beneath their feet. And that's where we called the session. And so where we called it, the main, like, so we had like fun bit in the car with like Acme shenanigans, getting to know Acme a bit better, having the gun shenanigans. Sister got sick, sister's feeling bad. The break room, which was Sister is like not having a good time. Mix is causing Hattie to not have a very good time. And now in the warehouse, the floor is Snake. They're inside Snake. Now that's what, no. So, and what it is that my player doesn't know this. They think they're in the palace. What it is that it's in the warehouse. The entire floor is Snake because Snake is a flesh changer. Snake's competency is in altering flesh. And so Snake will rise out from it and the flesh will kind of like unseal itself from another and reveal itself to be giant coils of snake that are wrapped around each other in a roughly floor-like shape that was filled in by him. And then all of the humans can't perceive grace. So they walk through the giant snake creature, the perfect sin, without even realizing he's there. That's why the one guy was like clipping through it. Sister and Mago, well, Sister's all out with Bridge. Sister has just lost faith in Hattie. Bridge, the rogue binder, who the entire hunt has proved time and time again, actually, yes, you can live out on your own. You are totally able to just live by yourself. You just have to be like quick, quiet, and not make a nuisance of yourself. Will Sister stay or leave? That's the question. Because right now, Sister is horrified of Snake. The team is divided. She doesn't trust Acme. She has lost faith in Hattie. She recognizes that there's something wrong with Mix, but has kind of been ignoring it purposely. And Bridge, this unaffiliated non-Kane binder. Because remember, Sister is a binder. Sister doesn't get to have a good time in Kane. As much as all exos have life that sucks, Sister's life is going to suck more. What if Sister just leaves? What if Bridge and Sister just leave together? The Floor is Lava Sin Edition. The mental image of Sin Snake gaming is good comic relief. Which I will remind y'all, the lovely Alza some time ago made this art of Snake Imago in line with the description that I gave, and then designed this for Perfect Sin Snake. And I've basically ran with this. This is my conception of what Perfect Sin Snake is like, and I'm so excited to whip it out. And I told my player, like, hey, I actually have Perfect Sin art that Alza, who drew the Imago, drew, so I can't wait to whip it out for you. It's going to be fun. It's going to be so much fun. I hope Bridge can take Sister. Bridge being a secret snake agent would be so bad. Would be awful. I also need to point out the fact it's a Perfect Sin at Cat 3. Let me just check my notes real quick. So that's a baseline because it's an idol. That would be 6 plus 2 times cat is 6 plus 2 times pressure, which is currently at 4. So that's 8. Oh, that's a 20 execution talisman. Oh. I don't think Hattie's getting out of this one. So yes, I had a lot of fun. Not to mention damage reduction. Not to mention the mock damage reduction. I'm also going Annihilation because I hate my player. Which Annihilation is, there's a 6 talisman where every single action triggers it down by 1. At the end of that, it refreshes its severe attack. Have I already asked Hattie the questions? I have not. I'm going to ask, because you ask it during the time, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you ask them in the moment. How long are my sessions IRL? So what we do is that generally we call at a time and we chat for about an hour, right? Because I'm catching up with a friend, right? And I have since like built this time in as like, this is our chatting time. I will probably be like 15 minutes late because it's around the time I wake up and I need to like eat some food and like maybe I get out of bed late. So like I'm literally like rolling out of bed when session would start. So like, hey, I need 15 minutes to like brush my teeth, do my hair, all that stuff. And then I'll call while I'm making food. We're chatting on the phone, talking about what we did for our week. Like yesterday, we were just chatting. The week before, we actually got the chance to have a call, but we couldn't do a session because we were busy chatting. We were like catching up over the past month. And then like after an hour, we lock in. Now, normally we have 2 hours at this point. Yesterday we had 3. Depends on what their availability is and what my availability is. Usually they have a bit of a tighter deadline because they're on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast. And I do it earlier in the day. So it's generally something where like of actual playtime about like 2.5, 3 hours. Looks like Hattie's going to stay a Valentine forever with their renewed best friend and leader Snake. Yeah, exactly. I guess I got to watch all the Kane videos to catch up. And that's the thing is like, I don't like to shoot around requests too much because I hate being like, hey, could you do this for me real quick? And just like leverage my community because that feels kind of gross, particularly if I'm not going to compensate you. But if someone could take the time to go through all of my Kane like streams, which it's mostly just Wednesday streams, not all of them, but a lot of them. It's mostly Wednesday streams and just like clip a highlight reel of my Kane game. I feel like that would actually be very helpful for a lot of people. I just do not have the time. I would have done this months ago, but I just do not have the time. Yeah, so I'm very excited to see now we have Snake. We have Hattie. We have Mix. Nearby is Faust. And Watson. I don't know what Hattie's plan was in getting Snake a private audience, but not the best one. I can tell her that. This might end with all of the Valentines being subsumed into Snake and Sister leaving. That might be what this is. I don't know, and that's why TTRPGs are so much fun. I'm gonna start questions now because it's currently been 5 hours, and then we can wrap up. What are valid reasons and circumstances to ghost someone? They make you uncomfy. Like, yes, it sucks, but if I'm talking to someone and they're just like, hey, I really like the way you smell when you're asleep. And you're like, what? Like, I think it's valid to ghost that person because they're making you uncomfortable. They're making you uncomfy. Similarly, if someone like sends you unsolicited like nude photos or requests them of you, I feel like that's valid to ghost. Because the thing with ghosting is that in most cases, you could give them like one text of an explanation. That would be so much better. That'd be so much easier for all parties involved. Like if someone just like isn't funny and they constantly make jokes that they laugh at, and you're like, hey, listen, I don't find you as funny as you find yourself. I hope someone else enjoys your humor. Goodbye. I feel like most people would ghost in that circumstance. That's a situation where I would say, let them know they're not funny and that you're hopping off. If someone, I don't know, like cheated on you, don't ghost them. Tell them they cheated on you and that's not okay. Like give them an explanation, particularly if it's like a compatibility thing. But if it's something where like they're making you uncomfortable, they're making you feel unsafe, they are like putting you in a situation where saying what happened won't have any positive impact except extending your lack of comfort, I feel like that's valid to ghost. I say that as someone that doesn't really ghost people, like ever. I've been ghosted plenty of times, but also that's mostly by like someone I meet and they're like, oh yeah, let's change numbers. And then like we give each other our number and then we just never chat again. And that's not really like us ghosting each other. It's just like we never got in contact really. Are they an actual danger or threatening? I would say even if they're threatening, if you feel in danger. Hey, Echo. What I'm getting is Rory Gilmore is working with SCP to catch Severus Snake. Oh my gosh. I mean, as long as one XO dies, the group can exfiltrate. So Hattie could just throw Mix under the bus and run with the others. I mean, I would go so far as to say they can just exfiltrate. They can say, hey, this mission is a bust. There's a perfect sin with 4 acolytes. Later, loser. Blah, blah, blah. Do you have any plans for the summer, like hang out with friends, water parks? Okay. I really want to go surfing now. Like I'm in California, right? And a buddy of mine was just like, hey, I've been surfing and it's really fun. And like I wipe out constantly and it's just so much fun. And naturally, he also goes surfing to take pictures to send to people because he's that kind of guy. But I think it would be really fun to try surfing. I've been to a California beach once and that was at like tide pools. I think it would be fun to like try out surfing, see how it is, like rent a wetsuit, rent a board. Yeah, the West Coast is great for it. Yeah, I grew up on the East Coast. East Coast, you cannot do that. West Coast is where it's at. The issue is it's going to be freezing cold. So I need to like mentally prepare for that. But like apparently for like $30, I can rent a wetsuit, rent a board. Now my only issue is I want to go with someone that knows how to surf. Because I don't want to go there and just like make a fool of myself while not knowing what's going on. I want to at least go there like with a friend, right? So I need to figure that out, which is why I'm like, hey, roommate, do you want to go surfing? And they're like, sure. So we need to figure that out. I have some friends who we are planning to meet up at some point. All I will say is that some other people who are online friends are going to be close enough by me that I can reasonably go out of my way to see them. And so my plan is that at some point, I'm gonna make a day for them, and it'll be cool. And then I have other friends who are online, and they're like, "Hey, do you want to like spend like a 6-hour call one day, like playing board games online?" And I'm like, "Sure, why not?" So like, I'm trying to do all that. I'm also trying to like just go out more. I'm trying to continue going out while being fiscally responsible. So like, I've been out I've been trying to go out like. I went out once a week for June. For Pride Month, and now I'm trying to keep that up because like once per week is not that bad in terms of like timing or financial, but it allows me to have new experiences. It allows me to come up with new stuff to talk about on stream. It allows me to stay active, stay social, and I'm not gonna lie, this is a really weird thing to say. I think I met a vampire the other night. And so I'm dancing, right? I'm dancing at the club. I'm in a crowd. And suddenly, I start getting really warm. Like hot warm. Like I am like overheating at this point as I'm dancing. And I start feeling really good all of a sudden. I start feeling really hot, really good. I'm sweating, I'm dancing, and I'm just like, my body is having a hormonal response to something. And I notice that I'm dancing in front of a stage. Stage is like this. I'm like right here. There's someone on the stage and she is staring directly at me. And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. Like I had this like hot flash while I'm dancing as someone's staring down at me. And I think like a Vampire the Masquerade kindred was using like presence on me. And I think that they were like trying to like subsume my will or something. And that's why I was having this like hot flash. Yeah, dancing alone, kitten. Arrow, do not breach the masquerade. Do not breach the masquerade. Do not breach. Arrow not being a secretive oyster is good. I mean, I still am a secretive oyster. Wildly enough, you can actually take surf Lake Superior around November. Takes a ton of training because it's incredibly dangerous. Wow. Arrow writes, not Arrow drowns. Arrow Park would be cool, yeah. In California, only been at the beach once. Arrow! Wetsuits help a lot, yeah. So I don't know what this was, and like... I don't know how to phrase this. I've thought it, because I wanted to talk about this on stream. I don't know how to phrase this. Like... So I think it was the warmth. I think it was the light. I think it was the crowd around me. It was just like warming me up. And like obviously when you're dancing, you're gonna have a good time. So I'm like sweating. I'm getting up to it. And I go and I sit down. And I cross my legs. And like I'm in shorts, right? This was the same night where I was like, wow, my thighs are like kind of cracked. I cross my legs and my legs literally slip off of each other because I'm so sweaty, because I've been so dancing, and because it's been so hot. And I just had this thought where I'm like, oh, this is why people like sweaty hanky panky. And I literally like had the thought to myself, like, oh, this is because bees, that's my first thought. Ew, right? But like actually being in the moment where I'm like, I was like actually like covered in sweat because I was like so hot. I was having a great time. I was feeling awesome. And I'm just like, oh, that's why people like it. That always seemed so gross to me, but like, this like if this is how you feel when you do that, that must feel really nice. Revelation, I know. Arrow actually wrote hanky panky. Yes, of course I wrote hanky panky. What am I gonna write? What am I gonna write? Like, am I gonna write something sussy? Yeah, hanky panky feels good. No. I meant like sweaty, because like in media, in like classic like terrible fanfic or like ACOTAR or like any sort of like young adult romance where it involves hanky panky, I feel like it always describes it being super sweaty, super hot and heavy, super like shaboing. And like, I never understood the appeal of that. I never understood that. But then I was like, I was dancing and then I like felt like really good all of a sudden. And I was just like, wow. If this is how people feel with that, it must feel great. You could write bow chicka. I could write bow chicka wow wow, but that's more syllables. Bow chicka wow wow, as opposed to hanky panky. Hanky panky is much more punch to it. Yeah, so that's just like an odd experience I had where I'm just like, I was just dancing. I was just having a good time. And I suddenly had this like experience of like, oh, this is why people like this other non-dancing thing. I'm too ace for this. How much experience in a TTRPG do you think you need before you create homebrew for it? It's entirely dependent on the TTRPG. Lancer, I feel like you need way more experience because it's way more combat oriented than something like Vampire the Masquerade, which is more narrative. I feel as though I need to play significantly more Lancer than I have in order to create the amount of homebrew I have. I have made 3 frames, I'm releasing a 4th, which I should probably do that today. So like I need to like have a better understanding of Lancer. Like people will call me on like pretty basic stuff because I don't know Lancer as well as I know like D&D 5e. Whereas Vampire the Masquerade, if I made a new clan that has specific disciplines and I give them a unique bane and I give them an obsession or a compulsion, it's pretty easy. If I make a new discipline, it's really just a matter of like, okay, well, how does the rouse checks work versus like, does this require check? Does it not? Does it work on mortals? Like, is it intended against kindred or other entities? Like, you have to kind of like understand like, what is it intended for? But it's pretty easy to make homebrew for like Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah, the lighter the rules, the less experience you need because the more it's just writing. Now, what I will say, how much experience in a TTRPG do you need? That's variable. How much experience do you need in writing do you need? That is inversely proportional to how much combat there is, how much mechanics there is. In Vampire the Masquerade, I feel like you need a much better sense of what is the vibe and the themes and the narrative and the intended fantasy of Vampire the Masquerade than something like Lancer, where if I make the black hole gun that shoots a black hole at you, I mean, that's kind of stupid, but it doesn't matter if it's mechanically balanced, right? You know, like, do you see what I'm saying? Played like 7 sessions of Kane, ran one, and I'm already attempting to make a homebrew sin. Yeah, I've avoided touching a homebrew sin because I feel like that's like the default that everyone does. The stereotype for homebrew Kane is, I think, sin followed by blasphemy, followed by virtue. Because those are the cool things, right? Those are the really cool things. Agendas are less interesting, right? Other stuff is less interesting. But I avoided that because I feel like, well, everyone else has already done it, and I don't really have an idea that's like is set apart from everything else. There's a notion of balance in the WoD games. There is, absolutely. If I make a level 1 cool power. Cool as a discipline is all about ice and being cool-headed, but also cool under pressure and like everything associated with ice. And my level 1 power is I take like, I don't know, I treat fire as if it was superficial. And this doesn't take a rouse check. And also it's passive and active all the time. That sucks. You made bad homebrew. This is wildly out of balance, right? And so this is something where like maybe as a level 4 ability or level 5 ability, you have an active that allows you to convert fire into superficial damage. And it takes 2 rouse checks, as most higher level abilities and powers use. Because fire is one of the big things that's aggravated damage for vampires, right? Maybe you have something that like gives you torpor. Torpor powers might be lower level because torpor is not something that you want to be in. Maybe something that helps protect, like your body gets encased in ice after you are put into torpor. It has a difficulty to break equal to 1 plus your cool level. So if you have a 3 levels of cool, it's DC 4 to break. And fire automatically gives a +1 to this. And anything divinely inspired, like with true faith, is another +1, right? So if you have like a priest with a candle that is trying to break it open, it's -2 DC. And then something has checks and it has balances, and like you're safe during torpor, which is a very vulnerable spot of you. But ultimately, it's not like it needs to be level 5 kind of deal. Give it to Dio with Flash Freeze, yeah. I'd also say playing more TTRPGs helps you homebrew. Yeah, exactly. And that's why Lancer, I feel pretty confident in my homebrew, despite not actually ever playing Lancer. I've only run Lancer because I have so much experience with D&D. I have so much experience with war games. I have so much experience with other comparable mechanical frameworks that I know, oh, well, this actually seems really cool. So like, what if I just give this like a really long range and like pretty medium damage. No, I understand that if I give something stupid range, someone's gonna have some mechanical impact that like doubles the range and makes it stupid. So I need to add a range cap, right? If I make a melee weapon that allows you to like immobilize someone on a hit, well, I can give it inaccurate and I can make it auxiliary. No, if you do a auxiliary, you can get this talent that ignores the inaccurate and also gives it like double hit or something. Like you can do crazy stuff. So I basically keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. And that's because of D&D, which has translated to Lancer Homebrew. You did Homebrew for 3.5 and 4e a lot. Knowing what classes do at a certain threshold lets you know what's on par. Like wizards get fly at 5th level, so you want 5th level before you manipulate 3rd space. Yeah. Laser weaponry or ballistics on mechs? I am a firm, staunch supporter of ballistics. I think in terms of aesthetics, War Machine is cooler than Iron Man. Particularly with the black, gray, and red eyes. And like just the brrr, like the full auto, like all of the cannons or whatever. I think that a mech holding a giant assault like SMG is cooler than one holding a laser gun. When I run Havocs in 40k, when I play CSM, I always give them the Reaper autocannon because I think the Reaper autocannon just looks like a minigun, and I think that's rad as heck. Like I love me some ballistics. Looks at the Barbarossa. I think you're making someone upset. No, baby. No, shh. Barbarossa, don't. No, the Apocalypse Rail is different. It's different. It's generally much more visceral. Yes. A laser beam doesn't compare to a wall of flak. Thank you. Give that arrow a cannon. Arrows love cannons. Hi, Arrow. Me and my Lancers like making up our own skill triggers. So far, we've had Throw Money, Team Mom. What are good player-made skill triggers? I actually also love making skill triggers. I actually don't use standard kills like when I've run it. I didn't use standard skill triggers that much. I had my players build their own because I feel like, yeah, like stay cool is useful. But maybe that's not as specific as cool guys don't look at explosions. Functionally, these are the exact same thing. However, one is more thematic to the character, and so yeah, I'll give you cool guys don't look at explosions. And let's be real. In out of mech combat, in out of mech anything, if you're not rolling with a trigger, your GM is probably being a bit harsh. Or you're doing something completely like as a Hail Mary, right? So if I have, let's say, lead/inspire, I have blow something up. I have, call it ear to the ground. And I have cool guys don't look at explosions. If I'm trying to hack into something, clearly I'm not doing that to my level of competency. So why am I trying to hack into this thing? I should just blow it up instead. Blow something up. Anyway, sleep calls, you have a good one. And remember to eat dinner. Thank you. Zoids is interesting because it's mostly ballistics, but S tier stuff gets lasers, and lasers is usually high-end stuff. And I think that's cool. I think that has its place. I'm back from the Kane Yuri mines. I personally like lasers more. Well, do you like motorcycles outside? Because I have motorcycles outside for you if you want them. Please take them away. I would prefer them not to be here. So you like auto guns, looks at Drake? I do like the Drake. I think the Drake is really cool. It doesn't speak to me in the same way the Barbarossa does. Listen, it's not a meme. Like, as much as you might think it's a meme, it's not a meme that I look at the Barbarossa like this. Like, I look at the Barbarossa and my mind kind of goes blank a little bit. I get intimidated by the size, but that's not going to stop me from hopping in and hopping on, you know? Like that is what I love about big mechs, is that you can just like go for it. And I think it's fun. Never played Lancer, but the Caliban seems the most fun to me. So you like murdering people. 100k arrow fights a motorcyclist? Oh my gosh. The shotgun is always fun. Yeah, big shotgun. Conan the Barbarian was in the title, but that's not the topic being discussed here. What gives? Okay, so I assume you're not here anymore, because if you have to ask that question, you obviously are not a member of this community with any regularity. Man, who would have thought that when I talk for 5 hours, I would talk about more than just the title of the stream? Whoa. Colon 3, death upon you. Do you have advice to how to guide your players to chatting like this? So I assume that's in reference to the my god can beat up your god conversation from Conan. I mean, my advice for guiding players, I made a whole video on it. It's the how to fix TTRPG role-playing, the Kane one. The role-playing is hard video. Say you're in a conversation about X. How'd you get here? Which one of you started the conversation? Which one of you said something that the other one really disagreed with? And what was it? And I recently had someone comment on that video and they're like, yeah, I see your point, but I still disagree because I still feel like it's too railroady. I feel like if you have a player and you tell them what happens to them, that's not much different than railroading. And my response to that is, well, consider what group you have and what you prioritize. If you prioritize narrative, if you prioritize character interactions, saying, okay, B and Sable, you're on watch. What got you talking about your pasts? Why did you start talking about your pasts? And which one of you said something that made the other one realize that you're more connected than you realized? And that might be because B's character is a deposed noble that was kicked out of their home, and then they're now wandering the earth in search of a way to reclaim their birthright. Maybe Sable's character is a monk from a monastery that was too tied to the earth and got kicked out and now has to wander the earth searching enlightenment and has found like peace among the common people. And then you start talking and you're like, well, I guess like maybe I was like feeling homesick, so I brought up something, or no, maybe you had something that reminded me of my home, and it's like, yeah, so maybe I had like this this canteen that had a insignia of a town that I was in, and it's like, oh yeah, I've been to that town too. I was actually going there on my search for enlightenment. And I'm like, wait, you're searching for enlightenment? It's like, yeah, I was kicked out of my monastery. It's like, I was kicked out of my like home castle. Brother Conan was like 2 hours ago. So what I'm doing right now, I'm going in the Q&A section. The Q&A section is questions from all throughout the stream. There's going to be stuff in here that people asked me 3 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 1 hour ago. It'll be a little bit off. I love enlightenment, exactly. I like lasers, but good fast-firing autocannon is always fun. Yes! Did I ever talk about Conan while I was gone? Yeah, I talked about Conan like 2 hours ago. What do I think of the Impakai and the Hando? The Hando! And like editor insert a there because it's a very satisfying noise. Personally, I love the Sherman and building it specifically for artillery and range. That's okay, Sable. Not all of us can have good taste. But yeah, like you can just bring up like a specific topic that you as the GM know they both have a connection about. Hey, Conan and Sabulat? Sadulat? Sabulat? I don't remember his name. I'm not gonna lie. Why, like, as you're at camp, which one of you brings up your god? And then Conan is like, oh, well, I was talking about how strong my god is and how he's at the top of the mountain. And Sabulat's like, well, my god is the sky. So my god is better than yours. My god could beat yours in a fight. Well, no one has ever defeated Krom. It's like, well, yeah, no one's ever defeated my god either, but your god hasn't fought my god before, so we don't know. And like, that's the kind of thing where you can prompt them in ways that invite further conversation. And a lot of people get icky at this. They're like, ew, I don't want to like railroad my players. Okay, do you want your players to simply not engage with one another? Because you don't do this when your players have the confidence and the skill in order to engage with one another naturally. If I am of the skill level where I can go up to Echo and be like, so, I heard a rumor that used to be a part of the Thieves Guild. And you're like, yeah, who told you that? And I'm like, takes one to know one. And you're like, really? So, what branch were you a part of? Smash, stab, strike? Don't laugh? Go for it. Smother. Ah, I took you for the type. And then you start talking about like how you're both part of the Thieves Guild and like which branches you were a part of. And if your players are going to do that normally, you don't need to prompt them. But I'm speaking from the perspective of the average player. And the average player does not have the skill or confidence to just jump into small talk like that. And that's okay. That's not the fault of the players. That's not bad for the players. That is simply a muscle that will be developed over time. But you have to help them along. Much like how when you start working out, you have a friend or a fitness instructor or a coach guide you along the process. You as the GM can guide them along the process to help them learn to build the muscle of what to talk about. And then also, I would say, secrets, I talk about this in that video, secrets are no fun unless they come up during the game. And someone did bring up in the comments of the video, like months ago at this point, and I'm going to use a term that's going to be a bit odd, but it'll make sense. Some players like secrets in a way that can best be described as self-gratifying or masturbatory. Why do I say this? And a comment pointed this out, and I didn't think about this until the comment pointed out, and I was like, absolutely, you're right. A lot of players, not most players, but a lot of players, like having secrets because they like giggling that no one else knows. They like the fact that, well, actually, my character comes from a long lineage of dragon sorcerers, and even though I'm not a dragon sorcerer, I have the blood of dragons in me. That means I have a connection to any dragons we meet. And they will never reveal that during game. They don't plan on ever talking about that during game. Because what's fun for them is having a secret, not sharing it, not revealing it, not exploring it, having the secret. And ultimately, that's self-gratifying. That is, to me, that is very silly, because that is not useful to anyone but your own self-gratification. And so I'm of the opinion that even if you, as a player, would prefer to have a big reveal of your heritage, other players should at least like kind of know what the deal is, because then that can prompt interesting discussion. There's nothing less interesting than watching a game where two players are attempting to roleplay, and one of them asks the other one a question, and the other one, in order to keep up an air of mystery and not reveal the thing too soon, shuts down the question and or gives a non-answer. And this comes from a place of wanting to make a good story. But what you have to recognize is that you shouldn't plan for 150 sessions down the line. In a TTRPG, where scheduling is the final boss, and lives get in the way, and games fizzle all the time, give yourself the opportunity to talk about the cool thing as soon as someone asks. Yes, that might mean revealing your big secret in session 2. That means that even if you do play for 150 sessions, you have 148 sessions to explore that really cool thing, instead of, let's say, 70 sessions to explore that really cool thing after you reveal it in session 80, you know? No one knows I'm the real Dragon King princess. Conan didn't make a retort. He glared and thought about it. I really enjoy the lack of stereotypical machismo. Yeah, and in the argument with his friend, it very much wasn't like hostile. It wasn't, it didn't feel hostile. It felt like two guys that were just kind of like bantering. And it also gave, it did triple duty. One, it was funny. It's very funny to hear like, oh, my god could beat up your god, in the same way of like, oh, my dad could beat up your dad. It also was world building. And it was character work. It was three notes at once, which was very good. Aragorn is an edgy ranger that sits in the corner, but he engages with the party and actively talks about his past. Yeah, and also, I think he approaches the party. I think Strider approaches the party before they approach him. The impressive part is we had a paladin with divine sense, so I don't know how he stayed hidden so long. My character in Curse of Strahd was reborn faking to be alive. When the party learned it almost got killed. Oh my gosh. They almost got killed. Yeah, I fall into that trap, and as a player, especially when I'm a spy-like character. Yeah, and that's why I think that if you open the game with, hey, I'm playing a character that's very secretive, and none of you know exactly why they're secretive, but you do know that every single town we go to, I steal away from the party and I meet up with a contact, and it's a different contact at every place, but you do know that they have the insignia of the one-eyed lion. Which, I don't know who of you would know this, but if any of you have ever run in with criminal organizations or even like with law enforcement, you would know that's the big thief syndicate in the nation. And then out of game, I tell you that. You don't know that secretly, actually, I'm a spy working for the enemy government, buying government secrets from this crime organization. Everyone assumes, oh, you're a thief. And so everyone asks you questions about like, hey, where have you been off to? Like, I was meeting up with a friend. You seem to have a lot of friends. Yeah, well, I'm a friendly guy. And like, everyone thinks you're a thief, but actually you're a spy. And so suddenly there's still intrigue, but you can still talk to other players. And then you have conversations within the first like 4 sessions. You quote unquote reveal what's going on. You're meeting up with your contacts, and then you reveal the one-eyed lion. And then depending on how it goes, you might also reveal you're a spy, or you might not, right? Zuko's character wonders why Iroh is always playing a pie show with random NPCs. Yeah. I mean, I think Iroh is literally playing pie show with a bunch of random NPCs, but also like the White Lotus, right? Yeah, I have friends everywhere. Can I... What? Can I get Rory to add the pipes? What? What? What am I adding Rory to the pipes? I like telling secrets above the table that the character wouldn't know more to play it off. Yeah, because if I know as a player that you're a thief and that you're a spy working for the enemy government masquerading as a thief, I can investigate that in a natural way that makes it dramatically interesting. Now, I could even say, hey, I'm a spy working for the enemy, working for another government, buying secrets from the local thieves guild, pretending to be just a normal thief. I don't want this to come up for a while. And then I as a player will go, okay, sure, yeah. Like, what if I like confront you as a thief and you're like, oh yeah, like if you're confronting my cover, by all means, like investigate me all you want. But I don't want to be revealed as a spy until like at least 10, 15, 20 sessions. And then we can work off that. Suddenly, I'm suspicious of you. What are you doing? Why are you stealing away? The one-eyed lion. A thief. And then I confront you. And then I like knife to your throat and I'm like, oh, trying to sell us out, right? And then you're like, whoa, what are you talking about? And then I'm like, I know you're working with the one-eyed lion. I know a thief when I see him. And then you're like, you got me. I'm just a petty thief working with the bigger fish in the pond. And like, boom, drama. Like, we have a connection, we have character development, we have a tense circumstance. And then later, I'm betrayed. You were working for the enemy government this entire time. I thought you were a thief, but you're actually a rat. And then like I try to like attack you because I've been betrayed. Like, that's interesting. The average TTRPG group isn't going to get to episode 100 to find your cleric god is actually an NPC from last year's campaign. Exactly. I plan for anywhere between 8 and 12 sessions in any game I run. That's about enough for one arc. That's about enough for, in my game, like a cane hunt and so some dialogue before and after. That's enough for delving into one dungeon in D&D. That's enough for adventure to advance an LL in Lancer. That's okay. Yeah, it didn't help that we were also kind of thrown in a completely different area of the world where none of us had any context, so I couldn't play off the spy aesthetic. Ah. Well, that's what establishing context is for. Opinions on an oversized railgun. Do I have any opinions on an oversized railgun? I mean, nothing really comes to mind. I can't really think of anything. Opinion on Dark Sun. Dark Sun is that D&D setting that's like super grimdark, right? I don't know much about it. I know it sucks. Like in game. Like in universe it sucks. It's grimdark. It's horrible. Out of universe, I've heard pretty good things about it. It's crazy to have that computer just on my computer. Well, so in case you didn't know, I have a folder of fan art that I can access and like open up fan art pretty easily. Why do people look at this weird? This is just a mech. This is just me with a mech. Like I also have like the Cabedon, right? My profile picture. It's easy. It's nothing crazy. Nothing weirdo. I also have crayons. Someone drew art of me eating crayons. Show the NSFW. Oh yeah. Sorry. Everyone. If you're sensitive, I'm gonna risk TOS here. I'll show you something NSFW. This is not very safe for work. I'm standing on an office chair. My gatito bandito to backseating Law Warlock had wanted posters of him all over town for 1 million gold wanted alive, dead or alive at the end of the session 1. I had him go out and put his homemade posters up. Osha's at the door. Listen. Don't worry about it. The girl from Chainsaw Man? No. This one I just have titled banger. I like list all of the fan art that I have. I'll be like name, artist, source. So for instance, this one is by Alza, community artist. The crayon one was from an interesting name, Shitty Artist JM. Mech Shadow and the Cabedon were from Ryu, who's in the community. So it's like plenty of fun art. This one and the Not Safe for Work were both by Elsa. Yeah, very specifically Alive or Alive. Okay. You said Alive or Alive, but I thought that was a typo. Yeah. So opinion on oversized railguns. So like actually, like in my media, railguns don't feature because they're impractical. Coil guns are more practical, but still impractical. Broadly speaking, with modern technology, railguns are infeasible for actual use in combat. They are too delicate, and they do not bring weapons up, or they do not bring projectiles up to the level of inertia required to make it more worth standard ballistics. It is still more efficient to do what we've been doing for like 1,000 years at this point, which is put a big tube, fill it full of explosives, put a thing you want to not be in there anymore in there, and then explode the explosives and launch the thing you don't want in there anymore. Like the basic mechanics of your classic bombard are still what we use today. You like the PPC? Because despite being an energy weapon, it's basically a lightning gun. Lightning guns are fine. Lightning guns are fine. Like, they're cool. They're cool, don't get me wrong. But they're no ballistics, right? They're not ballistic, and they don't have that boom, you know? How did I come up with the domain names for the distortion? It was me taking inspiration from Tom Bloom and from other homebrew I'd seen, for instance, Svelte from Harpdos, where I basically was just like, what is like the most flowery, nonsensical name I could do that still kind of makes sense? So for those of you who don't know, I made homebrew for Kane. I made the distortions document, which has been added to the official Kane Extended Universe. And so if I jump down to distorted domains, they have names like Spare Not the Still Weeping Young, Beyond Reality, Regret and Reason, the wayward offspring of Weal and Woe, or Woe and Weal, an inability to pity the wretched. When confronted with truth, you shield your eyes, those crumbling towers of salt and sand, the heart of my sleeve, a scabbard, hell is frozen, heaven is burning, the thunderous fury of an unquiet mind, burn the pyre of your hubris. Like, these are things where the domain names, a lot of them I actually made on stream. I actually made a fair few of them on stream. And I got input from chat influenced domain names. A lot of them were just me coming off the dome. And I wanted to go for something that was like needlessly dramatic, right? Living in the past won't change it. Time is a river, I'm its dam. This present is not the future's past. Like, those are all kind of nonsensical, but they're cool, you know? The untethered mind, the unstoppable force of truth, eye of the never-ending storm. Like, those are all stupid, but they're so cool. Just, my head auto-corrected as Tom Nook. Oh my gosh. Fairies just feel like the PPC for their damage potential, but it's also a lot of fun ballistics. I need to check out Battletech. I need to, like, people keep mentioning Battletech, and I recently was talking to Dragon Kid, and I was asking for clarification on what the frick is the difference between Battle Mech, Mech Warrior, Battletech, like Mech Warrior, Mech Battle, Tech Metal, whatever. And like, I had them explain the difference to me, and I still don't get it. Apparently, Mech Warrior is Battletech, but they're separate? I don't know. Do the mechanics inspire the names, or do some of the names inspire the mechanics? Generally, I wrote the mechanic first, and then I added the name to it. There were a couple of these where I made the name first, and then I made a mechanic around it. But for instance, I knew with Flux, I wanted one where once per hunt, the distortion can reverse time back to the beginning of the combat scene. I wanted one where the distortion could just like have a do-over. And so I was like, what is a good name for that? This present is not the future's past. That hits past, present, future. That references the fact that what we're experiencing now is not the actual future of what would happen, like alternate time streams. So like I just kind of went with the vibes of, for instance, hell is frozen, heaven is burning. This is an AoE climate effect, this Ardence ability. And so I wanted it to have a name that represented the fact that it's like AoE climate. It's uncomfortably cold. It's scalding hot. It's like whatever climate is least hospitable to the distorted host. Mech Warrior 3 is my jam as a piglet. Everyone gangster until the map has a lake and I can set a laser platform mech in there. Oh, because you're cooling down from the lake. Gotta go. Enjoy, Licorice. Is there a greater betrayal than finding out your family went to Raising Cane's and only brought back a few cold french fries? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I have heard fantastic things about Raising Cane's. I don't think I've ever been to one, so I can't comment on that. And so I will instead substitute this with what is objectively, and I have like peer-reviewed studies on this, and by peer-reviewed studies, I mean I've asked other people and they agree with me. In-N-Out is clearly the optimal and best fast food restaurant by a country mile. However, I will say, I did not know until like 6 years ago. I did not know until years ago. I don't know about 6, but Texas Roadhouse is a steakhouse. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. It has buns, it has rolls that it just sells by the dozen. And it has this like cinnamon butter that you can get from it. And so unironically, like I consider like Texas Roadhouse rolls to be takeout. Cap In-N-Out, it's like a solid 6 out of 10. I know I didn't raise you to have such trash opinions. I fostered an environment in which I allowed my chat to have whatever opinions they see fit and express themselves authentically without fear of reprisal. I am rescinding that effective immediately. If you think In-N-Out is a mid 6 out of 10 at best, the worst thing about In-N-Out, the single worst thing about In-N-Out, is its lack of accessibility. It is constrained entirely to the US Southwest, and it has lines for days. Those are the two worst things about it. And if the worst thing about your restaurant is that people can't access your restaurant, that is not an indictment against the quality of your restaurant. That is, if anything, a failure of logistics. I hate repping Texas, but yes, that cinnamon honey butter hits on those fresh rolls. It's so good. It's so good. I didn't know. I'd never had it before. And then I was like, was I on a road trip with this person? Yeah, I was on a road trip with this person. And they were like, you've never had Texas Roadhouse rolls? And I'm like, no. And like, we got Texas Roadhouse rolls. And then like, I introduced it to my family. My family was like, whoa, these are really good. Also, Arrow, have you heard of Habit? It is a fairly good with tempura green beans. Habit? I'm unfamiliar. In-N-Out's best price to taste ratio, but the fries suck. I will say, fries not the best. Their fries are not that great. However, I'm not there for the fries. I'm there for the burger. Like, I will get like a double with cheese. And like, honestly, a double with cheese is like just enough food that I feel like not entirely full, but I feel satisfied. Does that make sense? I don't know about you. A double, like a single double, is enough food that I could eat another single burger, but I don't feel like I'm full. I don't feel like I ate too much. That's a very nice thing, is to be able to have enough food that you don't feel like you ate too much. It's a Cali thing. I don't know if they have many spots out of Cali. Oh, Habit. It's more of a sit down. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never been there. Arrow writes, what is best in life? The open internet, free TTRPGs, players at your table, the dice in your hands. Wrong! To smash your enemies, to drive them forth, and hear the lamentations of their women. Any advice for running a larger dungeon in D&D? Personally, I love creating. So I've had a lot of fun making a mega dungeon. And what I did with it is I started by thinking, okay, what is the core thing I want in this dungeon to be? Which we've just now started exploring on this 4th floor. I don't know if I've said this explicitly before, but it's the Far Realm. It is the Underdark has featured, the Far Realm has featured, and it is this dungeon where it is this idea of depths not meant to be explored. Having a motorcycle drive by. And so, for me, I have a lot of fun doing this, and I just kept in mind, okay, each floor I want to have a theme. The first floor is the ruined estate of a noble that basically set up shop, right? A noble set up shop here on top of a pre-established dungeon and is fallen to disrepair. The second floor was a transmutation themed floor. That's why there was the Golem laboratory. That is why there was transmutation circles. That is why there was like elemental summoning. That's why there was all this stuff. The third floor was about Drow versus Durgar. Like half of the floor, like half of the rooms in this floor involved Drow or Durgar, or Drow or Durgar fighting each other, or something that the Drow lost that you can return to them, or a Durgar shopkeep, or like a Drow shopkeep, or something that the Durgar lost. Like all of this was like related back to the central tension. And then this fourth floor is now And then also little touches of demons. And then this fourth floor is now the far realm. Reality is breaking. There are just Githyanki fighting Slod. There are rooms that do not conform to logic or reason. There is a complete breaking down of all of this. Like the concept of every dungeon. Yeah, so what I did is I wanted this to be the core of it, and I gave each floor its own theme, its own central tension, its own central hook. It's the idea that comes to mind is like in Persona 3, Tartarus has different sections, and each section has a different like aesthetic color scheme. Mementos in Persona 5 has different color schemes, but ultimately it's still just Mementos. It has different enemy types in it, but it's still just Mementos. In this, all of this relates back to like the Far Realm, the Underdark, this breaching of what should not be seen, but it manifests in different ways. Right? And so it feels like a series of disconnected rooms that nonetheless like feel coherent, right? None of the like the troglodyte in the shrine room in floor 1 has nothing to do with the Duragar Smith in the second floor, which has nothing to do with the cannibals in the third floor, which has nothing to do with the two rooms that overlap and clip into each other in the fourth floor. But that through line of it's an estate built atop of a transmutation floor that's built atop like Drow versus Duragar, that's built up top like reality breaking, like all of this feels coherent in a sense that it doesn't like break immersion for each other. I didn't set up as this is the fire dungeon and here's the ice room in the fire dungeon. It's all related to the weirdness of the Far Realm and the Underdark, right? Every time Arrow tries to tell the Eldritch Trust, they get silenced. In-N-Out has been slowly making its way up north. There's currently one just over Washington-Oregon border. Nice. Because the thing about In-N-Out, to my understanding, In-N-Out, they have a policy where they cannot build a location more than X miles from a like central like factory or warehouse or processing facility. So basically, they can't ship frozen patties from California all the way to like Wisconsin. Meaning they have to set up the infrastructure to set up a like storage place, a central processing hub, whatever it might be, and then build like restaurants out from there. Right? And so In-N-Out, by being tied to this, needs to invest in infrastructure before investing in profit in a place, which is super scary and super risky. But like In-N-Out's so good. It's so goated. It's expanding a lot. They're developing the infrastructure right now to do more expansions. I love that. Arrow, it's okay to like mid. Yeah. And I'm glad that you're so happy and confident with your own mid taste. Like, that's good. I'm happy for you. They use a skipping stone location strategy. Arrow, who is your favorite villain in fiction? That's a good question. I don't have one. I mean, like, Zuko and Catra come to mind because both of them are really good at not being villains. Both of them are sympathetic villains that then get redemption arcs, right? So I don't know if those count. Right? Yeah, In-N-Out is peak. Good to hear that you are assimilated to California culture. So I have family in Arizona. All my life, whenever we came over to Arizona, I would want In-N-Out because like that was the only time I could get it. Central distro with a restaurant set up around it. Yeah. In-N-Outs can only be built upon the creep, so they need to build out and grow. They can't just expand an expansion on your natural mind. Culver is better? Okay. I was just teasing you for having mid taste because you don't like In-N-Out. Now I know you actually have mid taste. Yeah, who's my favorite villain? I don't know, dog. Like, what's media I enjoy, and what are the villains from it? Wait. Recently, I actually really loved spoiler from the Royal exclusive villain of Persona 5 Royal. Right? I'm not gonna say who it is because spoilers. Like it's a major spoiler. But I actually really loved him. And I guess also Akechi, who's also villainous. I really enjoyed Akechi. I wouldn't say he's my favorite villain, but he's certainly he's so fun. He's so hateable. See, and I actually also thought Griffith. I don't like Griffith, but I think he's a very effective villain, you know? I could say Darth Vader, I don't care about Darth Vader that much. Ever tried Dick's Drive-In? I have not. Okay, Midwestern person detected. Favorite straight up evil is Abijah Fowler at the moment? Because I'm trying to think my assumption is that it would be from a video game. Because I have a lot of it, my biggest experience is with video games. The issue is I can't think any of I've had villains that have stuck with me, but I'm blanking on them at the moment. Yeah, Griffith is a great villain. Hate that guy. I live in the Midwest, so what? Yeah, Midwest. You are quite literally mid in your taste. Astronema from Power Rangers in Space did irreparable damage to my taste in women. What the frick? Astronemia. Astronema? Her? Well, if it was your formative years, I guess. Oh, Fowler's a good villain to hate. He's so fun. I'm unfamiliar with him. What happens if a distortion archives its... What? What? Oh, what happens if a distortion achieves its sometimes impossible goal? I forgot. So, a distortion has a crystallized form of the character's agenda and goal and mentality. And so they might have a goal. For instance, Mixes is to keep the Valentines, to grow the Valentines, keep the Valentines secure. She will do whatever it takes to maintain that. That is a kind of perpetual goal. That will never end. But if your goal is to I guess no, you wouldn't ever have get revenge on this person, achieve this thing, do that thing. A distortion is a personality replacement. Although I assume if it's something cause no, even Mix is maintain the Valentines, and then Mix is the only one left and every other Valentine has died. Mix would just try to form new Valentines, right? Get new people to join the Valentines. If your goal was tear down Kane and you successfully managed to destroy all of Kane, I imagine the distortion would decouple from the physical form and you would fall hollow again. Or sometimes in this case, it would be the first time you fall hollow. If you're distorted by your own distortion. So I feel like a distortion, if you manage to succeed, which you probably shouldn't, most goals that distortion are going to have are going to be literally perpetual, maintain the Valentines. If you somehow manage to do it, I think it would decouple and you would hollow, right? Because at that point, the hollow, the distortion has done its job, right? Dracula for Castlevania. Oh, Isaac from Castlevania. Yeah, I've talked about this before. I love Isaac from Castlevania. I consider him a villain. I still consider him a villain, even though he kind of chills after season 3. Fowler's straight evil, no ifs and buts. Despite that, he's deeply complex, incredibly charismatic, and devilishly smart. Isaac's not a villain. No, Isaac's definitely a villain, at least to start. In season 2, he's a villain. In season 3, he's still he goes around killing people. He goes around killing a bunch of different people. And then in season 4, I would say he is a villain that is fighting Carmilla, another villain. That is villain v villain. That does not make him less of a villain, but that does make him a very interesting character, right? Isaac is my favorite character from the Castlevania show, bar none, right? Like, he is my favorite character from that show, bar none. The only thing is, I don't know if he's like my favorite villain kind of deal. Isaac works for the omnicidal maniac willingly. Yes, but also like he grows. That was a very omnicidal maniac part of his life, and he moved past that. I definitely see the argument of like in season 4, him being an anti-hero. He does not want to be a hero, but he does heroic things, i.e. killing the necromancer, burying the bodies, fighting Carmilla, freeing Hector. Like, he does heroic things, but I would still say he is a villain doing heroic things, right? He's so well done. Listen. I loved him all throughout like season 2 and like season 3 in particular. Dude, season 4, I literally was talking to my friend about this. He like ascended through his own wisdom. Oh, friggin' Maul from Clone Wars. Dude, Maul was such a good villain. Like, obviously Maul from like Phantom Menace sucked. He was just a cool guy they could sell toys of. But from Clone Wars, oh my goodness gracious. Just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you have to be a bad guy. Isaac was a bad guy. Isaac absolutely was a bad guy and a bad guy. And he ascended through his own wisdom. And he was just like, my pursuit of revenge will not get me closer to Allah. And like, I cannot continue my path towards enlightenment when I let myself be clouded by like the chains of hatred. One day the gateway to hell will rattle in the wind as it is emptied, and I will be the one to bring that about, but I cannot do so when I am only motivated by selfish desires. And like, he straight up like achieves spiritual enlightenment after season 3, and it's so cool to see, right? Have I seen the Maul series? I haven't seen it. I had a friend telling me about it, and then he's like, yeah, that's fine. The Captain's probably my favorite minor character. Yes, the Captain had such a good interaction with him. Isaac in season 2 was like a fun character that was like, oh, a human working for Dracula? That's crazy. And then in season 3, it's like, okay, he's like the best character in the show. And then in season 4, it's like, oh, he's like an amazing character. Maul and Maul Shadow Lord is continuing the fantastic villainous characterization. Awesome. His talk with the Captain is genuinely one of the best scenes. Yeah. And like, he also had really good scenes with like the witch, and also good scenes with the guy that sold him the mirror, and also good scenes with Bug Eyes, the Christian philosopher, or the Greek philosopher. Yeah, we have been children, Hector. Revenge is for children. He's so good. How much do I like learning? I really like learning. I've always really liked learning. The issue is, what am I learning? You know? I am someone who, if I'm motivated, and this is like the most like milk toast, like, oh my gosh, just like me for real sentence. I love learning when it's something that's interesting. The key is to find something interesting in anything. I don't care much about basketball. But if someone starts telling me about basketball, I can probably find it interesting. I didn't care about Solaris until Rory started like info dumping at me, and I could find it interesting because of like how his passion for it was. Like that made me be more interested in it. I was interested in 40K because I wanted to learn how to play the game after learning the lore. And so like just these various things where these big projects, coding, I wanted to make a visual novel. So I wanted to make a video game. So I learned how to code. And I don't code well. And I only know really how to code in Renpai's language, which is a like chopped up, more streamlined for visual novels version of Python. But I took coding class. I've taken many coding classes and I bounced on all of them. I never connected with any of them. The way they teach coding is very specific to like, you need to learn like data structures. You need to learn how all of this works on a conceptual level so that when you work in IT, like you can impress your furry friends. And like, I don't want that. I didn't want that. What I wanted was the ability to like have game states and mess with variables and like have if else for while statements. I wanted conditionals. I wanted the ability to create with it. Nerd. Yeah, I know. It's amazing what they did with him because in the games he's a comically evil dude. Like they made a completely original character and he was amazing. Wanted to check because I'm running a secondary Arrow Kisser Empire that was built for the Cosmogenesis Crisis path, which is all about learning and knowledge. Awesome. I love learning and knowledge. Okay. Listen. If someone has a book and they say, hey, don't read this, it would drive any mortal man mad. My response would be, well, first of all, bold of you to assume I'm a mortal man. Second of all, nah, I'm built different. And then I would read the Forbidden Tome and I would be driven mad. Because I'm not built different. Although that is a lie. Like, let's be real. I have a book on my nightstand and I've been reading it. It's a novella. I've been reading it off and on for like a week and a half now, 2 weeks now. I'm like 10 pages in because I keep like going to bed at 2, 3 in the morning. I would not have time to read the Book of Forbidden Knowledge, the Necronomicon. Like I can't read that. That's too much work. I got editing to do. How much of a world building person are you? I love world building. Both. Learning about it. Oh my gosh, it's been 6 hours. Both learning about it as well as making it. And the thing about world building is that when a motorcycle drives outside, I actually get a year off my life. This is a targeted effort by anti-Arrow activists in order to assassinate me. I love learning. I love making world building. The thing about world building is that, again, it has to be interesting. Or at least presented interestingly, right? So if you're telling me about like the fabrics and the clothing industry of your world and how actually it's a sign of status in your civilization that you have 2 buttons clasped on a 4-button jacket instead of 3 buttons clasped, because it is assumed that if you have only 2 buttons clasped, you have the ability to afford food and be rotund enough to not be able to fit in 3 buttons. So a sign of lower status is to wear all of your buttons. And then I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of interesting. And then I learn about that. And then I care about that. However, is it relevant? I say I love world building. I am absolutely the kind of person who in a TTRPG or in an RPG or in a computer game or in whatever, if I'm playing a video game and the video game is stealth simulator where you start on this side of the map and there's an enemy who stands there and goes like that, and they have a path where they do a figure 8 where they go like this, and your goal is to go over here, and if you reach right here you win, yay, and you start right there. And if there's like right on the back of this dude, there's like, oh, you can pick this up and it's an audio log, and if you listen to it you get to hear about this guy's marital disputes. I'm like, I don't care about that. Like that's lore. That's not world building. Does that make sense? In Dishonored, because I recently a streamer I was watching was playing Dishonored. There are audio logs, there are lore books, there's all this stuff, and that's just like cool. I don't care. It's interesting, I'm sure, but I don't care. I'm not here for that. I'm here to jump around. I'm here to sneak. I'm here to have a role playing. I'm here to have a narrative that is compelling. I love when in dialogue I talk with a character and they reveal lore. I love when I see setting details that imply lore. But I don't know. If it's like opt in, I usually don't opt in. Fair again, that's why I recommend listening to Text Talk's explanation of Battletech. I love Stealth Simulator. See, everyone does. if I could, would I rename it to Conan the Barbarian? I would rename him to Conan the Rogue. Like, I think he's more like he is more combat oriented than a thief. He is more stealth oriented than a warrior. And I think that a rogue is a combination of stealth and combat. Conan the Rogue. Could you beat Dragon Kid in a mecha battle? Depends on what mecha battle. Like, if we're like piloting, have you ever seen Dragon Kid without their mech? Like, if I open this and I open this, what do I got on this? Like, what am I doing here? What do I got here? Am I supposed to just like, what the frick? Like, what am I gonna do to this? Do I just like, yeah, like, do I just, hey, Dragon Kid, you're a loser. I think that you should go back to writing AC6 memes and having Lancer overlays on top of them. That was when you peaked. All of this TTRPG nonsense is absolute malarkey. Bleh. And like, what am I supposed to do on this? Am I supposed to, like, shoot them? I think I'd just bounce off. But like, even if I was in a mech, like, that's a machine that I'm in. That's not my life. That's not my lifeblood in the same way that Dragon Kid is. Have you ever seen Dragon Kid out of the mech? I don't think you have. I don't think you have. I meant you get a mech too. No. I know you meant that. But my question, my point is, like, home field advantage. Even if I'm in a mech, what am I going to do to one that, like, normally is in a mech? I make a Titanfall clip. Oh my gosh. Fair, but he's piloting a dragon. That thing's not that good. Oh. Also, would it be cool to post a picture of the Arrow Kisser Empire I'm running, or when we conquer the galaxy? I would say give us live updates. I know because you're on the Discord, right? So in video games, in the channel video games, just post your updates. Let folks know. Let folks vote if they really want. It's more engine than anything. Any plans on making a full Kane overview video? I've seen a bunch of your Kane shorts, but I don't know how a game of it would run. For the longest time, my answer was no. I will just direct you to other fantastic creators like Zack Tack or Dragon Kid. Now, I think I kind of am obligated to. I found after the girlfriend video that even though it was a ton of work, I really enjoyed it. And obviously, I doubt any of my content is going to blow up and say, wait, that the girlfriend video did. The girlfriend video both had, like, no one talks about girlfriend. No one talked about it, like, before I made a video on it. And also, it aligns with my audience. And also, I made a teaser about it, like, 8 months prior with the first reaction video. And also, there was the joke about 100K, so people were sharing it. So everyone was like, the algorithm really pushed it. If I make a video on Kane, I doubt it will do as well. If I make a video on Lancer, I doubt it will do as well. But I'm interested. And actually, one of my next main videos that I want to make is a Kane video. I want to make a what is Kane? Getting into Kane overview. I want to make a perfect draw video. And all I will say about that is I am preferring to play perfect draw before I make a video on it. And depending on how this goes, I may be able to make a video on perfect draw by the end of the year. Ooh, what does Zero mean? Who knows though? Like it takes me a while. For all I know, it might not work out. Girlfriend vid had a huge amount of hype. It did have a huge amount of hype. Barbarian is just a catch-all term for all non-civilized people, which is shockingly open. He's very much a ranger and thief, highly capable, skilled. I mean, so Barbarian literally was used by the Romans to indicate anyone that was not Roman. Because to Romans, like, Germanic languages was just like going bar. And so they're a barbarian. They're a barbarian. They're one who just goes bar. So, like, it fits. However, our modern conception of barbarian tends to be in this noble savage archetype of this like warrior that has a primitivistic worldview, often has a frankly unhealthy just collage of various shamanistic and totemic and indigenous practices across the world, really without discrimination, just smushing them all together and being like, yes, this is a barbarian. Like, dragons are okay, but you might as well get something lighter, as though probably the same amount of guns and armor. Oh. I wish so bad that the actual Conan RPG was good, didn't use the 2d20 system. Oh my gosh. So yeah, basically, long story short, I want to make a Kane video. I would love if my next long form was a Kane video. I don't know what I would focus on though. Would y'all want me to do an intro to Kane? Would y'all want me to do an overview of how to get into Kane? Would you want me to do more lore, more mechanics? Would you want me to do like, because like with Girlframe, the big thing about it was I did an overview of the system. I hit on the systems I wanted to talk about. And then obviously I talked about the sussy stuff because you hit the goal. For Kane, yeah, I would want to talk about like the lore and the trauma and whatever, but like, I don't know how deep I'd go in the blasphemies, you know? Is all of the above an option? Yeah, it is. It just would take longer, or I would need to make more than one video. Give us an outro to Kane. I don't know how you do it, but you probably pull it. I mean, I could do an outro to a system very easily. But like, all you would do for that is you just, how do you stop playing this game? How do you end this game? That'd be very funny. What is the weirdest media you could kind of recommend? I mean, we're talking about it, Girlframe. Like I can kind of recommend Girlframe if you're of age and interested in that stuff. It's pretty weird. I've talked about this before. Parkour Civilization. Unironically, if you need something to like turn off your brain, if you're suffering from burnout and you want to not think for a bit, Parkour Civilization, watch it. I did that. It was very spiritually healing. Even if it was mind numbing, because it was mind numbing, that was a salve that was applied to my burnt out synapses that allowed them to recover for a few hours. An intro or basic mechanics would be nice. The issue, and I'm not gonna lie, like one of my big issues is when I do like daily shorts, because I do, if you don't know, I release a short every day. I do not do a YouTube stream. And that is in addition to my Twitch stream on Saturday. And recently I've been doing Discord streams. Like I'm doing Thursday Discord streams. So I'm doing Thursday Discord streams where I'm running Xeneolithic for Rory. And so I'm streaming 4 days a week and I'm releasing 5 shorts a week. I do not have time for long form. And that's something where it's like, I would love to do more long form, but I would kind of like need to cut something out of the schedule. And I think a big part of the channel's growth has been consistent uploads, at least one YouTube upload a day, right? A short or a stream. And then like on Twitch has some growth. It's like the gym, you broke your body so things so grow back stronger. Yeah, you need to break your body in very specific controlled ways that then you can heal from. So I would love to do more long form. Long form just takes so much out of me. My short vids are always a treat to come across. Thank you. I try very hard. So yeah. I am going to close out the Q&A section. It has been just about 6.5 hours. Goodness gracious. So, I have a question for you. I have actually a very important question for you. I'm going to ask on the Discord, but I'm going to ask it here as well. With something like merchandise, what sort of thing would you be interested in, design-wise? Would you want something that is like a logo of the channel, where I have 2 in mind? Would you want something where it's like an arrow kisser. Okay. A pin for the soda. Oh gosh. Pins, soda plush. A soda plush would be very funny. Punchable adjective. So I'm getting, y'all want an arrow kisser. In terms of designs. So like, for instance, make a t-shirt. What am I talking about? I screw crew neck. V-neck is where it's at. Make a shirt. Like, are we thinking like breast pocket design? Are we thinking like main tee? Are we thinking on the back? Are we thinking like one of those weird side ones? Like, I need to know what you're most interested in. And I'm going to open this up even if people don't plan on buying it. I want to know what the community is most interested in. Chat, what pray tell is an arrow kisser? You're still kind of new here. So an arrow kisser is you. You, your name as a community member is an arrow kisser. And you can draw your own little arrow kisser and then like you can send them in. It's just the community name. And so for instance, this is like a standard arrow kisser. It's just a little black squiggle with 2 eyes and a gun. And so like this is your classic arrow kisser. Oh, that's cute. It's us. Yeah, it is you. Graphic crop top hoodie. Oh my gosh. Yeah, LeBron with a gun. Yeah, guns are a big part of the culture here. We are firmly American. You want a plushie of that? That would be fun. Okay. So seems like arrow kissers. Like your standard arrow kisser is actually the main one. Of something like me. Would you want something of me? Would you want something of... So you want arrow merch? Would you want arrow kisser merch? Would you want arrow plus arrow kisser merch? I.e. it's like, it's a drawing of like me hugging an arrow kisser kind of deal. Or would you want something where it's like channel logo? Would you want something where it's something like a channel meme? So what I'm asking, like pick one and give me a second, because all I will say, I'm in talks with a company. I'm in talks with an artist. No plan yet. Do not assume anything yet. End of summer is my projection. No promises, no deadlines. Be on the lookout sometime by the end of summer is my hope. Arrow solo merch maybe? Then meme, your memes are top tier. Thank you. Arrow plus arrow kisser and or arrow kisser pin. So, okay. I like it. I'm having thoughts. You holding a gun to the back with a pile of arrow kissers, that would be fun. I have also said, we have had the idea before where, you know, like a body pillow? I think it'd be very funny to make a body pillow design where on the front end, it's me and like with my jacket on and like my full outfit. And I'm like, I'm super embarrassed. I'm like, oh no, I'm so embarrassed. And then on the back, it's me like in underwear. And that's when I'm really confident because I'm pointing a gun at you. Like it's the exact opposite of what they normally are. Because on the front my understanding is body pillows is normally on the front, it's like normal. And on the back, it's like, oh, sussy, it's shy, haha. You know, so I like the idea of like the front is where I'm like, no, I'm so embarrassed. And then on the back, I'm pointing a gun at you, even though I'm like in underwear. You're not buying a body pillow, big dog. Arrow plus arrow kisser design that you could wear outside would be nice. Like any of us go outside. Like, okay. I think it would be cute And you tell me if I'm crazy. To have like a hoodie or like on the back or maybe on the front, like who knows, maybe it's like a like this design here is like arrow with arrow kisser. The question is, oh, maybe it could be something where I'm just like, right? You know, 2 against 1. Where it's like, I'm doing like a lunge pose and I'm shooting at you and you're shooting at me. And then when the hoodie opens, like I'm fully on this flap, y'all are fully on that flap. That'd be cute. Arrow notebook. One side is embarrassed, the other is in a the mech would be good. Oh my. One side of the body pillow is me like, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Like that. And then the other side is me just like shocked, still fully clothed. And I'm just like, and like the Barbarossa, the Barbarossa apocalypse rail is just like casting a shadow on my entire body. I'm like, ah! But you have 3 guns is not fair. Yeah, and? I think the Arrow Legion art would be cool. Arrow Legion? Oh, a Legion of Arrow Kisses. Okay, so what I want from you, I'm going to wrap up stream. It's been 6.5 hours. I'm going to make a poll basically asking the exact same thing on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, check the description of this live stream. Join the Discord. I'm going to be in the suggestions channel. I'm going to throw a 24-hour poll. Get some more feedback. I want people to give me, like, tell me what you, like, definitely, absolutely would buy. Tell me something that you don't think would buy, but think would be cool. And tell me something that you're like, oh man, like, I don't think you're going to do this, but it'd be so cool. Like, tell me different, like, striations of what value you have in there. An image of Arrow in a cockpit would be dope. That would be pretty dope. You joined the Discord and my first post was a Dank Hamlet meme. Oh my gosh. Anyway, thank you so much for swinging by. Tomorrow on the Discord, there's going to be the Neolithic with Rory. Unless something has changed. I might hit him up and say, hey, I think I might actually have to kick this upcoming week. We might have to do next week instead of this week. There's going to be a Malagast Magna Gothica video. If you don't know Malagast, you'll be in for a treat. Because Malagast Magna Gothica is a, like, gothic splatterpunk war games, like skirmish war game by Tom Bloom, and it's wonderful. It's a like gore punk, necromancy punk, bone punk, whatever you want to call it. It's very fun. Friday we're going to be continuing Signalis here on YouTube, and Saturday, yet more Stellaris. we're gonna probably wrap up the mid game of Stellaris this Saturday over with Rory and see how it goes. I wouldn't say splatterpunk. Splatterpunk is more like gore, whereas Magna Gothica Malagast is more bone. That's a name I haven't heard in years. Yeah. I've been interested in Malagast, but never played war games. Sick as heck art. Yeah, it's awesome. So thank you so much for swinging by. Have a lovely day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, whenever. And take care of yourself. Arrow marketable plushie with a gun. I wish. That'd be so funny. Bye-bye. An idea, the last god was really originally human, but the method she used to become a god removes a lot of her agency. Oh, I guess your agency just got removed. Bye-bye.